Volume 1, Chapter 1 of What's Mine's Mine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. Volume 1, Chapter 1. How came they there? The room was handsomely furnished, but such as I would quarrel with none for calling common, for it certainly was uninteresting. Not a thing in it had to do with genuine individual choice, but merely with the fashion and custom of the class to which its occupiers belonged. It was a dining room of good size, appointed with all the things a dining room ought to have, mostly new and entirely expensive: mirrored sideboard in oak, heavy chairs, just the dozen, in fawn-coloured morocco seats and backs. The dining room, in short, of a London house inhabited by rich middle-class people. A big fire blazed in the low round-backed grate, whose flashes were reflected in the steel fender and the ugly fire-irons that were never used. A snowy cloth of linen, finer than ordinary, for there was pride in the housekeeping, covered the large dining table, and a company, evidently a family, was eating its breakfast. But how came these people there? For, supposing my reader one of the company, let him rise from the well-appointed table, its silver bright as the complex motions of a butler's elbows can make it, its china ornate though not elegant, its ham huge and neither too fat nor too lean, its game pie with nothing to be desired in composition or in flavour natural or artificial. Let him rise from these and go to the left of the two windows, for there are two opposite each other, the room having been enlarged by being built out. If he be such a one as I would have for a reader, might I choose, a reader whose heart, not merely his eye, mirrors what he sees, one who not merely beholds the outward shows of things, but catches a glimpse of the soul that looks out of them, whose garment and revelation they are. If he be such, I say, he will stand, for more than a moment, speechless, with something akin to that which made the morning stars sing together. He finds himself gazing far over western seas, while yet the sun is in the east. They lie clear and cold, pale and cold, broken with islands scattering thinner to the horizon, which is jagged here and there with yet another. The ocean looks a wild yet peaceful mingling of lake and land. Some of the islands are green from shore to shore, of low yet broken surface. Others are mere rocks, with a bold front to the sea, one or two of them strange both in form and character. Over the pale blue sea hangs the pale blue sky, flecked with a few cold white clouds that look as if they had disowned the earth they had got so high, though none the less her children, and doomed to descend again to her bosom. A keen little wind is out, crisping the surface of the sea in patches, a pretty large crisping to be seen from that height, for the window looks over hill above hill to the sea. Life, quiet yet eager, is all about. The solitude itself is alive, content to be a solitude because it is alive. Its life needs nothing from beyond, is independent even of the few sails of fishing boats that here and there, with their red-brown, break the blue of the water. If my reader, gently obedient to my thaumaturgy, will now turn and cross to the other window, let him as he does so beware of casting a glance on his right towards the place he has left at the table, for the room will now look to him tenfold commonplace, so that he too will be inclined to ask, how came these and their belongings here, just here? Let him first look from the window. There he sees hills of heather, rolling away eastward at middle distance, beginning to rise into mountains, and further yet, on the horizon, showing snow on their crests, though that may disappear and return several times before settling down for the winter. It is a solemn and very still region, not a pretty country at all, but great, beautiful with the beauties of colour and variety of surface, while far in the distance, where the mountains and the clouds have business together, its aspect rises to grandeur. To his first glance, probably not a tree will be discoverable. The second will fall upon a solitary clump of firs, like a mole on the cheek of one of the hills not far off, a hill steeper than most of them, and green to the top. Is my reader seized with that form of divine longing which wonders what lies over the nearest hill? Does he fancy, ascending the other side to its crest, some sweet face of Highland girl, singing songs of the old centuries, while yet there was a people in these wastes? Why should he imagine in the presence of the actual? Why dream when the eyes can see? He has but to return to the table to reseat himself by the side of one of the prettiest of girls. She is fair, yet with a glowing tinge under her fairness which flames out only in her eyes and seldom reddens her skin. She has brown hair with just a suspicion of red and no more, and a waviness that turns to curl at the ends. She has a good forehead, arched a little, not without a look of habitation, though whence that comes it might be hard to say. There are no great clouds on that sky of the face, but there is a soft dimness that might turn to rain. She has a straight nose, not too large for the imperfect yet decidedly Greek contour, a doubtful, rather straight, thin-lipped mouth, which seems to dissolve into a bewitching smile, and reveals perfect teeth, and a good deal more to the eyes that can read it. When the mouth smiles, the eyes light up, which is a good sign. Their shape is long oval, and their colour, when unlighted, much that of an unpeeled almond. When she smiles, they grow red. She has an object in life which can hardly be called a mission. She is rather tall, and quite graceful, though not altogether natural in her movements. Her dress gives a feathery impression to one who rather receives than notes the look of ladies. She has a good hand, not the doll hand so much admired of those who can judge only of quantity and know nothing of quality, but a fine, sensible hand, the best thing about her. A hand may be too small just as well as too large. Poor Mother Earth! What a load of disappointing women, made fit for fine things, and running all to self and show, she carries on her weary old back. From all such, good Lord, deliver us, except it be for our discipline, or their awakening. Near her at the breakfast table sits one of aspect so different that you could ill believe they belonged to the same family. She is younger and taller, tall indeed, but not ungraceful, though by no means beautiful. She has all the features that belong to a face, among them not a good one. Stay, I am wrong. There were, in truth, dominant over the rest, 2 good features. Her 2 eyes, dark as eyes well could be without being all pupil, large and rather long like her sister's until she looked at you, and then they opened wide. They did not flash or glow, but were full of the light that tries to see, questioning eyes. They were simple eyes, I will not say without arrière-pensée, for there was no end of thinking faculty, if not yet thought, behind them, but honest eyes that looked at you from the root of eyes, with neither attack nor defence in them. If she was not so graceful as her sister, she was hardly more than a girl, and had a remnant of that curiously lovely mingling of grace and clumsiness which we see in long-legged growing girls. I will give her the advantage of not being further described, except so far as this, that her hair was long and black, that her complexion was dark with something of a freckly unevenness, and that her hands were larger and yet better than her sister's. There is one truth about a plain face that may not have occurred to many. Its ugliness accompanies a condition of larger undevelopment, for all ugliness that is not evil is undevelopment, and so implies the larger material and possibility of development. The idea of no countenance is yet carried out, and this kind will take more developing for the completion of its idea, and may result in a greater beauty. I would therefore advise any young man of aspiration in the matter of beauty to choose a plain woman for wife, if through her plainness she is yet lovely in his eyes, for the loveliness is herself, victorious over the plainness, and her face, so far from complete and yet serving her loveliness, has room in it for completion on a grander scale than possibly most handsome faces. In a handsome face one sees the lines of its coming perfection, and has a glimpse of what it might be when finished. Few are prophets enough for a plain face. A keen surprise of beauty waits many a man if he be pure enough to come near the transfiguration of the homely face he loved. This plain face was a solemn one, and the solemnity suited the plainness. It was not specially expressive, did not look specially intelligent. There was more of latent than operative power in it, while her sister's had more expression than power. Both were ladylike, Whether they were ladies, my reader may determine. There are common ladies, and there are rare ladies. The former may be countesses, the latter may be peasants. There were 2 younger girls at the table, of whom I will say nothing more than that one of them looked awkward, promised to be handsome, and was apparently a good soul. The other was pretty, and looked pert. The family possessed 2 young men, but they were not here. One was a partner in the business from which his father had practically retired. The other was that day expected from Oxford. The mother, a woman with many autumnal reminders of spring about her, sat at the head of the table, and regarded her queendom with a smile a little set, perhaps, but bright. She had the look of a woman on good terms with her motherhood, with society, with the universe, yet had scarce a shadow of assumption on her countenance. For if she felt as one who had a claim upon things to go pleasantly with her, had she not put in her claim, and had it acknowledged? Her smile was a sweet, white-toothed smile, true if shallow, and a more than tolerably happy one, often irradiating the governor opposite, for so was the head styled by the whole family from mother to chit. He was the only one at the table on whose countenance a shadow, as of some end unattained, was visible. He had tried to get into Parliament, and had not succeeded, but I will not presume to say that was the source of the shadow. He did not look discontented or even peevish. There was indeed a certain radiance of success about him. Only above the cloudy horizon of his thick, dark eyebrows seemed to hang a thundery atmosphere. His forehead was large, but his features rather small. He had, however, grown a trifle fat, which tended to make up. In his youth he must have been very nice-looking, probably too pretty to be handsome. In good health, and when things went well, as they had mostly done with him, he was sweet-tempered. What he might be in other conditions was seldom conjectured. But was that a sleeping thunder-cloud, or only the shadow of his eyebrows? He had a good opinion of himself, on what grounds I do not know, but he was rich, and I know no better ground. I doubt if there is any more certain soil for growing a good opinion of oneself. Certainly, the more you try to raise one by doing what is right and worth doing, the less you succeed. Mr. Peregrine Palmer had finished his breakfast, and sat for a while looking at nothing in particular, plunged in deep thought about nothing at all, while the girls went on with theirs. He was a little above the middle height, and looked not much older than his wife. His black hair had but begun to be touched with silver. He seemed a man without an atom of care more than humanity counts reasonable. His speech was not unlike that of an Englishman, for although born in Glasgow, he had been to Oxford. He spoke respectfully to his wife, and with a pleasant playfulness to his daughters. His manner was nowise made to order, but natural enough. His grammar was as good as conversation requires. Everything was respectable about him, and yet he was one remove at least from a gentleman. Something hard to define was lacking in that idea of perfection. Mr. Peregrine Palmer's grandfather had begun to make the family fortune by developing a little secret still in a remote Highland glen, which had acquired a reputation for its whisky, into a great superterrene distillery. Both he and his son made money by it, and it had done well for Mr. Peregrine also. With all 3 of them, the making of money had been the great calling of life. They were diligent in business, fervent in spirit, serving Mammon, and founding claim to consideration on the fact. Neither Jacob nor John Palmer's worst enemy had ever called him a hypocrite. Neither had been suspected of thinking to serve Mammon and God. Both had gone regularly to church, but neither had taught in Sunday school, or once gone to a week-day sermon. Peregrine had built a church and a school. He did not now take any active part in the distillery, but worked mainly in money itself. Jacob, the son of a ship chandler in Greenock, had never thought about gentlemen or no gentlemen, but his son John had entertained the difference, and done his best to make a gentleman of Peregrine. And neither Peregrine nor any of his family ever doubted his father's success. And if he had not quite succeeded, I would have the blame laid on Peregrine, and not on either father or grandfather. For a man to grow a gentleman, it is of great consequence that his grandfather should have been an honest man. But if a man be a gentleman, it matters little what his grandfather or grandmother either was. Nay, if a man be a gentleman, It is of the smallest consequence, except for its own sake, whether the world counts him one or not. Mr. Peregrine Palmer rose from the table with a merry remark on the prolongation of the meal by his girls, and went towards the door. "Are you going to shoot?" asked his wife. "Not to-day, but I'm going to look after my guns. I dare say they've got them all right, but there's nothing like seeing to a thing yourself." Mr. Palmer had this virtue, and this very gentlemanlike way, that he always gave his wife as full an answer as he would another lady. He was not given to marital brevity. He was there for the grouse shooting, not exactly, only as it were. He did not care very much about the sport, and had he cared nothing, would have been there all the same. Other people, in what he counted his social position, shot grouse, and he liked to do what other people did, for then he felt all right. If ever he tried the gate of heaven, it would be because other people did. But the primary cause of his being so far in the north was the simple fact that he had had the chance of buying a property very cheap, a fine property of mist and cloud, heather and rock, mountain and moor, and with no such reputation for grouse as to enhance its price. My estate sounded well, and after a time of good preserving he would be able to let it well, he trusted. No sooner was it bought than his wife and daughters were eager to visit it, and the man of business, perceiving it would cost him much less if they passed their autumns there instead of on the continent, proceeded at once to enlarge the house and make it comfortable. If they should never go a second time, it would, with its perfect appointments, make the shooting there more attractive. They had arrived the day before. The journey had been fatiguing, for a great part of it was by road, but they were all in splendid health, and not too tired to get up at a reasonable hour the next day. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A short glance over the shoulder. Mr. Peregrine was the first of the Palmer family to learn that there was a Palmer coat of arms. He learned it at college, and on this wise. One day a fellow student, who pleased himself with what he called philology, remarked that his father must have been a bit of a humorist to name him Peregrine, "except indeed it be a family name," he added. "I never thought about it," said Peregrine. "I don't quite know what you mean." The fact was, he had no glimmer of what he meant. "Nothing profound," returned the other. "Only don't you see, Peregrine means pilgrim. It is the same as the Italian pellegrino, from the Latin peregrinus, which means one that goes about the fields, what in Scotland you call a landlouper." "Well, but," returned Peregrine hesitatingly, "I don't find myself much wiser. Peregrine means a pilgrim, you say, but what of that? All names mean something, I suppose. It don't matter much." "What is your coat of arms?" "I don't know." "Why did your father call you Peregrine?" "I don't know that either. I suppose because he liked the name." "Why should he have liked it?" continued the other, who was given to the Socratic method. "I know no more than the man in the moon." "What does your surname mean?" "Something to do with palms, I suppose." "Doubtless. You see, I don't go in for that kind of thing like you. Any man who cares about the cut of his coat might have a little curiosity about the cut of his name. It sits to him a good deal closer." "That is true, so close that you can't do anything with it. I can't pull mine off, however you criticize it." "You can change it any day. Would you like to change it?" "No, thank you, Mr. Stokes," returned Peregrine dryly. "I don't mean with mine," growled the other. "My name is an historical one too, but that is not in question. Do you know your crest ought to be a hairy worm?" "Why?" "Don't you know the Palmer worm? It got its name where you got yours." "Well, we all come from Adam." "What, worms and all? Surely. We're all worms, the parson says. Come, put me through, it's time for lunch. Or, if you prefer, let me burst in ignorance, I don't mind." "Well, then, I will explain. The Palmer was a pilgrim.
When he came home, he carried a palm branch to show he had been to the Holy Land. Did the hairy worm go down to the Holy Land too? He is called a palmer worm because he has feet enough to go any number of pilgrimages. But you are such a landlouper, you ought to blazon 2 hairy worms saltier-wise. I don't understand. Why, your name, interpreted to half an ear, is just Pilgrim, Pilgrim. I wonder if my father meant it. That I cannot even guess at, not having the pleasure of knowing your father, but it does look like a paternal joke. His friend sought out for him the coat and crest of the Palmers, but for the latter strongly recommended a departure. The fresh family branch would suit the worm so well. His crest ought to be 2 worms crossed, tufted, the tufts ouched and gold. It was not heraldic language, but with Peregrine passed well enough. Still he did not take to the worms, but contented himself with the ordinary crest. He was henceforth, however, better pleased with his name, for he fancied in it something of the dignity of a doubled surname. His first glance at his wife was because she crossed the field of his vision. His second glance was because of her beauty. His third because her name was Shelley. It is marvellous how whimsically sentimental commonplace people can be where their own interesting personality is concerned. Her name he instantly associated with scallop shell, and began to make inquiry about her. Learning that her other name was Miriam, one also of the Holy Land. A most remarkable coincidence. A mere coincidence, of course, he said to himself. Evidently that is the woman destined to be the companion of my pilgrimage. When their first child was born, the father was greatly exercised as to a fitting name for him. He turned up an old botany book, and sought out the scientific names of different palms. Chamaerops would not do, for it was a dwarf palm. Borassus might do, seeing it was a boy, only it stood for a fan palm. Corypha would not be bad for a girl, only it was the name of a heathen goddess, and would not go well with the idea of a holy palmer. Coco, Phoenix, and Areca, one after the other, went in at his eyes and through his head. None of them pleased him. His wife, however, who in her smiling way had fallen in with his whim, helped him out of his difficulty. She was the daughter of nonconformist parents in Lancashire, and had been encouraged when a child to read a certain old-fashioned book called The Pilgrim's Progress, which her husband had never seen. He did not read it now, but, accepting her suggestion, named the boy Christian. When a daughter came, he would have had her Christiana, but the wife persuaded him to be content with Christina. They named their second son Valentine, after Mr. Valiant for truth. Their second daughter was Mercy, and for the third and fourth, Hope and Grace seemed near enough. So the family had a cool glow of Puritanism about it, while nothing was farther from the thoughts of any of them than what their names signified. All, except the mother, associated them with the crusades for the rescue of the sepulchre of the Lord from the pagans. Not a thought did one of them spend on the rescue of a live soul from the sepulchre of low desires, mean thoughts, and crawling selfishness. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Girl's First Walk. The governor, Peregrine, and Palmer as he was, did not care about walking at any time, not even when he had to do it because other people did. The mother, of whom there would have been little left had the sweetness in her moral and the housekeeping in her practical nature been subtracted, had things to see to within doors. The young people must go out by themselves. They put on their hats and issued. The temperature was keen, though it was now nearly the middle of August, by which time in those northern regions the earth has begun to get a little warm. The house stood high, and the atmosphere was thin. There was a certain sense of sadness in the pale sky and its cold brightness, but these young people felt no cold and perceived no sadness. The air was exhilarating, and they breathed deep breaths of a pleasure more akin to the spiritual than they were capable of knowing. For as they gazed around them, they thought,
like Hamlet's mother in the presence of her invisible husband, that they saw all there was to be seen. They did not know nature. In the school to which they had gone, they patronized instead of revering her. She wrought upon them none the less, after her own fashion with her children, unheedful whether they knew what she was about or not. The mere space, the mere height from which they looked, the rarity of the air, the soft aspiration of earth towards heaven, made them all more of children. But not one of them being capable of enjoying anything by herself, together they were unable to enjoy much, and, like the miser, who, when he cannot much enjoy his money, desires more, began to desire more company to share in the already withering satisfaction of their new possession, to help them, that is, to get pleasure out of it, as out of a new dress. It is a good thing to desire to share a good thing, but it is not well to be unable alone to enjoy a good thing. It is our enjoyment that should make us desirous to share. What is there to share if the thing be of no value in itself? To enjoy alone is to be able to share. No participation can make that of value which in itself is of none. It is not love alone, but pride also, and often only pride, that leads to the desire for another to be present with us in possession. The girls grew weary of the show around them because it was so quiet, so regardless of their presence, so moveless, so monotonous. Endless change was going on, but it was too slow for them to see. Had it been rapid, its motions were not of a kind to interest them. Ere half an hour they had begun to think with regret of Piccadilly and Regent Street, for they had passed the season in London. There is a good deal counted social which is merely gregarious. Doubtless humanity is better company than a bare hillside, but not a little depends on how near we come to the humanity, and how near we come to the hill. I doubt if one who could not enjoy a bare hillside alone would enjoy that hillside in any company. If he thought he did, I suspect it would be that the company enabled him, not to forget himself in what he saw, but to be more pleasantly aware of himself than the lone hill would permit him to be. For the mere hill has its relation to that true self which the common self is so anxious to avoid and forget. The girls, however, went on and on, led mainly by the animal delight of motion, the two younger making many a diversion up the hill on the one side, and down the hill on the other, shrieking at everything fresh that pleased them. The house they had just left stood on the projecting shoulder of a hill, here and there planted with firs. Of the hardy firs there was a thicket at the back of the house, while toward the south less hardy ones grew in the shrubbery, though they would never, because of the sea breezes, come to any height. The carriage drive to the house joined two not very distant points on the same road, and there was no lodge at either gate. It was a rough country road, a good deal rutted and seldom repaired. Opposite the gates rose the steep slope of a heathery hill, along the flank of which the girls were now walking. On their right lay a piece of rough moorland, covered with heather, patches of bracken, and coarse grass. A few yards to the right it sank in a steep descent. Such was the disposition of the ground for some distance along the road. On one side the hill, on the other a narrow level and abrupt descent. As they advanced, they caught sight of a ruin rising above the brow of the descent. The two younger darted across the heather toward it. The two elder continued their walk along the road, gradually descending towards the valley. "I wonder what we shall find round the corner there," said Mercy, the younger of the two. "The same over again, I suppose," answered Christina. "What a rough road it is! I've twice nearly sprained my ankle." "I was thinking of what I saw the other day in somebody's travels, about his interest in every turn of the road, always looking for what was to come next." "Time enough when it comes, in my opinion," rejoined Christina, for she was like any other mirror, quite ready to receive what was thrown upon her, but incapable of originating anything, almost incapable of using anything. As they descended, and the hillside, here covered with bracken and boulders, grew higher and higher above them, the valley in front and on the right gradually opened, here and there showing a glimpse of a small stream that cantered steadily toward the sea, now tumbling over a rock, now sullen in a brown pool. Arriving at length at a shoulder of the hill round which the road turned, a whole mile of the brook lay before them. It came down a narrow valley with scraps of meadow in the bottom, but immediately below them the valley was of some width, and was good land from side to side, where green oats waved their feathery grace, and the yellow barley was nearly ready for the sickle. No more than the barren hill, however, had the fertile valley anything for them. Their talk was of the last ball they were at. The sisters were about as good friends as such negative creatures could be, and they would be such friends all their lives, if, on the one hand, neither of them grew to anything better, and on the other no jealousy or marked difference of social position through marriage intervened. They loved each other, if not tenderly, yet with the genuineness of healthy family habit, a thing not to be despised, for it keeps the door open for something better. In itself it is not at all to be reckoned upon, for habit is but the merest shadow of reality. Still, it is not a small thing as families go, if sisters and brothers do not dislike each other. They were criticizing certain of the young men they had met at the said ball. Being in their development, if not in their nature, commonplace, what should they talk about but clothes or young men? And why, although an excellent type of its kind, should I take the trouble to record their conversation? To read it might have amused me, or even interested, as may a carrot painted by a Dutchman, but were I a painter, I should be sorry to paint carrots, and the girls' talk is not for my pen. At the same time I confess myself incapable of doing it justice. When one is annoyed at the sight of things meant to be and not beautiful, there is danger of not giving them even the poor fair play they stand in so much the more need of, that it can do so little for them. But now they changed the subject of their talk. They had come to a point of the road not far from the ruin to which the children had run across the heather. "Look, Chrissy, it is an old castle," said Mercy. "I wonder whether it is on our land." "Not much to be proud of," replied the other. "It is nothing but the walls of a square house." "Not just a common square house. Look at that pepper pot on one of the corners. I wonder how it is all the old castles get deserted." "Because they are old. It's well to desert them before they tumble down." "But they wouldn't tumble down if they weren't neglected. Think of Warwick Castle. Stone doesn't rot like wood. Just see the thickness of those walls." "Yes, they are thick, but stone too has its way of rotting. Westminster Palace is wearing through, flake by flake. The weather will be at the Lord's before long." "That's what Valentine would call a sign of the times. I say, what a radical he is, Chrissy. Look, the old place is just like an empty eggshell. I know if it had been mine, I wouldn't have let it come to that." "You say so because it never was yours. If it had been, you would know how uncomfortable it was." "I should like to know," said Mercy, after a little pause, during which they stood looking at the ruin, "whether the owners leave such places because they get fastidious and want better, or because they are too poor to keep them up. At all events, a man must be poor to sell the house that belonged to his ancestors. It must be miserable to grow poor after being used to plenty. I wonder whose is the old place?" "Oh, the governor's, I suppose. He has all hereabout for miles." "I hope it is ours. I should like to build it up again. I would live in it myself." "I'm afraid the governor won't advance your share for that purpose." "I love old things," said Mercy. "I believe you take your old doll to bed with you yet," rejoined Christina. "I am different to you," she continued, with Frenchified grammar. "I like things as new as ever I can have them." "I like new things well enough, Chrissy. You know I do. It is natural. The earth herself has new clothes once a year. It is but once a year, I grant. Often enough for an old granny like her." "Look, what a pretty cottage, down there, halfway to the burn. It's like an English cottage. Those we saw as we came along were either like a piece of the earth or so white as to look ghastly. This one looks neat and comfortable, and has trees about it." The ruin, once a fortified house and called a castle, stood on a sloping root or spur that ran from the hill down to the bank of the stream, where it stopped abruptly with a steep scaur, at whose foot lay a dark pool. On the same spur, half-way to the burn, stood a low, stone-built, thatched cottage, with a little grove about it, mostly of the hardy, contented, musical fir, a tree that would seem to have less regard to earthly prosperity than most, and looks like a pilgrim and a stranger. Not caring much, it thrives where other trees cannot. There might have been 100 of them, mingled in strangest contrast with a few delicate silver birches about the cottage. It stood toward the east side of the sinking ridge, which had a steep descent both east and west to the fields below. The slopes were green with sweet grass, and apparently smooth as a lawn. Not far from where the cottage seemed to rest, rather than rise or stand, the burn rushed right against the side of the spur, as if to go straight through it, but turned abruptly, and flowed along the side to the end of it, where its way to the sea was open. On the point of the ridge were a few more firs. Except these, those about the cottage, the mole on the hill cheek, and the plantation about the new house, up or down was not a tree to be seen. The girls stood for a moment, looking. "It's really quite pretty," said Christina with condescension. "It has actually something of what one misses here so much, a certain cosy look. Tidy it is too. As you say, Mercy, it might be in England, only for the poverty of its trees. And oh, those wretched bare hills!" she added, as she turned away and moved on. "Wait till the heather is quite out. Then you will have colour to make up for the bareness." "Tell true now, Mercy. That you are Scotch need not keep you from speaking the truth. Don't you think heather just a leetle magenta-ish? Not a colour to be altogether admired. Just a little vulgar, don't you know? The fashion has changed so much within the last few years." "No, I don't think so, and if I did, I should be ashamed of it. I suppose poor old Mother Earth ought to go to the pre-Raphaelites to be taught how to dress herself." Mercy spoke with some warmth, but Christina was not sufficiently interested to be cross. She made no answer. They were now at the part of the road which crossed the descending spur as it left the hillside. Here they stopped again and looked down the rocky slope. There was hardly anything green betwixt them and the old ruin, little but stones on a mass of rock. But immediately beyond the ruin the green began. There it seemed as if a wave of the meadow had risen and overflowed the spur, leaving its turf behind it. Catching sight of Hope and Grace as they ran about the ruin, they went to join them, the one drawn by a vague interest in the exuvie of vanished life, the other by mere curiosity to see inside the careworn protesting walls. Through a gap that might once have been a door, they entered the heart of the sad, unhoping thing dropped by the past on its way to oblivion. Nothing looks so unlike life as a dead body, nothing so unfit for human dwelling as a long-forsaken house. Finding in one corner a broken stair, they clambered up to a gap in the east wall, and as they reached it, heard the sound of a horse's feet. Looking down the road, they saw a gig approaching with 2 men. It had reached a part not so steep, and was coming at a trot. "Why," exclaimed Christina, "there's Val, and someone with him." "I heard the governor say to mamma," returned Mercy, "that Val was going to bring a college friend with him. For a pop at the grouse, he said. I wonder what he will be like." "He's a good big-looking fellow," said Christina. They drew nearer. "You might have said a big, good-looking fellow," rejoined Mercy. "He really is handsome. Now mind, Mercy, I was the first to discover it," said Christina. "Indeed you were not. At least I was the first to say it," returned Mercy. "But you will take him all to yourself anyhow, and I am sure I don't care." Yet the girls were not vulgar, they were only common. They did and said vulgar things because they had not the sensitive vitality to shrink from them. They had not been well taught, that is, roused to live. In the family was not a breath of aspiration. There was plenty of ambition, that is, aspiration turned hellward. They thought themselves as far from vulgar as any lady in the land, being in this vulgar, that they despised the people they called vulgar, yet thought much of themselves for not being vulgar. There was little in them the world would call vulgar, But the world and its ways are vulgar. Its breeding will not pass with the ushers of the high countries. The worst in that of these girls was a fast, disagreeable way of talking, which they owed to a certain governess they had had for a while. They hastened to the road. The gig came up. Valentine threw the reins to his companion, jumped out, embraced his sisters, and seemed glad to see them. Had he met them after a like interval at home, he would have given them a cooler greeting, but he had travelled so many miles that they seemed not to have met for quite a long time. "My friend, Mr. Sercombe," he said, jerking his head toward the gig. Mr. Sercombe raised his pot lid, the last fashion in headgear, and acquaintance was made. "We'll drive on, Sercombe," said Valentine, jumping up. "You see, Chris, we're half dead with hunger. Do you think we shall find anything to eat?" "Judging by what we left at breakfast," replied Christina, "I should say you will find enough for one of you, but you had better go and see." End of Volume 1, Chapter 3. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shop in the Village. 2 or 3 days have passed. The sun had been set for an hour, and the night is already rather dark, notwithstanding the long twilight of these northern regions, for a blanket of vapour has gathered over the heaven, and a few stray drops have begun to fall from it. A thin wind now and then wakes, and gives a feeble puff, but seems immediately to change its mind and resolve not to blow, but let the rain come down. A drearier looking spot for human abode it would be difficult to imagine, except it were as much of the sandy Sahara, or of the ashy, sage-covered waste of Western America. A muddy road wound through huts of turf, among them 1 or 2 of clay, and 1 or 2 of stone, which were more like cottages. Hardly one had a window 2 feet square, and many of their windows had no glass. In almost all of them the only chimney was little more than a hole in the middle of the thatch. This rendered the absence of glass in the windows not so objectionable, for, left without ordered path to its outlet, the smoke preferred a circuitous route, and lingered by the way, filling the air. Peat smoke, however, is both wholesome and pleasant, nor was there mingled with it any disagreeable smell of cooking. Outside were no lamps. The road was unlighted save by the few rays that here and there crept from a window, casting a doubtful glimmer on the mire. One of the better cottages sent out a little better light, though only from a tallow candle, through the open upper half of a door horizontally divided in 2. Except by that same half door, indeed, little light could enter the place, for its one window was filled with all sorts of little things for sale. Small and inconvenient for the humblest commerce, this was not merely the best, it was the only shop in the hamlet. There were 2 persons in it, one before and one behind the counter. The latter was a young woman, the former a man. He was leaning over the counter, whether from weariness, listlessness, or interest in his talk with the girl behind, it would not have been easy in the dim light and deep shadow to say. He seemed quite at home, yet the young woman treated him with a marked, though unembarrassed respect. The candle stood to one side of them upon the counter, making a ghastly halo in the damp air, and in the light puff that occasionally came in at the door, casting the shadow of one of a pair of scales, now on this, now on that of the 2 faces. The young woman was tall and dark, with a large forehead, so much could be seen, but the sweetness of her mouth, the blueness of her eyes, the extreme darkness of her hair were not to be distinguished. The man also was dark. His coat was of some rough brown material, probably dyed and woven in the village, and his kilt of tartan. They were more than well worn, looked even in that poor light a little shabby. On his head was the Highland bonnet called a Glengarry. His profile was remarkable, hardly less than grand, with a certain aquiline expression, although the nose was not Roman. His eyes appeared very dark, but in the daylight were greenish hazel. Usually he talked with the girl in Gaelic, but was now speaking English, a far purer English than that of most English people, though with something of the character of book English as distinguished from conversation English, and a very perceptible accent. "And when was it you heard from Lachlan, Annie?" he asked, after a moment's pause, during which she had been putting things away in a drawer of the counter, not so big as many a kitchen dresser. "Last Thursday it was, sir," answered the girl. "You know we hear every month, sometimes oftener." "Yes, I know that. I hope the dear fellow is well." "He is quite well, and of good hope. He says he will come soon and see us now." "And take you away, Annie?" "Well, sir," returned Annie, after a moment's hesitation, "he does not say so." "If he did not mean it, he would be a rascal, and I should have to kill him. But my life on Lachlan's honesty!" "Thank you, sir. He would lay down his for you." "Not if you said to him, 'Don't,' Annie?" "But he would, Macruadh!" returned the young woman, almost angrily. "Are you not his chief?" "Ah, that is all over now, my girl. There are no chiefs and no clans any more. The chiefs that need not yet sell their land like Esau for a mess of pottage, and their brothers with it. And the Sassenach who buys it claims rights over them that never grew on the land or were hid in its caves. Thank God, the poor man is not their slave, but he is the worse off, for they will not let him eat, and he has nowhere to go. My heart is like to break for my people. Sometimes I feel as if I would gladly die." "Oh, sir, don't say that," expostulated the young woman, and her voice trembled. "Every heart in Glenruadh is glad when it goes well with the Macruadh." "Yes, yes, I know you all love my father's son and my uncle's nephew, but how can it go well with the Macruadh when it goes ill with his clan? There is no way now for a chief to be the father of his people. We are all poor together. My uncle, God rest his soul, they managed it so, I suppose, as to persuade him there is no help for it. Well, a man must be an honest man, even if there be no way but ruin. God knows, as we've all heard my father say 100 times from the pulpit, there's no ruin but dishonesty. For poverty and hard work, he's a poor creature would crouch for those." "He who well goes downhill holds his head up," said Annie, and a pause followed. "There are strangers at the new house, we hear," she said. "From a distance I saw some young ladies, and 1 or 2 men. I don't desire to see more of them. God forbid I should wish them any manner of harm, but I hardly understand myself. I don't like to see them there. I'm afraid it is pride. They are rich, I hear, so we shall not be troubled with attention from them. They will look down upon us." "Look down on the Macruadh!" exclaimed Annie, as if she could not believe her ears. "Not that I should heed that," he went on. "A cock on the barn ridge looks down on you, and you don't feel offended. What I do dread is looking down on them. There is something in me that can hate, Annie, and I fear it. There's something about the land. I don't care about money, but I feel like a miser about the land. I don't mean any land. I shouldn't care to buy land unless it had once been ours. But what came down to me from my own people, with my own people upon it, I would rather turn the spigot of the molten gold and let it run down the abyss, than a rood of that slip from me. I feel it even a disgrace to have lost what of it I never had." "Indeed, Macruadh," said Annie, "it's a hard time. There is no money in the country, and fast the people are going after Lachlan." "I shall miss you, Annie." "You are very kind to us all, sir." "Are you not all my own? And you have to take care of for Lachlan's sake besides. He left you solemnly to my charge, as if that had been necessary, the foolish fellow, and we are foster brothers." Again came a pause. "Not a gentleman farmer left from one end of the strath to the other," said the chief at length. "When Ian is at home, we feel just like 2 old turkey cocks left alone in the yard." "Say 2 golden eagles, sir, on the cliff of the rock." "Don't compare us to the eagle, Annie. I do not love the bird. He is very proud and greedy and cruel, and never will know the hand that tames him. He is the bird of the monarch or the earl, but not the bird of the father of his people. But he is beautiful, and I do not kill him. They shot another, the female bird, last week. All the birds are going. Soon there will be nothing left but the great sheep and the little grouse. The capercailzie's gone, and the ptarmigan's gone. Well, there's a world beyond."
"Where the birds go, Annie? Well, it may be, but the ptarmigan's not gone yet, though there are not many, and for the capercailzie, only who that loves them will be here to see. But do you really think there's a heaven for all God's creatures, Annie? Ian does."
"I don't know what I said to make you think so, sir. When the heart aches, the tongue mistakes. But how is my lady, your mother?"
"Pretty well, thank you. Wonderfully cheerful. It is time I went home to her. Lachlan would think I was playing him false, and making love to you on my own account."
"No fear. He would know better than that. He would know, too, if she was not belonging to Lachlan, her father's daughter would not let her chief humble himself."
"You're one of the old sort, Annie. Good night. Mind you tell Lachlan I never miss a chance of looking in to see how you are getting on."
"I will. Good night, Macruadh." They shook hands over the counter, and the young chief took his departure. As he stood up, he showed a fine-made, powerful frame, over 6 feet in height and perfectly poised. With a great easy stride he swept silently out of the shop, nor from gait any more than look would one have thought he had been all day at work on the remnant of property he could call his own. To a cit it would have seemed strange that one sprung from innumerable patriarchal ancestors holding the land of the country should talk so familiarly with a girl in a miserable little shop in a most miserable hamlet. It would have seemed stranger yet that such a one should toil at the labour the soul of a cit despises. But stranger than both it would seem to him, if he saw how such a man is tempted to look down upon him. If less cleverness is required for country affairs, they leave the more room for thinking. There are great and small in every class. Here and there is a ploughman that understands burns, here and there a large-minded shopkeeper, here and there perhaps an unselfish duke. Doubtless most of the youth's ancestors would likewise have held such labour unworthy of a gentleman, and would have preferred driving to their hills a herd of lowland cattle. But this, the last Macruadh, had now and then a peep into the kingdom of heaven. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 5 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Chief. The Macruadh strode into the dark and down the village, wasting no time in picking his way, thence into the yet deeper dark of the moorland hills. The rain was beginning to come down in earnest, but he did not heed it. He was thoroughbred and feared no element. An umbrella was to him a ludicrous thing. How could a little rain, as he would have called it had it come down in torrents, hurt any one? The Macruadh, as the few who yet held by the sore frayed, fast-vanishing skirt of clanship called him, was the son of the last minister of the parish, a godly man who lived that which he could ill explain, and was immeasurably better than those parts of his creed which, from a sense of duty, he pushed to the front. For he held devoutly by the root, of which he spoke too little, and it supplied much sap to his life and teaching out of the pulpit. He was a genial, friendly, and by nature even merry man, always ready to share what he had, and making no show of what he had not, either in wisdom, knowledge, or earthly goods. His father and brother had been owners of the property, and chiefs of the clan, much beloved by the poor of it, and not a little misunderstood by most of the more flourishing. For a great hunger after larger means, the ambition of the mammon-ruled world, had arisen in the land, and with it a rage for emigration. The uncle of the present Macruadh did all he could to keep his people at home, lived on a couple of hundreds a year himself, and let many of his farms to his gentlemen tacksmen, as they were called, at lower rents. But it was unavailing. One after another departed, until his land lay in a measure waste, and he grew very poor, mourning far more over his clan and over his country than his poverty. In more prosperous times he had scraped together a little money, meaning it, if he could but avoid spending it in his old age, for his brother, who must soon succeed him, for he was himself a bachelor, the result of a romantic attachment and sorrow in his youth. But he lent it to a company which failed, and so lost it. At length he believed himself compelled, for the good of his people, to part with all but a mere remnant of the property. From the man to whom he sold it, Mr. Peregrine Palmer bought it for twice the money, and had still a good bargain. But the hopes of the laird were disappointed. In the sheep it fed, and the grouse it might be brought to breed, lay all its value in the market. There was no increase in the demand for labour, and more of the peasantry emigrated, or were driven to other parts of the country. Such was the present treatment of the land, causing human life to ebb from it, and working directly counter to the creative God. The laird returned to the humble cottage of his brother and pastor, just married rather late in life, where every comfort love could give waited for him. But the thought that he could have done better for his people by retaining the land soon wore him out, and having made a certain disposition of the purchase money, he died. What remained of the property came to the minister. As for the chieftainship, that had almost died before the chief, but, reviving by union with the reverence felt for the minister, it took thereafter a higher form. When the minister died, the idea of it transmitted to his son was of a peculiarly sacred character, while in the eyes of the people, the authority of the chief and the influence of the minister seemed to meet reborn in Alister, notwithstanding his youth. In himself he was much beloved, and in love the blessed rule, blessed where understood, holds that to him that hath shall be given, he only who has being fit to receive. The love the people bore to his father, both pastor and chief, crowned head and heart of Alister. Scarce man or woman of the poor remnant of the clan did not love the young Macruadh. On his side was true response, with a renewed and renovating conscience, and a vivid sense that all things had to be made new. He possessed an old, strong heart, clinging first to his father and mother, and then to the shadow even of any good thing that had come floating down the ages. Call it a dream, a wild idea, a foolish fancy, call it what you please, he was filled with the notion of doing something in his own person and family, having the remnant of the clan for the nucleus of his endeavour, to restore to a vital reality, let it be of smallest extent, that most ancient of governments, the patriarchal, which all around had rotted into the feudal, in its turn rapidly disintegrating into the mere dust and ashes of the kingdom of the dead, over which Mammon reigned supreme. There may have been youthful presumption and some folly in the notion, but it sprang neither from presumption nor folly, but from simple humanity, and his sense of the responsibility he neither could nor would avoid, as the person upon whom had devolved the headship, however shadowy, of a house ruinous indeed, but not yet razed. The castle on the ridge stood the symbol of the family condition. It had, however, been a ruin much longer than anyone alive could remember. Alister's uncle had lived in a house on the spot where Mr. Peregrine Palmer's now stood. The man who bought it had pulled it down to build that which Mr. Palmer had since enlarged. It was but a humble affair, a great cottage in stone, much in the style of that in which the young chief now lived, only 6 times the size, with the one feature indispensable to the notion of a chief's residence, a large hall. Some would say it was but a huge kitchen, but it was the sacred place of the house in which served the angel of hospitality. There was always plenty to eat and drink for any comer, whether he had claim or not. The question of claim, where was need, was not thought of. When the old house had to make room for the new, the staves of the last of its half-pipes of claret, one of which used always to stand on tap amidst the peat smoke, yielded its final ministration to humanity by serving to cook a few meals for mason and carpenter. The property of Clanruadh, for it was regarded as clan property because belonging to the chief, stretched in old time away out of sight in all directions. Nobody in several could tell exactly how far, for the undrawn boundary lines lay in regions of mist and cloud, in regions stony, rocky, desert, to which a red deer, not to say a stray sheep, rarely ascended. At one time it took in a portion at least of every hill to be seen from the spot where stood the ruin. The chief had now but a small farm, consisting of some fair soil on the slope of a hill, and some very good in the valley on both sides of the burn, with a hill pasture that was not worth measuring in acres, for it abounded in rocks, and was prolific in heather and ling, with patches of coarse grass here and there, and some extent of good high valley grass, to which the small black cattle and black-faced sheep were driven in summer. Beyond periodical burnings of the heather, this uplifted portion received no attention save from the mist, the snow, the rain, the sun, and the sweet air. A few grouse and black game bred on it, and many mountain hares, with martens, wild cats, and other vermin. But so tender of life was the Macruadh that, though he did not spare these last, he did not like killing even a fox or a hooded crow, and never shot a bird for sport, or would let another shoot one, though the poorest would now and then beg a bird or two from him, sure of having their request. It seemed to him as if the creatures were almost a part of his clan, of which also he had to take care against a greedy world. But as the deer and the birds ranged where they would, it was not much he could do for them, as little almost as for the men and women that had gone over the sea, and were lost to their country in Canada. Regret, and not any murmur, stirred the mind of Alister Macruadh when he thought of the change that had passed on all things around him. He had been too well taught for grumbling, least of all at what was plainly the will of the Supreme, inasmuch as, however man might be to blame, the thing was there. Personal regrets he had none, besides those of family feeling and transmitted sentiment. He was able to understand something of the signs of the times, and saw that nothing could bring back the old way, saw that nothing comes back, at least in the same form, saw that there had been much that ought not to come back, and that, if patriarchal ways were ever to return, they must rise out of and be administered upon loftier principles, must begin afresh and be wrought out afresh from the bosom of a new Abraham, capable of so bringing up his children that a new development of the one natural system of government should be possible with and through them. Perhaps even now, in the new country to which so many of his people were gone, some shadowy reappearance of the old fashion might have begun to take shape on a higher level, with loftier aims, and in circumstances holding out fewer temptations to the evils of the past. Alister could not, at his years, have generated such thoughts, but for the wisdom that had gone before him. First, the large-minded speculation of his father, who was capable even of discarding his prejudices where he saw they might mislead him. And next, the response of his mother to the same. She was the only one who entirely understood her husband. Isabel Macruadh was a woman of real thinking power. Her sons being but boys when their father died, she at once took the part of mediator between the mind of the father and that of his sons, and besides guiding them on the same principles, often told them things their father had said, and talked with them of things they had heard him say. One of the chief lessons he left them wrought well for the casting out of all with which the feudal system had debased the patriarchal, and the poverty shared with the clan had powerfully helped. It was spoken against the growing talionic regard of human relations, that, namely, the conditions of a bargain fulfilled on both sides, all is fulfilled between the bargaining parties. In the possibility of any bargain, he had said, are involved eternal conditions. There is relationship, there is brotherhood. Even to give with a denial of claim, to be kind under protest, is an injury, is charity without the love, is salt without the saltness. If we spent our lives in charity, we should never overtake neglected claims neglected from the very beginning of the relations of men. If a man say, I have not been unjust, I owed the man nothing, he sides with death, says with the typical murderer, Am I my brother's keeper? Builds the tombs of those his fathers slew. In the bosom of young Alister Macruadh, the fatherly relation of the strong to the weak survived the disappearance of most of the outward signs of clan kindred. The chieftainship was sublimed in him. The more the body of outer fact died, the stronger grew in him the spirit of the relation. As some savage element of a race will reappear in an individual of it after ages of civilization, So may good old ways of thinking and feeling, modes long gone out of fashion and practice, survive and revive modified by circumstance in an individual of a new age. Such a one will see the customs of his ancestors glorified in the mists of the past. What is noble in them will appeal to all that is best in his nature, spurring the most generous of his impulses, and stirring up the conscience that would be void of offence. When the operative force of such regards has been fostered by the teaching of a revered parent, when the influences he has left behind are nourished and tended, with thorough belief and devoted care, by her who shared his authority in life, and now bears alone the family sceptre, there can be no bound set to their possible potency in a mind of high spiritual order. The primary impulse became with Alister a large portion of his religion. He was the shepherd of the much ravaged and dwindled Macruadh fold. It was his church, in which the love of the neighbour was intensified in the love of the relation and dependent. To aid and guard this his flock was Alister's divine service. It was associated with a great dislike of dogma, originating in the recoil of the truth within him from much that was commonly held and taught for true. Call the thing enthusiasm or what you will, so you believe it there and genuine. It was only towards the poor of a decayed clan he had opportunity of exercising the cherished relation. Almost all who were not poor had emigrated before the lands were sold, and indeed it was only the poor who set store by their unity with the old head. Not a few of the clan, removed elsewhither, would have smiled degenerate and with scorn in their amusement at the idea of Alister's clinging to any supposed reality in the position he could claim. Among such, nevertheless, were several who, having made money by trade, would each have been glad enough to keep up old traditions, and been ready even to revive older, had the headship fallen to him. But in the hands of a man whom, from the top of their wealth, they regarded as but a poor farmer, they forgot all about it, along with a few other more important and older world matters. For where Mammon gets in his foot, he will soon be lord of the house, and turn not merely rank, his rival demon, out of doors, but God himself. Alister indeed lived in a dream. He did not know how far the sea of hearts had ebbed, leaving him alone on the mount of his vision. But he dreamed a dream that was worth dreaming. Comfort and help flowed from it to those about him, nor did it fail to yield his own soul refreshment also. All dreams are not false. Some dreams are truer than the plainest facts. Fact, at best, is but a garment of truth, which has 10,000 changes of raiment woven in the same loom. Let the dreamer only do the truth of his dream, and one day he will realize all that was worth realizing in it, and a great deal more and better than it contained. Alister had no far-reaching visions of anything to come out of his. He had, like the true man he was, only the desire to live up to his idea of what the people looked up to in him. The one thing that troubled him was, that his uncle, whom he loved so dearly, should have sold the land. Doubtless there was pride mingled with his devotion, and pride is an evil thing. Still it was a human and not a devilish pride. I would not be misunderstood as defending pride, or even excusing it in any shape. It is a thing that must be got rid of at all costs. But even for evil we must speak the truth, and the pride of a good man, evil as it is, and in him more evil than in an evil man, yet cannot be in itself such a bad thing as the pride of a bad man. The good man would at once recognize and reject the pride of a bad man. A pride that loves cannot be so bad as a pride that hates. Yet if the good man do not cast out his pride, it will sink him lower than the bad man's, for it will degenerate into a worse pride than that of any bad man. Each must bring its own divinely ordained consequence. There is one other point in the character of the Macruadh which I must mention ere I pass on. In this region and at this time it was a great peculiarity, one that yielded satisfaction to few of the clan, and made him even despised in the strath. He hated whisky, and all the drinking customs associated with it. In this he was not original. He had not come to hate it from noting the degradation and crime that attended it, or that as poverty grew, drunkenness grew,
men who had used it in moderation taking more and more as circumstances became more adverse, turning sadness into slavery. He had been brought up to hate it. His father, who, as a clergyman doing his endeavour for the welfare of his flock, found himself greatly thwarted by its deadening influences, rendering men callous not only to the special vice itself, but to worse vices as well, had banished it from his table and his house, while the mother had from their very childhood instilled a loathing of the national weakness and its physical means into the minds of her sons. In her childhood she had seen its evils in her own father. By no means a drunkard, he was the less of a father because he did as others did. Never an evening passed without his drinking his stated portion of whisky toddy, growing more and more subject to attacks of bad temper, with consequent injustice and unkindness. The recollection may have made her too sweeping in her condemnation of the habit, but I doubt it. And anyhow, a habit is not a man, and we need not much condemn that kind of injustice. We need not be tender over a habit which, though not all bad, yet leads to endless results that are bad. I would follow such to its grave without many tears. Isabel Macruadh was one of those rare women who preserve in years the influence gained in youth, and the thing that lay at the root of the fact was her justice. For though her Highland temper would occasionally burst out in hot flame, every one knew that if she were in the wrong, she would see it and say it before any one else would tell her of it. This justice it was, ready against herself as for another, that fixed the influence which her goodness and her teaching of righteousness gained. Her eldest child, a girl, died in infancy. Alister and Ian were her whole earthly family, and they worshipped her. End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of What's Mine's Mine, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Work and Wage. Alister strode through the night, revolving no questions hard to solve, though such were not strangers to him. He had not been to a university like his brother, but he had had a good educational beginning, whoever had more than a beginning, chiefly from his father, who for his time and opportunity was even a learned man, and better, a man who knew what things were worth a man's while, and what were not. He could and did think about things that a man must think about or perish, and his son Alister had made himself able to think about what he did not know, by doing the thing he did know. But now, as he walked, fighting with the wind, his bonnet of little shelter pulled down on his forehead, he was thinking mostly of Lachlan, his foster brother, whose devotion had done much to nourish in him the sense that he was the head of the clan. He had not far to go to reach his home, about a couple of miles. He had left the village a quarter of the way behind him, when through the darkness he spied something darker yet by the roadside. Going up to it, he found an old woman, half sitting, half standing, with a load of peats in a creel upon her back, unable, apparently for the moment at least, to proceed. Alister knew at once by her shape and posture who she was. "Ah, Mistress Connell," he said, "I am sorry to see you resting on such a night, so near your own door. It means you have filled your creel too full, and tire yourself too much." "I am not too much tired, Macruadh," returned the old woman, who was proud and cross-tempered, and had a reputation for witchcraft, which did her neither much good nor much harm. "Well, whether you are tired or not, I believe I am the stronger of the two." "Small doubt of that, Alister," said Mistress Connell with a sigh. "Then I will take your creel, and you will soon be home. Come along, it is going to be a wild night." So saying, he took the rope from the neck of the old woman right gently, and threw the creel with a strong swing over his shoulder. This dislodged a few of the topmost of the peats, which the poor old thing had been a long way to fetch. She heard them fall, and one of them struck her foot. She started up, almost in a rage. Sir, my peats!" she cried. "What would you be throwing away the good peats into the dark for? Letting that swallow them they should swallow."
These words, as all that passed between them, were spoken neither in Scotch nor English, but in Gaelic, which, were I able to write it down, most of my readers would no more understand than they would Phoenician. We must therefore content ourselves with what their conversation comes to in English, which, if deficient compared with Gaelic in vowel sounds, yet serves to say most things capable of being said. "I am sorry, Mistress Connell, but will not be losing them," returned the laird gently, and began to feel about the road for the fallen peats. "How many were there, do you think, of them that fell?" he asked, rising after a vain search.
"How should I be knowing? But I am sure there would be nigh 6 of them," answered the woman, in a tone of deep annoyance.
Nor was it much wonder. They were precious to the cold, feeble age that had gone so far to fetch so few. The laird again stooped his long back, and searched, feeling on all sides around him. He picked up 3. Not another, after searching for several minutes, could he find. "I'm thinking that must be all of them, but I find only 3, he said. "Come, let us go home. You must not make your cough worse for 1 or 2 peats, perhaps none."
"3, Macrud! 3!"
insisted the old woman in wavering voice, broken by coughing, for having once guessed 6, she was not inclined to lower her idea of her having. Well, we'll count them when we get home," said Alister, and gave his hand to her to help her up. She yielded, grumbling, and bowed still, though relieved from her burden, tottered by his side along the dark, muddy, wind and rain haunted road.
"Did you see my niece tonight at the shop?"
she asked, for she was proud of being so nearly related to those who kept the shop of the hamlet. "That I did," answered the chief, and a little talk followed about Lachlan and Canada. No one could have perceived from the way in which the old woman accepted his service, and the tone in which she spoke to him while he bent under her burden, that she no less than loved her chief. But everybody only smiled at Mistress Connell's rough speech. That night, ere she went to bed, she prayed for the Macruadh as she never prayed for one of her immediate family. And if there was a good deal of superstition mingled with her prayer, the main thing in it was genuine, that is, the love that prompted it. And if God heard only perfect prayers, how could he be the prayer-hearing God? Her dwelling stood but a stone's throw from the road, and presently they turned up to it by a short steep ascent. It was a poor hut, mostly built of turf, but turf makes warm walls, impervious to the wind, and it was a place of her own. That is, she had it to herself, a luxury many cannot even imagine, while to others to be able to be alone at will seems one of the original necessities of life. Even the Lord, who probably had not always a room to himself in the poorhouses he stayed at, could not do without solitude, therefore not unfrequently spent the night in the open air, on the quiet, star-served hill. There even for him it would seem to have been easier to find an entrance into that deeper solitude which, it is true, he did not need in order to find his Father and his God, but which, apparently, he did need in order to come into closest contact with him, who was the one joy of his life, whether his hard life on earth or his blessed life in heaven. The Macruadh set down the creel, and taking out peat after peat, piled them up against the wall, where already a good many waited their turn to be laid on the fire. For, as the old woman said, she must carry a few when she could, and get ahead with her store ere the winter came, or she would soon be devoured. There was a death that always prowled about old people, she said, watching for the fire to go out. Many of the Celts are by nature poets, and Mistress Connell often spoke in a manner seldom heard from the lips of a lowland woman. The common forms of Gaelic are more poetic than those of most languages, and could have originated only with a poetic people, while Mistress Connell was by no means an ordinary type of her people. Maugre her ill temper and gruffness, she thought as well as spoke like a poetess. This, conjoined with the gift of the second sight, had helped to her reputation as a witch. As the chief piled the peats, he counted them. She sat watching him and them from a stone that made part of a rude rampart to the hearth.
"I told you so, Macrud," she
said, the moment she saw his hand return empty from the bottom of the creel.
"I was positive there should be 3 more. But what's on the road is not with the devil." "I am very sorry," said the chief, who thought it wiser not to contradict her. He would have searched his sporran for a coin to make up to her for the supposed loss of her peats, but he knew well enough there was not a coin in it. He shook hands with her, bade her good night, and went, closing the door carefully behind him against a great gust of wind that struggled to enter, threatening to sweep the fire she was now blowing at with her wrinkled, leather-like lips off the hearth altogether, a thing that had happened before, to the danger of the whole building, itself of the substance burning in the middle of its floor. The Macruadh ran down the last few steep steps of the path and jumped into the road. Through the darkness came the sound of one springing aside with a great start, and a click of a gunlock. "Who goes there?" cried a rather tremulous voice. "The Macruadh," answered the chief. The utterance apparently conveyed nothing. "Do you belong to these parts?" said the voice. A former Macruadh might have answered, "No, these parts belong to me." Alister curtly replied, "I do." "Here then, my good fellow, take my game bag and carry it as far as the new house, if you know where I mean. I will give you a shilling." One moment the chief spent in repressing a foolish indignation, the next he spent in reflection. Had he seen how pale and tired was the youth with the gun, he would have offered to carry his bag for him. To offer and to be asked, however, most people find different, and here the offer of payment added to the difficulty. But the word shilling had raised the vision of the old woman in her lonely cottage, brooding over the loss, real or imaginary mattered nothing, of her 3 far-born peats. What a happy night through all the wind and the rain would a silver shilling under her chaff pillow give her! The thought froze the chief's pride and warmed his heart. What right had he to deny her such a pleasure? It would cost him nothing. It would even bring him a little amusement. The chief of Clanruadh carrying his game bag for a Sassenach fellow to earn a shilling! The idea had a touch of humorous consolation in it. I will not assert the consolation strong enough to cast quite out a certain feeling of shame that mingled with his amusement, a shame which, is it not odd, he would not have felt had his sporran been full of sovereigns. But the shame was not altogether a shameful one. A fanciful fear of degrading the chieftainship, and a vague sense of the thing being an imposition, had each a part in it. There could be nothing dishonest, however, in thus earning a shilling for poor Mistress Connell. "I will carry your bag," he said, "but I must have the shilling first, if you please." "Oh," rejoined Valentine Palmer, "you do not trust me. How then am I to trust you?" "Sir," exclaimed Alister, and again finding himself on the point of being foolish, laughed. "I will pay you when the job is done," said Valentine. "That is quite fair, but it does not suit my purpose," returned Alister. They were walking along the road side by side, but each could scarcely see anything of the other. The sportsman was searching his pockets to find a shilling. He succeeded, and groping, put it in Alister's hand, with the words, "All right, it is only a shilling, there it is, but it is not yours yet, here's the bag." Alister took the bag, turned, and ran back. "Hello!" cried Valentine. But Alister had disappeared, and as soon as he turned up the soft path to the cottage, his steps became inaudible through the wind. He opened the door, went in, laid the shilling on the back of the old woman's hand, and without a word hurried out again and down to the road. The stranger was some distance ahead, tramping wearily on through the darkness, and grumbling at his folly in bribing a fellow with a shilling to carry off his game bag. Alister overtook him. "Oh, here you are after all!" exclaimed Valentine. "I thought you had made off with work and wages both. What did you do it for?" "I wanted to give the shilling to an old woman close by." "Your mother, eh?" "No." "Your grandmother?" "No." "Some relation, then?" insisted the stranger. "Doubtless," answered the laird, and Valentine thought him a surly fellow. They walked on in silence. The youth could hardly keep up with Alister, who thought him ill-bred and did not care for his company. "Why do you walk so fast?" said Valentine. "Because I want to get home," replied Alister. "But I paid you to keep me company." "You paid me to carry your bag. I will leave it at the new house." His coolness roused the weary youth. "You rascal!" he said. "You keep alongside of me, or I'll pepper you." As he spoke he shifted his gun, but Alister had already, with a few long strides, put a space of utter darkness between them. He had taken the shilling and must carry the bag, but did not feel bound to personal attendance. At the same time, he could not deny there was reason in the man's unwillingness to trust him. What had he about him to give him in pledge? Nothing but his watch, his father's, a gift of the prince to the head of the family. He could not profane that by depositing it for a game bag. He must yield to his employer, moderate his pace, and move side by side with the Sassenach. Again they walked some distance in silence. Alister began to discover that his companion was weary, and his good heart spoke. "Let me carry your gun," he said. "See you damned!" returned Valentine with an angry laugh. "You fancy your gun protects your bag?" "I do!" The same instant the gun was drawn with swift quiet force through the loop of his arm from behind. Feeling himself defenceless, he sprang at the Highlander, but he eluded him, and in a moment was out of his reach, lost in the darkness. He heard the lock of one barrel snap. It was not loaded. The second barrel went off, and he gave a great jump, imagining himself struck. The next instant the gun was below his arm again. "It will be lighter to carry now," said the Macruadh, "but if you like, I will take it." "Take it then! But no! By Jove, I wish there was light enough to see what sort of a rascal you look." "You are not very polite." "Mind your own politeness! I was never so roughly served in my life, by a fellow too that has taken my money. If I knew where to find a magistrate in this beastly place, you would tell him I emptied your gun because you threatened me with it." "You were going off with my bag." "Because I undertook to carry your bag, was I bound to endure your company?" "Alister," said a quiet voice out of the darkness. The Highlander started, and in a tone strangely tremulous, yet with a kind of triumph in it, answered, "Ian!" The one word said, he stood still, but as in the act to run, staring into the darkness. The next moment he flung down the game bag, and the two men were in each other's arms. "Where are you from, Ian?" said the chief at length, in a voice broken with gladness. All Valentine understood of the question, for it was in Gaelic, was its emotion, and he scorned a fellow to show the least sign of breaking down. "Straight from Moscow," answered the newcomer. "How is our mother?" "Well, Ian, thank God." "Then, thank God, all is well." "What brought you home in such haste?" "I had a bad dream about my mother, and was a little anxious. But there is more reason too, which I will tell you afterwards." "What were you doing in Moscow? Have you a furlough?" "No, I am a sort of deserter. I would have thrown up my commission, but had not a chance. In Moscow I was teaching in a school to keep out of the way of the police. But I will tell you all by and by." The voice was low, veiled, and sad. The joy of the meeting rippled through it like a brook. The brothers had forgotten the stranger, and stood talking till the patience of Valentine was as much exhausted as his strength. "Are you going to stand there all night?" he said at last. "This is no doubt very interesting to you, but it is rather a bore to one who can neither see you nor understand a word you say." "Is the gentleman a friend of yours, Alister?" asked Ian. "Not exactly, but he is a Sassenach," he concluded in English, "and we ought not to be speaking Gaelic." "I beg his pardon," said Ian. "Will you introduce me?" "It is impossible. I do not know his name. I never saw him and don't see him now, but he insists on my company." "That is a great compliment. How far?" "To the new house." "I paid him a shilling to carry my bag," said Valentine. "He took the shilling and was going to walk off with my bag." "Well?" "Well, indeed! Not at all well! How was I to know—" "But he didn't, did he?" said Ian, whose voice seemed now to tingle with amusement. "Alister, you were wrong." It was an illogical face-about, but Alister responded at once. "I know it," he said. "The moment I heard your voice I knew it. How is it, Ian," here he fell back into Gaelic, "that when you are by me, I know what is right so much quicker? I don't understand it. I meant to do right, but your pride got up. Alister, you always set out well, nobly, and then comes the devil's turn. Then you begin to do as if you were repented. You don't carry the thing right straight out. I hate to see the devil make a fool of a man like you." Do you not know that in your own country you owe a stranger hospitality?" "My own country!" echoed Alister with a groan. "Yes, your own country, and perhaps more yours than it was your grandfather's. You know who said, 'The meek shall inherit the earth.' If it be not ours in God's way, I for one would not care to call it mine another way." Here he changed again to English, but we must not keep the gentleman standing while we talk. "Thank you," said Valentine. "The fact is, I'm dead beat." "Have you anything I could carry for you?" asked Ian. "No, thank you. Yes, there, if you don't mind taking my gun. You speak like a gentleman." "I will take it with pleasure." He took the gun, and they started. "If you choose, Alister," said his brother, once more in Gaelic, "to break through conventionalities, you must not expect people to allow you to creep inside them again the moment you please." But the young fellow's fatigue had touched Alister. "Are you a big man?" he said, taking Valentine gently by the arm. "Not so big as you, I'll lay a sovereign," answered Valentine, wondering why he should ask. "Then look here," said Alister, "you get astride my shoulders, and I'll carry you home. I believe you're hungry, and that takes the pith out of you. Come," he went on, perceiving some sign of reluctance in the youth, "you'll break down if you walk much further. Here, Ian, you take the bag. You can manage that and the gun too." Valentine murmured some objection, but the brothers took the thing so much as a matter of course, and he felt so terribly exhausted, for he had lost his way and been out since the morning, that he yielded. Alister doubled himself up on his heels. Valentine got his weary legs over his stalwart shoulders. The chief rose with him as if he had been no heavier than Mistress Connell's creel, and bore him along, much relieved in his aching limbs. So little was the chief oppressed by his burden, that he and his brother kept up a stream of conversation, every now and then forgetting their manners and gliding off into Gaelic, but as often recollecting themselves, apologizing, and starting afresh upon the path of English. Long before they reached the end of their journey, Valentine, able from his perch to listen in some measure of ease, came to understand that he had to do, not with rustics, but, whatever their peculiarities, with gentlemen of a noteworthy sort. The brothers, in the joy of their reunion, talked much of things at home and abroad, avoiding things personal and domestic as often as they spoke in English, but when they saw the lights of the new house, a silence fell on them. At the door, Alister set his burden carefully down. "There," he said with a laugh, "I hope I have earned my shilling." "10 times over," answered Valentine, "but I know better now than offer to pay you. I thank you with all my heart." The door opened. Ian gave the gun and the bag to the butler, and the brothers bade Valentine good night. Valentine had a strange tale to tell. Sercombe refused to accept his conclusions. If he had offered the men 1/2 crown apiece, he said, they would have pocketed the money. End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mother and Son. The sun was shining bright, and the laird was out in his fields. His oats were nearly ready for the scythe, and he was judging where he had best begin to cut them. His fields lay chiefly along the banks of the stream, occupying the whole breadth of the valley on the east side of the ridge where the cottage stood. On the west side of the ridge, nearly parallel to and not many yards from it, a small brook ran to join the stream. This was a march betwixt the chief's land and Mr. Peregrine Palmer's. Their respective limit was not everywhere so well defined. The air was clear and clean and full of life. The wind was asleep. A consciousness of work approaching completion filled earth and air, a mood of calm expectation as of a man who sees his end drawing nigh, and awaits the saving judgment of the Father of Spirits. There was no song of birds, only a crow from the yard, or the cry of a blackcock from the hill. The 2 streams were left to do all the singing, and they did their best, though their water was low. The day was of the evening of the year. In the full sunshine was present the twilight and the coming night, but there was a sense of readiness on all sides. The fruits of the earth must be housed,
That alone remained to be done. When the laird had made up his mind, he turned towards the house, a lowly cottage, more extensive than many farmhouses, but looking no better. It was well built, with an outside wall of rough stone and lime, and another wall of turf within, lined in parts with wood, making it as warm a nest as any house of the size could be. The door, picturesque with abundant repair, opened by a latch into the kitchen. For long years the floor of the kitchen had been an earthen one, with the fire on a hearth in the middle of it, as in all the cottages, and the smoke rose into the roof, keeping it very dry and warm, if also very sooty, and thence into the air through a hole in the middle. But some 10 years before this time, Alister and Ian, mere lads, had built a chimney outside, and opening the wall, removed the hearth to it, with the smoke also, which now had its own private way to liberty. They then paved the floor with such stones as they could find in the fields and on the hill, sufficiently flat and smooth on one side, and by sinking them according to their thickness, managed to get a tolerably even surface. Many other improvements followed, and although it was a poor place still, it would at the time of Dr. Johnson's visit to the Highlands have been counted a good house, not to be despised by unambitious knight or poor baronet. Nor was the time yet over when ladies and gentlemen of all courtesy and good breeding might be found in such houses. In the kitchen, a deal dresser, scoured white, stood under one of the tiny windows, giving light enough for a clean-souled cook, and what window light would ever be enough for one of a different sort? There were only 4 panes in it, but it opened and closed with a button, and so was superior to many windows. There was a larger on the opposite side, which at times in the winter nights when the cold was great, they filled bodily with a barricade of turf. Here in the kitchen the chief takes his meals with his lady mother. She and Ian have just finished their breakfast and gone to the other end of the house. The laird broke his fast long ago. A fire is burning on the hearth, small, for the midday meal is not yet on its way. Everything is tidy, the hearth is swept up, and the dishes are washed. The bare-footed girl is reaching the last of them to its place on the rack behind the dresser. She is a red-haired, blue-eyed Celt, with a pretty face, and a refinement of motion and speech rarer in some other peasantries. The chief enters, and takes from the wall an old-fashioned gun. He wants a bird or two, for Ian's homecoming is a great event. "I saw a big stag last night down by the burn, sir," said the girl, "feeding as if he had been the red cow." "I don't want him today, Nancy," returned her master. "Had he big horns?" "Great horns, sir, but it was too dark to count the tines." "When was it? Why did you not tell me?" "I thought it was morning, sir, and when I got up it was the middle of the night. The moon was so shiny that I went to the door and looked out. Just at the narrow leap I saw him plain." "If you should see him again, Nancy, scare him. I don't want the Sassenachs at the new house to see him." "Hadn't you better take him yourself, Macruadh? He would make fine hams for the winter." "Mind your own business, Nancy, and hold your tongue," said the chief, with a smile that took all the harshness from the words. "Don't you tell anyone you saw him. For what you know he may be the big stag." "Sure no one would kill him, sir," answered the girl, aghast. "I hope not. But get the stoving pot ready, Nancy. I'm going to find a bird or two. Lest I should not succeed, have a couple of chickens at hand." "Sir, the mistress has commanded them already." "That is well, but do not kill them except I am not back in time." "I understand, sir." Macruadh knew the stag as well as the horse he rode, and that his habit had for some time been to come down at night and feed on the small border of rich grass on the south side of the burn, between it and the abrupt heathery rise of the hill. From there the burn ran so near the hill, and the ground was so covered with huge masses of grey rock, that there was hardly room for cultivation, and the bank was left in grass. The stalking of the stag was the passion of the Highlander in that part of the country. He cared little for shooting the grouse, black or red, and almost despised those whose ambition was a full bag of such game. He dreamed day and night of killing deer. The chief, however, was in this matter more of a man without being less of a Highlander. He loved the deer so much, saw them so much a part of the glory of mountain and sky, sunshine and storm, that he liked to see them living, not dead, and only now and then shot one when the family had need of it. He felt himself, indeed, almost the father of the deer as well as of his clan, and mourned greatly that he could do so little now, from the limited range of his property, to protect them. His love for live creatures was not quite equal to that of St. Francis, for he had not conceived the thought of turning wolf or fox from the error of his ways, but even the creatures that preyed upon others he killed only from a sense of duty, and with no pleasure in their death. The heartlessness of the common type of sportsman was loathsome to him. When there was not much doing on the farm, he would sometimes be out all night with his gun, it is true, but he would seldom fire it, and then only at some beast of prey, on the hillside or in the valley, he would lie watching the ways and doings of the many creatures that roam the night, each with its object, each with its reasons, each with its fitting of means to ends. One of the grounds of his dislike to the new possessors of the old land was the raid he feared upon the wild animals. The laird gone, I will take my reader into the parlour, as they called in English their one sitting room. Shall I first tell him what the room was like, or first describe the two persons in it? Led up to a picture, I certainly should not look first at the frame, but a description is a process of painting rather than a picture, and when you cannot see the thing in one, you must take each part by itself, and in your mind get it into relation with the rest. There is an advantage, I think, in having a notion of the frame first. For one thing, you cannot see the persons without imagining their surroundings, and if those should be unfittingly imagined, they interfere with the truth of the persons, and you may not be able to get them right after. The room, then, was about 15 feet by 12, and the ceiling was low. On the white walls hung a few frames, of which 2 or 3 contained watercolours, not very good, but not displeasing. Several held miniature portraits, mostly in red coats, and 1 or 2 a silhouette. Opposite the door hung a target of hide, round and bossed with brass. Alister had come upon it in the house, covering a meal barrel, to which service it had probably been put in aid of its eluding a search for arms after the battle of Culloden. Never more to cover man's food from mice, or his person from an enemy, it was raised to the walhalla of the parlour. Under it rested, horizontally upon 2 nails, the sword of the chief, a long and broad Andrew Ferrara, with a plated basket hilt. Beside it hung a dirk, longer than usual and fine in form, with a carved hilt in the shape of an eagle's head and neck, and its sheath, whose leather was dry and flaky with age, heavily mounted in silver. Below these was a card table of marquetry with spindle legs, and on it a work-box of ivory, inlaid with silver and ebony. In the corner stood a harp, an aird, golden and gracious, not a string of it broken. In the middle of the room was a small square table, covered with a green cloth. An old-fashioned easy-chair stood by the chimney, and one sat in it whom to see was to forget her surroundings. In middle age she is still beautiful, with the rare beauty that shines from the root of the being. Her hair is of the darkest brown, almost black. Her eyes are very dark, and her skin is very fair, though the soft bloom as of reflected sunset is gone from her cheek, and her hair shows lines of keen silver. Her features are fine, clear, and regular, the chin a little strong, perhaps, not for the size, but the fineness of the rest. Her form is that of a younger woman. Her hand and foot are long and delicate. A more refined and courteous presence could not have been found in the island. The dignity of her carriage nowise marred its grace, or betrayed the least consciousness. She looked dignified because she was dignified. That form of falsehood which consists in assuming the look of what one fain would be was, as much as any other, impossible to Isabel Macruadh. She wore no cap. Her hair was gathered in a large knot near the top of her head. Her gown was of a dark print. She had no ornament except a ring with a single ruby. She was working a bit of net into lace. She could speak Gaelic as well as any in the glen, perhaps better, but to her sons she always spoke English. To them, indeed, English was their mother tongue, in the sense that English only came addressed to themselves from her lips. There were, she said, plenty to teach them Gaelic. She must see to their English. The one window of the parlour, though not large, was of tolerable size, but little light entered, so shaded was it with a rose tree in a pot on the sill. By the wall opposite was a couch, and on the couch lay Ian with a book in his hand, a book in a strange language. His mother and he would sometimes be a whole morning together and exchange no more than a word or two, though many a look and smile. It seemed enough for each to be in the other's company. There was a quite peculiar bond between the two. Like so many of the young men of that country, Ian had been intended for the army, but there was in him this much of the spirit of the eagle he resembled, that he passionately loved freedom, and had almost a gypsy's delight in wandering. When he left college he became a tutor in a Russian family of distinction, and after that accepted a commission in the household troops of the Tsar. But wherever he went he seemed, as he said once to his mother, almost physically aware of a line stretching between him and her, which seemed to vibrate when he grew anxious about her. The bond between him and his brother was equally strong, but in feeling different. Between him and Alister it was a cable, between him and his mother a harp string. In the one case it was a muscle, in the other a nerve. The one retained, the other drew him. Given to roaming as he was, again and again he returned, from pure love-longing, to what he always felt as the protection of his mother. It was protection, indeed, he had often sought, protection from his own glooms, which nothing but her love seemed able to attenuate. He was tall, if an inch above 6 feet be tall, but not of his brother's fine proportion. He was thin, with long slender fingers and feet like his mother's. His small strong bones were covered with little more than hard muscle, but every motion of limb or body was grace. At times, when lost in thought and unconscious of movement, an observer might have imagined him in conversation with some one unseen, towards whom he was carrying himself with courtesy. Plain it was that courtesy with him was not a graft upon the finest stock, but an essential element. His forehead was rather low, freckled, and crowned with hair of a foxy red. His eyes were of the glass grey, or green, loved of our elder poets. His nose was a very eagle in itself, large and fine. He more resembled the mask of the dead Shakespeare than any other I have met, only in him the proportions were a little exaggerated. His nose was a little too large, and his mouth a little too small for the mask, but the mingled sweetness and strength in the curves of the latter prevented the impression of weakness generally given by the association of such a nose and such a mouth. On his short upper lip was a small light moustache, and on his face not a hair more. In rest his countenance wore a great calmness, but a calmness that might seem rooted in sadness. While the mother might, more than once in a day, differ to fault-finding from her elder-born, whom she admired notwithstanding as well as loved from the bottom of her heart, she was never known to say a word in opposition to the younger. It was even whispered that she was afraid of him. It was not so, but her reverence for Ian was such that, even when she felt bound not to agree with him, she seldom had the confidence that, differing from him, she was in the right. Sometimes in the middle of the night she would slip like a ghost into the room where he lay, and sit by his bed till the black cock, the grey cock, the red cock crew. The son might be awake all the time, and the mother suspect him awake, yet no word passed between them. She would rise and go as she came. Her feeling for her younger son was like that of Hannah for her eldest, intensest love mixed with strangest reverence. But there were vast alterations and inexplicable minglings in her thoughts of him. At one moment she would regard him as gifted beyond his fellows for some great work, at another be filled with a horrible fear that he was in rebellion against the God of his life. Doubtless mothers are far too ready to think their sons above the ordinary breed of sons. Self, unpossessed of God, will worship itself in its offspring. Yet the sons whom holy mothers have regarded as born to great things, and who have passed away without sign, may have gone on toward their great things. Whether this mother thought too much of her son or not, there were questions moving in his mind which she could not have understood, even then when he would creep to her bed in the morning to forget in her arms the terrible dreams of the night, or when, at evening, he would draw his little stool to her knee, unable or unwilling to enjoy his book anywhere but by her side. What gave him his unconscious power over his mother was, first, the things he said, and next, the things he did not say, for he seemed to her to dwell always in a rich silence. Yet throughout was she aware of a something between them, across which they could not meet, and it was in part her distress at the seeming impossibility of effecting a spiritual union with her son that made her so desirous of personal proximity to him. Such union is by most thinking people presumed impossible without consent of opinion, and this mistake rendered her unable to feel near him, to be at home with him. If she had believed that they understood each other, that they were of like opinion, she would not have been half so unhappy when he went away, would not have longed half so grievously for his return. Ian, on his part, understood his mother, but knew she did not understand him, and was therefore troubled. Hence it resulted that always after a time came the hour, which never came to her, when he could endure proximity without oneness no longer, and would suddenly announce his departure. And after a day or two of his absence, the mother would be doubly wretched to find a sort of relief in it, and would spend wakeful nights trying to oust it as the merest fancy, persuading herself that she was miserable, and nothing but miserable, in the loss of her darling. Naturally then she would turn more to Alister, and his love was a strengthening tonic to her sick motherhood. He was never jealous of either. Their love for each other was to him a love. He too would mourn deeply over his brother's departure, but it became at once his business to comfort his mother, and while she had no suspicion of the degree to which he suffered, it drew her with fresh love to her elder born, and gave her renewal of the quiet satisfaction in him that was never absent, when she saw how he too missed Ian. Their mutual affection was indeed as true and strong as a mother could desire it. If such love, she said to herself, had appeared in the middle of its history instead of now at its close, the transmitted affection would have been enough to bind the clan together for centuries more. It was with a prelusive smile that shone on the mother's heart like the opening of heaven, that Ian lowered his book to answer her question. She had said, "Did you not feel the cold very much at St. Petersburg last winter, Ian?" "Yes, mother, at times," he answered. "But everybody wears fur. The peasant his sheepskin, the noble his silver fox. They have to fight the cold. Nose and toes in constant danger. Did I never tell you what happened to me once in that way? I don't think I ever did." "You never tell me anything, Ian," said his mother, looking at him with a loving sadness. "I was suddenly stopped in the street by what I took for an unheard of insult. I actually thought my great proboscis was being pulled. If I had been as fiery as Alister, the man would have found his back, and I should have lost my nose. Without the least warning, a handful of snow was thrust in my face, and my nose had not even a chance of snorting with indignation, it found itself so twisted in every direction at once. But I have a way, in any sudden occurrence, of feeling perplexed enough to want to be sure before doing anything, and if it has sometimes hindered me from what was expedient, it has oftener saved me from what would have been wrong. In another instant I was able to do justice to the promptitude of a fellow Christian for the preservation of my nose, already whitening in frosty death. He was rubbing it hard with snow, the orthodox remedy. My whole face presently sharpened into one burning spot, and taking off my hat, I thanked the man for his most kind attention. He pointed out to me that time spent in explaining the condition of my nose would have been pure loss. The danger was pressing, and he attacked it at once. I was indeed entirely unconscious of the state of my beak, the worst symptom of any. "I trust, Ian, you will not go back to Russia," said his mother, after a little more talk about frostbiting. "Surely there is work for you at home." "What can I do at home, mother? You have no money to buy me a commission, and I am not much good at farm work. Alister says I am not worth a horseman's wages." "You could find teaching at home, or you could go into the church. We might manage that, for you would only have to attend the divinity classes." "Mother, would you put me into one of the priest's offices that I may eat a piece of bread?"
As for teaching, there are too many hungry students for that. I could not take the bread out of their mouths, and in truth, mother, I could not endure it, except it were required of me. I can live on as little as any, but it must be with some liberty. I have surely inherited the spirit of some old sea rover. It is so difficult for me to rest. I am a very thistledown for wandering. I must know how my fellow creatures live. I should like to be one man after another, each for an hour or two. Your father used to say there was much Norse blood in the family. There it is, mother. I cannot help it. I don't like your holding the Tsar's commission, Ian. Somehow I don't like it. He is a tyrant. I am going to throw it up, mother. I am glad of that. How did you ever get it? Oddly enough, through the man that pulled my nose. I had a chance afterwards of doing him a good turn, which he was most generous in acknowledging, and as he belonged to the court, I had the offer of a lieutenant's commission. The Scotch are in favour. A deep cloud had settled on the face of the young man. The lady looked at him for a moment with keenest mother eyes, suppressed a deep sigh, and betook herself again to her work. Ere she thought how he might take it, another question broke from her lips. "What sort of church had you to go to in St. Petersburg, Ian?" she said. Ian was silent a moment, thinking how to be true, and not hurt her more than could be helped. "There are 1,000 places of worship there, mother," he returned, with a curious smile. "Any Presbyterian place?" she asked. "I believe so," he replied. "Ian, you haven't given up praying?" "If ever I prayed, mother, I certainly have not given it up." "Ever prayed, Ian? When a mere child, you prayed like an aged Christian." "Ah, mother, that was a sad pity. I asked for things of which I felt no need. I was a hypocrite. I ought to have prayed like a little child." The mother was silent. She it was who had taught him to pray thus, making him pray aloud in her hearing, and this was the result. The premature blossom had withered, she said to herself, but it was no blossom, only a muslin flower. "Then you didn't go to church?" she said at length. "Not often, mother dear," he answered. "When I do go, I like to go to the church of the country I happen to be in. Going to church and praying to God are not the same thing." "Then you do say your prayers? Oh, do not tell me you never bow before your Maker." "Shall I tell you where I think I did once pray to God, mother?" he said after a little pause, anxious to soothe her suffering. "At least I did think then that I prayed," he added. "It was not this morning, then, before you left your chamber?" "No, mother," answered Ian. "I did not pray this morning, and I never say prayers." The mother gave a gasp, but answered nothing. Ian went on again. "I should like to tell you, mother, about that time when I am almost sure I prayed." "I should like to hear about it," she answered, with strangest minglings of emotion. At one and the same instant she felt parted from her son by a gulf into which she must cast herself to find him, and that he stood on a height of sacred experience which she could never hope to climb. "Oh, for his father to talk to him!" she said to herself. He was a power on her soul which she almost feared. If he were to put forth his power, might he not drag her down into unbelief? It was the first time they had come so close in their talk. The moment his mother spoke out, Ian had responded. He was anxious to be open with her so far as he could, and forced his natural taciturnity, the prime cause of which was his thoughtfulness. It was hard to talk where was so much thinking to be done, so little time to do it in, and so little progress made by it. But wherever he could keep his mother company, there he would not leave her. Just as he opened his mouth, however, to begin his narration, the door of the room also opened, flung wide by the small red hand of Nancy, and 2 young ladies entered. End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A morning call.
Had Valentine known who the brothers were, or where they lived, he would before now have called to thank them again for their kindness to him, but he imagined they had some distance to go after depositing him, and had not yet discovered his mistake. The visit now paid had nothing to do with him. The two elder girls, curious about the pretty cottage, had come wandering down the spur, or hill-toe, as far as its precincts, if precincts they may be called where there was no fence, only a little grove and a less garden. Beside the door stood a milk pail and a churn, set out to be sweetened by the sun and wind. It was very rural, they thought, and very homely, but not so attractive as some cottages in the south. It indicated a rusticity honoured by the most unceremonious visit from its superiors. Thus, without hesitation concluding, Christina, followed by Mercy, walked in at the open door, found a barefooted girl in the kitchen, and spoke pleasantly to her. She, in simple hospitality forgetting herself, made answer in Gaelic, and never doubting the ladies had come to call upon her mistress, led the way, and the girls, without thinking, followed her to the parlour. As they came, they had been talking. Had they been in any degree truly educated, they would have been quite capable of an opinion of their own, for they had good enough faculties. But they had never been really taught to read, therefore with the utmost confidence they had been passing judgment upon a book from which they had not gathered the slightest notion as to the idea or intention of the writer. Christina was of that numerous class of readers, who, if you show one thing better or worse than another, will, without hesitation, report that you love the one and hate the other. If you say, for instance, that it is a worse and yet more shameful thing for a man to break his wife's heart by systematic neglect than to strike her and be sorry for it, such readers give out that you approve of wife-beating, and perhaps write to expostulate with you on your brutality. If you express pleasure that a poor maniac should have succeeded in escaping through the door of death from his haunting demon, they accuse you of advocating suicide. But Mercy was not yet afloat on the sea of essential lie, whereon Christina swung to every wave. One question they had been discussing was, whether the hero of the story was worthy the name of lover, seeing he deferred offering his hand to the girl because she told her mother a fib to account for her being with him in the garden after dark. "It was cowardly and unfair," said Christina. "Was it not for his sake she did it?" Mercy did not think to say, "Was it?" as she well might. "Don't you see, Chrissy," she said, "he reasoned this way: if she tell her mother a lie, she may tell me a lie some day too." So indeed the youth did reason, but it occurred to neither of his critics to note the fact that he would not have minded the girl's telling her mother the lie, if he could have been certain she would never tell him one. In regard to her hiding from him certain passages with another gentleman, occurring between this event and his proposal, Christina judged he had no right to know them, and if he had, their concealment was what he deserved. When the girl, who would have thought it rude to ask their names, if I mistake not it was a point in Highland hospitality to entertain without such inquiry, led the way to the parlour, they followed expecting they did not know what. They had heard of the cow-house, the stable, and even the pig-sty being under the same roof in these parts. When the opening door disclosed Lady Macruadh, every inch a chieftain's widow, their conventional breeding failed them a little. Though incapable of recognizing a refinement beyond their own, they were not incapable of feeling its influence, and they had not yet learned how to be rude with propriety in unproved circumstances, still less how to be gracious without a moment's notice. But when a young man sprang from the couch, and the stately lady rose and advanced to receive them, it was too late to retreat, and for a moment they stood abashed, feeling, I am glad to say, like intruders. The behaviour of the lady and gentleman, however, speedily set them partially at ease. The latter, with movements more than graceful, for they were gracious, and altogether free of scroll pattern or Polonius flourish, placed chairs and invited them to be seated, and the former began to talk as if their entrance were the least unexpected thing in the world. Leaving them to explain their visit or not as they saw fit, she spoke of the weather, the harvest, the shooting, feared the gentlemen would be disappointed, the birds were quite healthy but not numerous, they had too many enemies to multiply, asked if they had seen the view from such and such a point, in short, carried herself as one to whom cordiality to strangers was an easy duty. But she was not taken with them. Her order of civilization was higher than theirs, and the simplicity as well as old-fashioned finish of her consciousness recoiled a little, though she had not experience enough of a certain kind to be able at once to say what it was in the manner and expression of the young ladies that did not please her. Mammon, gaining more and more of the upper hand in all social relations, has done much to lower the petite as well as the grand morale of the country, the good breeding as well as the honesty. Unmannerliness with the completest self-possession is a poor substitute for stiffness, a poorer for courtesy. Respect and graciousness from each to each is of the very essence of Christianity, independently of rank or possession or relation. A certain roughness and rudeness have usurped upon the intercourse of the century. It comes of the spread of imagined greatness. True greatness, unconscious of itself, cannot find expression other than gracious. In the presence of another, a man of true breeding is but faintly aware of his own self, and keenly aware of the other's self. Before the human, that bush which, however trodden and peeled, yet burns with the divine presence, the man who thinks of the homage due to him, and not of the homage owing by him, is essentially rude. Mammon is slowly stifling and desiccating rank. Both are miserable deities, but the one is yet meaner than the other. Unrefined families with money are received with open arms and honours paid, in circles where a better breeding than theirs has hitherto prevailed. This, working along with the natural law of corruption, where is no aspiration, has gradually caused the deterioration of which I speak. Courtesy will never regain her former position, but she will be raised to a much higher. Like Judy, she will be known as a daughter of the living God, the first stock father of gentleness, for in his neighbour every man will see a revelation of the Most High. Without being able to recognize the superiority of a woman who lived in a cottage, the young ladies felt and disliked it, and the matron felt the commonness of the girls without knowing what exactly it was. The girls, on the other hand, were interested in the young man. He looked like a gentleman. Ian was interested in the young women. He thought they were shy when they were only put out, and wished to make them comfortable, in which he quickly succeeded. His unconsciously commanding air in the midst of his great courtesy roused their admiration, and they had not been many minutes in his company ere they were satisfied that, however it was to be accounted for, the young man was in truth very much of a gentleman. It was an unexpected discovery of northern produce, and the estate gathered interest in their eyes. Christina did the greater part of the talking, but both did their best to be agreeable. Ian saw quite as well as his mother what ordinary girls they were, but accustomed to the newer modes in manner and speech, he was not shocked by movements and phrases that annoyed her. The mother apprehended fascination, and was uneasy, though far from showing it. When they rose, Ian attended them to the door, leaving his mother anxious, for she feared he would accompany them home. Till he returned, she did not resume her seat. The girls took their way along the ridge in silence, till the ruin was between them and the cottage, when they burst into laughter. They were ladies enough not to laugh till out of sight, but not ladies enough to see there was nothing to laugh at. "A harp too!" said Christina. "Mercy, I believe we are on the top of Mount Ararat, and have this very moment left the real Noah's Ark, patched into a cottage. Who can they be?" "Gentlefolk, evidently," said Mercy. "Perhaps old-fashioned people from Inverness." "The young man must have been to college in the north, you know," continued Christina, thinking with pride that her brother was at Oxford. "Nothing is easier than to get an education, such as it is. It costs, in fact, next to nothing. Ploughmen send their sons to St. Andrews and Aberdeen to make gentlemen of them. Fancy! You must allow this case a successful one." "I didn't mean his father was a ploughman. That is impossible. Besides, I heard him call that very respectable person mother. She is not a ploughman's wife, but evidently a lady of the middle class." Christina did not count herself or her people to belong to the middle class. How it was, it is not quite easy to say. Perhaps the tone of implied contempt with which the father spoke of the lower classes, and the quiet negation with which the mother would allude to shopkeepers, may have had to do with it, but the young people all imagined themselves to belong to the upper classes. It was a pity there was no title in the family, but any of the girls might well marry a coronet. There were indeed persons higher than they. A duke was higher, the queen was higher, but that was pleasant. It was nice to have a few to look up to. On anyone living in a humble house, not to say a poor cottage, they looked down, as the case might be, with indifference or patronage. They little dreamed how, had she known all about them, the respectable person in the cottage would have looked down upon them. At the same time, the laugh in which they now indulged was not altogether one of amusement. It was in part an effort to avenge themselves of a certain uncomfortable feeling of rebuke. "I will tell you my theory, Mercy," Christina went on. "The lady is the widow of an Indian officer, perhaps a colonel. Some of their widows are left very poor, though, their husbands having been in the service of their country, they think no small beer of themselves. The young man has a military air, which he may have got from his father. Or he may have been an officer himself. Young officers are always poor. That's what makes them so nice to flirt with. I wonder whether he really is an officer. We've actually called upon the people and come away too, without knowing their names." "I suppose they're from the new house," said Ian, returning after he had bowed the ladies from the threshold, with the reward of a bewitching smile from the elder, and a shy glance from the younger. "Where else could they be from?" returned his mother. "Come to make our poor country yet poorer." "They're not English." "Not they! Vulgar people from Glasgow." "I think you are too hard on them, mother. They are not exactly vulgar. I thought, indeed, there was a sort of gentleness about them you do not often meet in Scotch girls." "In the lowlands, I grant, Ian, but the daughter of the poorest tacksman of the Macruadhs has a manner and a modesty I have seen in no Sassenach girl yet. Those girls are bold." "Self-possessed, perhaps," said Ian. Upon the awkwardness he took for shyness had followed a reaction. It was with the young ladies a part of good breeding, whatever mistake they made, not to look otherwise than contented with themselves. Having for a moment failed in this principle, they were eager to make up for it. "Girls are different from what they used to be, I fancy, mother," added Ian thoughtfully. "The world changes very fast," said the mother sadly. She was thinking, like Rebecca, if her sons took a fancy to these who were not daughters of the land, what good would her life do her? "Ah, mother dear," said Ian, "I have never," and as he spoke the cloud deepened on his forehead, "seen more than one woman whose ways and manners reminded me of you." "And what was she?" the mother asked in pleased alarm. But she almost repented the question when she saw how low the cloud descended on his countenance. "A princess, mother. She is dead," he answered, and turning, walked so gently from the room that it was impossible for his mother to detain him. End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Sercombe. The next morning, soon after sunrise, the laird began to cut his barley. Ian would gladly have helped, but Alister had a notion that such labour was not fit for him. "I had a comical interview this morning," said the chief, entering the kitchen at dinner time. "I was out before my people, and was standing by the burn side near the footbridge, when I heard somebody shouting, and looked up. There was a big English fellow in grey on the top of the ridge, with his gun on his shoulder, hallooing. I knew he was English by his hallooing. It was plain it was to me, but not choosing to be at his beck and call, I took no heed. 'Hallo, you there! Wake up!' he cried. 'What should I wake up for?' I returned. 'To carry my bag. You don't seem to have anything to do. I'll give you 5 shillings. "You see to what you expose yourself by your unconventionalities, Alister," said his brother, with mock gravity.
It was not the fellow we carried home the other night, Ian. It was one twice his size. It would take all I have to carry him as far. The other must have pointed you out to him. It was much too dark for him to know me again. You forget the hall lamp, said Ian. Ah, yes, to be sure. I had forgotten, answered Alister. To tell the truth, I thought when I took his shilling he would never know me from Nebuchadnezzar. That is the one thing I am ashamed of in the affair. I did in the dark what perhaps I should not have done in the daylight. I don't mean I would not have carried him and his bag too. I refer only to the shilling. Now, of course, I will hold my face to it, but I thought it better to be short with a fellow like that. Well, you'll want prepayment, no doubt, he went on, putting his hand in his pocket. Those Sassenach fellows think every Highlandsman keen as a hawk after their dirty money. They have but too good reason in some parts, said the mother. It is not so bad here yet, but there is a great difference in that respect. The old breed is fast disappearing. What with the difficulty of living by the hardest work, and the occasional chance of earning a shilling easily, many have turned both idle and greedy. That's for you and your shilling, Alister, said Ian. I confess, returned Alister, if I had foreseen what an idea of the gentleman of the country I might give, I should have hesitated. But I haven't begun to be ashamed yet. Ashamed, Alister? Cried Ian. What does it matter what a fellow like that thinks of you? And Mistress Conal has her shilling, said the mother. If the thing was right, pursued Ian, no harm can come of it. If it was not right, no end of harm may come. Are you sure it was good for Mistress Conal to have that shilling, Alister? What if it be drawing away her heart from him who is watching his old child in her turf hut? What if the devil be grinning at her from that shilling? Ian, if God had not meant her to have the shilling, he would not have let Alister earn it. Certainly God can take care of her from a shilling, said Ian with one of his strangely sweet smiles. I was only trying Alister, mother. I confess I did not like the thought of it at first, resumed Mrs. Macruadh, but it was mere pride, for when I thought of your father, I knew he would have been pleased with Alister. Then, mother, I am glad, and I don't care what Ian or any Sassenach under the sun may think of me. But you haven't told us, said Ian, how the thing ended. I said to the fellow, resumed Alister, that I had my shearing to do and hadn't the time to go with him. Is this your season for sheep shearing? Said he. We call cutting the corn shearing, I answered, because in these parts we use the reaping hook. That is a great waste of labour, he returned. I did not tell him that some of our land would smash his machines like toys. How? I asked. It costs so much more, he said. But it feeds so many more, I replied. Oh yes, of course, if you don't want the farmer to make a living. I manage to make a living, I said. Then you are the farmer? So it would appear. I beg your pardon. You thought I was an idle fellow, glad of an easy job to keep the life in me. You were deuced glad of a job the other night, they tell me. So I was. I wanted a shilling for a poor woman, and hadn't one to give her without going home 1.5 miles for it. By this time he had come down, and I had gone a few steps to meet him. I did not want to seem unfriendly. Upon my word, it was very good of you. The old lady ought to be grateful, he said. So ought we all, I answered. I to your friend for the shilling, and he to me for taking his bag. He did me one good turn for my poor woman, and I did him another for his poor leg. So you're quits, said he. Not at all, I answered. On the contrary, we are under mutual obligation. I don't see the difference. Hello, there's a hare! And up went his gun to his shoulder. None of that, I cried, and knocked up the barrel. What do you mean? He roared, looking furious. Get out of the way, or I'll shoot you. Murder as well as poaching, I said. Poaching, he shouted. That rabbit is mine, I answered. I will not have it killed. Cool! On Mr. Palmer's land, said he. The land is mine, and I am my own gamekeeper, I rejoined. You look like it, he said. You go after your birds. Not in this direction, though, I answered, and turned and left him. You were rough with him, said Ian. I did lose my temper rather. It was a mistake on his part. I expected to hear him fire, Alister continued, for there was the rabbit he took for a hare lurching slowly away. I'm glad he didn't. I always feel bad after a row. Can a conscience ever get too fastidious, Ian?
The only way to find that out is always to obey it." "So long as it agrees with the Bible, Ian," interposed the mother. "The Bible is a big book, mother, and the things in it are of many sorts," returned Ian. "The Lord did not go with everything in it." "Ian! Ian! I am shocked to hear you!" "It is the truth, mother." "What would your father say?" "He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." Ian rose from the table, knelt by his mother, and laid his head on her shoulder. She was silent, pained by his words, and put her arm round him as if to shelter him from the evil one. Homage to will and word of the Master, apart from the acceptance of certain doctrines concerning him, was in her eyes not merely defective, but dangerous. To love the Lord with the love of truest obedience, to believe him the Son of God and the Saviour of men with absolute acceptance of the heart, was far from enough. It was but sentimental affection. A certain young preacher in Scotland some years ago, accused by an old lady of preaching works, took refuge in the Lord's Sermon on the Mount. "Ow, ay," answered the partisan, "but he was a very young man when he preached that sermon." Alister rose and went. There was to him something specially sacred in the communion of his mother and brother. Heartily he held with Ian, but shrank from any difference with his mother. For her sake he received Sunday after Sunday in silence what was to him a bushel of dust, with here and there a bit of mouldy bread in it. But the mother did not imagine any great coincidence of opinion between her and Alister, any more than between her and Ian. She had not the faintest notion of how much genuine faith both of them had, or how it surpassed her own in vitality. But while Ian seemed to his brother, who knew him best, hardly touched with earthly stain, Alister, notwithstanding his large and dominant humanity, was still in the troublous condition of one trying to do right against a powerful fermentation of pride. He held noblest principles, but the sediment of generations was too easily stirred up to cloud them. He was not quite honest in his attitude towards some of his ancestors, judging them far more leniently than he would have judged others. He loved his neighbour, but his neighbour was mostly of his own family or his own clan. He might have been unjust for the sake of his own, a small fault in the eyes of the world, but a great fault indeed in a nature like his, capable of being so much beyond it. For while the faults of a good man cannot be such evil things as the faults of a bad man, they are more blameworthy, and greater faults than the same would be in a bad man. We must not confuse the guilt of the person with the abstract evil of the thing. Ian was one of those blessed few who doubt in virtue of a larger faith. While its roots were seeking a deeper soil, it could not show so fast a growth above ground. He doubted most about the things he loved best, while he devoted the energies of a mind whose keenness almost masked its power to discover possible ways of believing them. To the wise his doubts would have been his best credentials. They were worth tenfold the faith of most. It was truth and higher truth he was always seeking. The sadness which coloured his deepest individuality, only one thing could ever remove: the conscious presence of the eternal. This is true of all sadness, but Ian knew it. He overtook Alister on his way to the barley field. "I have been trying to find out wherein lay the falseness of the position in which you found yourself this morning," he said. "There could be nothing wrong in doing a small thing for its reward, any more than a great one. Where I think you went wrong was in assuming your social position afterwards. You should have waited for its being accorded you. There was no occasion for you to be offended with the man. You ought to have seen how you must look to him, and given him time. I don't perceive why you should be so gracious to old Mistress Connell, and so hard upon him. Certainly you would not speak as you did to any man, but he has been brought up differently. He is not such a gentleman as you cannot help being. In a word, you ought to have treated him as an inferior, and been more polite to him." End of Volume 1, Chapter 9. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Plough-Bulls. Partly, it may be, from such incidents at the outset of their acquaintance, there was for some time no further meeting betwixt any of the chief's family and that of the new laird. There was indeed little to draw them together except common isolation. Valentine would have been pleased to show gratitude to his helpers on that stormy night, but after his sister's account of their call, he felt not only ashamed, which was right, but ashamed to show his shame, which was a fresh shame. The girls, on their part, made so much of what they counted the ridiculous elements of their adventure, that, natural vengeance on their untruthfulness, they came themselves to see in it almost only what was ridiculous. In the same spirit, Mr. Sercombe recounted his adventure with Alister, which annoyed his host, who had but little acquaintance with the boundaries of his land. From the additional servants they had hired in the vicinity, the people of the new house gathered correct information concerning the people at the cottage, but the honour in which they were held only added to the ridicule they associated with them. On the other side also there was little inclination toward the pursuit of intercourse. Mrs. Macruadh, from Nancy's account and the behaviour of the girls, divined the explanation of their visit, and as their mother did not follow it up, took no notice of it. In the mind of Mercy, however, lurked a little thorn, with the bluntest possible sting of suspicion, every time she joined in a laugh at the people of the cottage, that she was not quite just to them. The shooting, such as it was, went on, the sleeping and the eating, the walking and the talking. Long letters were written from the new house to female friends, letters with the flourishes, if not the matter, of wit, and funny tales concerning the natives, whom, because of their poor houses and unintelligibility, they represented as semi-savages. The young men went back to Oxford, and the time for the return of the family to civilization seemed drawing nigh. It happened about this time, however, that a certain speculation in which Mr. Peregrine Palmer was very materially interested, failed utterly, depriving him of the consciousness of a good many thousands, and producing in him the feeling of a lady of a moderate means when she loses her purse. He must save it off something. For though he spent freely, he placed a great value on money, as well he might, seeing it gave him all the distinction which before everything else he prized. He did not know what a poor thing it is to be distinguished among men, therefore did not like losing his thousands. Having by failure sinned against Mammon, he must do something to ease the money conscience that ruled his conduct, and the first thing that occurred to him was to leave his wife and daughters where they were for the winter. None of them were in the least delicate. His wife professed herself fond of a country life. It would give the girls a good opportunity for practice, drawing, and study generally, and he would find them a suitable governess. He talked the matter over with Mrs. Palmer. She did not mind much, and would not object. He would spend Christmas with them, he said, and bring down Christian, and perhaps Mr. Sercombe. The girls did not like the idea. It was so cold in the country in winter, and the snow would be so deep, they would be starved to death. But of course, if the governor had made up his mind to be cruel... The thing was settled. It was only for one winter. It would be a new experience for them, and they would enjoy their next season all the more. The governor had promised to send them down new furs, and a great box full of novels. He did not apprise them that he meant to sell their horses. Their horses were his. He was an indulgent father and did not stint them, but he was not going to ask their leave. At the same time, he had not the courage to tell them. He took his wife with him as far as Inverness for a day or two, that she might lay in a good stock of everything antagonistic to cold. When father and mother were gone from the house, the girls felt larky. They had no wish to do anything they would not do if their parents were at home, but they had some sense of relief in the thought that they could do whatever they liked. A more sympathetic historian might say, and I am nowise inclined to contradict him, that it was only the reaction from the pain of parting, and the instinct to make the best of their loneliness. However it was, the elder girls resolved on a walk to the village to see what might be seen, and in particular the young woman at the shop, of whom they had heard their brother and Mr. Sercombe speak with admiration, qualified with the remark that she was so proper they could hardly get a civil word out of her. She was in fact too scrupulously polite for their taste. It was a bright, pleasant, frosty morning, perfectly still, with an air like wine. The harvest had vanished from the fields. The sun shone on millions of tiny dew-suns, threaded on forsaken spider-webs. A few small, white, frozen clouds flecked the sky. The purple heather was not yet gone, and not any snow had yet fallen in the valley. The burn was large, for there had been a good deal of rain, but it was not much darker than its usual brown of smoke crystal. They tripped gaily along. If they had little spiritual, they had much innocent animal life, which no great disappointments or keen twinges of conscience had yet damped. They were but human kittens, and not of the finest breed. As they crossed the root of the spur, and looked down on the autumn fields to the east of it, they spied something going on which they did not understand. Stopping and gazing more intently, they beheld what seemed a contest between man and beast, but its nature they could not yet distinguish. Gradually it grew plain that two of the cattle of the country, wild and shaggy, were rebelling against control. They were in fact two young bulls of the small black Highland breed, accustomed to gallop over the rough hills, jumping like goats, which Alister had set himself the task of breaking to the plough, by no means an easy one, or to be accomplished single-handed by any but a man of some strength, and both persistence and patience. In the summer he had lost a horse, which he could ill afford to replace. If he could make these bulls work, they would save him the price of the horse, would cost less to keep, and require less attention. He bridled them by the nose, not with rings through the gristle, but with nose-bands of iron, bluntly spiked inside, against which they could not pull hard without pain, and had made some progress, though he could by no means trust them yet. Every now and then a fit of mingled wildness and stubbornness would seize them, and the contest would appear about to begin again from the beginning, but they seldom now held out very long. The noseband of one of them had come off. Alister had him by a horn in each hand, and a fierce struggle was going on between them, while the other was pulling away from his companion, as if determined to take to the hills. It was a good thing for them that Share and Coulter were pretty deep in the ground, to the help of their master, for had they got away, they would have killed or at least disabled themselves. Presently, however, he had the noseband on, and by force and persuasion together got the better of them. The staggy little furies gave in, and quickly gathering up his reins, he went back to the plough stilts, where each hand held at once a handle and a rein. With energetic obedience, the little animals began to pull, so vigorously that it took nearly all the chief's strength to hold at once his plough and his team. It was something of a sight to the girls after a long dearth of events. Many things indeed upon which they scarce cast an eye when they came, they were now capable of regarding with a little feeble interest, nor, although ignorant of everything agricultural, were they quite unused to animals. Having horses they called their own, they would not unfrequently go to the stables to give their orders, or see that they were carried out. They waited for some time, hoping the fight would begin again, and drew a little nearer. Then, as by common consent, left the road, passed the ruin, ran down the steep side of the ridge, and began to toil through the stubble towards the ploughman. A sharp straw would every now and then go through a delicate stocking, and the damp soil gathered in great lumps on their shoes, but they plodded on, laughing merrily as they went. The Macruadh was meditating the power of the frost to break up the clods of the field, when he saw the girls close to him. He pulled in his cattle, and taking off his bonnet with one hand, while the other held both reins, "Excuse me, ladies," he said, "my animals are young, and not quite broken." They were not a little surprised at such a reception, and were driven to conclude that the man must be the laird himself. They had heard that he cultivated his own land, but had not therefore imagined him labouring in his own person. In spite of the blindness produced by their conventional training, vulgarly called education, they could not fail to perceive something in the man worthy of their regard. Before them, on the alert toward his cattle, but full of courtesy, stood a dark, handsome, weather-browned man, with an eagle air not so pronounced as his brother's. His hair was long and almost black, in thick, soft curls over a small, well-set head. His glance had the flash that comes of victorious effort, and his free carriage was that of one whom labour has nowise subdued, whose every muscle is instinct with ready life. True, even in trifles, he wore the dark beard that nature had given him. Disordered by the struggle with his bulls, it imparted a certain wild look that contrasted with his speech. Christina forgot that the man was a labourer like any other, but noted that he did not manifest the least embarrassment in their presence, or any consciousness of superfluity of favour in their approach. She did not know that neither would his hired servant or the poorest member of his clan. It was said of a certain Sutherland clan that they were all gentlemen, and of a certain Argyll clan that they were all poets. Of the Macruadhs it was said they were both. As to Mercy, the first glance of the chief's hazel eyes, looking straight into hers with genial respect, went deeper than any look had yet penetrated. Ladies in Alister's fields were not an everyday sight. Hardly before had his work been enlivened by such a presence, and the joy of it was in his eyes, though his behaviour was calm. Christina thought how pleasant it would be to have him for a worshipping slave, so interpenetrated with her charms that, like Una's lion, he would crouch at her feet, come and go at her pleasure, live on her smiles, and be sad when she gave him none. She would make a gentleman of him, then leave him to dream of her. It would be a pleasant and interesting task in the dullness of their winter's banishment, with the days so short and the nights so unendurably long. The man was handsome. She would do it, and would proceed at once to initiate the conquest of him. The temptation to patronize not unfrequently presents an object for the patronage superior to the would-be patron, for the temptation is one to which slight persons chiefly are exposed. It affords an outlet for the vague activity of self-importance. Few have learned that one is of no value except to God and other men. Miss Palmer worshipped herself, and therefore would fain be worshipped, so dreamed of a friendship de haut en bas with a country fellow. She put on a smile, no difficult thing, for she was a good-natured girl. It looked to Alister quite natural. It was, nevertheless, like Hamlet's false friends, sent for. "Do you like ploughing?" she asked. Had she known the manners of the country, she would have added laird or Macruadh. "Yes, I do," answered Alister, "but I should plough all the same if I did not. It has to be done." "But why should you do it?" "Because I must," laughed the laird. What ought she to answer? Should she condole with the man because he had to work? It did not seem prudent. She would try another tack. "You had some trouble with your oxen. We saw it from the road, and were quite frightened. I hope you are not hurt." "There was no danger of that," answered Alister with a smile. "What wild creatures they are! Ain't it rather hard work for them? They are so small." "They are as strong as horses," answered the laird. "I have had my work to break them. Indeed, I can hardly say I have done it yet. They would very much like to run their horns into me." "Then it must be dangerous. It shows that they were not meant to work." "They were meant to work, if I can make them work." "Then you approve of slavery," said Mercy. She hardly knew what made her oppose him. As yet she had no opinions of her own, though she did catch a thought sometimes, when it happened to come within her reach. Alister smiled a curious smile. "I should," he said, "if the right people were made slaves of. I would take shares in a company of Algerine pirates to rid the social world of certain types of the human." The girls looked at each other. "Sharp," said Christina to herself. "What sorts would you have them take?" she asked. "Idle men in particular," answered Alister. "Would you not have them take idle ladies as well?" "I would see first how they behaved when the men were gone." "You believe, then," said Mercy, "we have a right to make the lower animals work?" "I think it is our duty," answered Alister. "At all events, if we do not, we must either kill them off by degrees, or cede them this world, and emigrate. But even that would be a bad thing for my little bulls there. It is not so many years since the last wolf was killed, here, close by. And if the dogs turned to wolves again, where would they be? The domestic animals would then have wild beasts instead of men for their masters. To have the world a habitable one, man must rule." "Men are nothing but tyrants to them," said Christina. "Most are, I admit." Ere he could prevent her, she had walked up to the near bull and began to pat him.
He poked a sharp, wicked horn sideways at her, catching her cloak on it, and grazing her arm. She started back, very white. Alister gave him a terrible tug. The beast shook his head and began to paw the earth. "It won't do to go near him," he said, "but you needn't be afraid. He can't touch you. That iron band round his nose has spikes in it." "Poor fellow!" said Christina. "It is no wonder he should be out of temper. It must hurt him dreadfully." "It does hurt him when he pulls against it, but not when he is quiet." "I call it cruel." "I do not. The fellow knows what is wanted of him, just as well as any naughty child." "How can he when he has no reason?" "Oh, hasn't he?" "Animals have no reason. They have only instinct." "They have plenty of reason, more than many men and women. They are not so far off us as pride makes most people think. It is only those that don't know them that talk about the instinct of animals." "Do you know them?" "Pretty well for a man, but they're often too much for me." "Anyhow, that poor thing does not know better." "He knows enough, and if he did not, would you allow him to do as he pleased, because he didn't know better? He wanted to put his horn into you a moment ago." "Still, it must be hard to want very much to do a thing, and not to be able to do it," said Mercy. "I used to feel as if I could tear my old nurse to pieces when she wouldn't let me do as I wanted," said Christina. "I suppose you do whatever you please now, ladies?" "No, indeed. We wanted to go to London, and here we are for the winter." "And you think it hard?" "Yes, we do." "And so, from sympathy, you side with my cattle?" "Well, yes." "You think I have no right to keep them captive and make them work?" "None at all," said Christina. "Then it is time I let them go." Alister made for the animals' heads. "No, no, please don't!" cried both the girls, turning, the one white, the other red. "Certainly not, if you do not wish it," answered Alister, staying his step. "If I did, however, you would be quite safe, for they would not come near me. They would be off up that hill as hard as they could tear, jumping everything that came in their way." "Is it not very dull here in the winter?" asked Christina, panting a little, but trying to look as if she had known quite well he was only joking. "I do not find it dull." "Ah, but you are a man, and can do as you please." "I never could do as I pleased, and so I please as I do," answered Alister. "I do not quite understand you." "When you cannot do as you like, the best thing is to like what you have to do. One's own way is not to be had in this world. There's a better, though, which is to be had." "I have heard a parson talk like that," said Mercy, "but never a layman." "My father was a parson as good as any layman. He would have laid me on my back in a moment, here as I stand," said Alister, drawing himself to his height. He broke suddenly into Gaelic, addressing the more troublesome of the bulls. No better pleased to stand still than to go on, he had fallen to digging at his neighbour, who retorted with the horn convenient, and presently there was a great mixing of bull and harness and cloddy earth. Turning quickly towards them, Alister dropped a rein. In a moment the plough was out of the furrow, and the bulls were straining every muscle, each to send the other into the wilds of the unseen creation. Alister sprang to their heads, and taking them by their noses, forced them back into the line of the furrow. Christina, thinking they had broken loose, fled, but there was Mercy with the reins, hauling with all her might. Thank you, said the laird, laughing with pleasure. "You are a friend indeed." "Mercy, Mercy, come away directly!" cried Christina. But Mercy did not heed her. The laird took the reins, and administering a blow to each of the animals, made them stand still. There are tender-hearted people who virtually object to the whole scheme of creation. They would neither have force used nor pain suffered. They talk as if kindness could do everything, even where it is not felt. Millions of human beings, but for suffering, would never develop an atom of affection. The man who would spare due suffering is not wise. It is folly to conclude a thing ought not to be done, because it hurts. There are powers to be born, creations to be perfected, sinners to be redeemed through the ministry of pain, that could be born, perfected, redeemed in no other way. But Christina was neither wise nor unwise after such fashion. She was annoyed at finding the laird not easily to be brought to her feet, and Mercy already advanced to his good graces. She was not jealous of Mercy, for was she not beautiful and Mercy plain? But Mercy had by her pluck secured an advantage, and the handsome ploughman looked at her admiringly. Partly, therefore, because she was not pleased with him, partly that she thought a little outcry would be telling. "Oh, you wicked man!" she cried. "You are hurting the poor brutes!" "No more than is necessary," he answered. "You are cruel!" "Good morning, ladies." He just managed to take off his bonnet, for the four-legged explosion at the end of his plough were pulling madly. He slackened his reins, and away it went, like a sharp knife through a Dutch cheese. "You've made him quite cross," said Mercy. "What a brute of a man!" said Christina. She never restrained herself from teasing cat or puppy for her amusement, did not even mind hurting it a little. Those capable of distinguishing between the qualities of resembling actions are few. There are some who will regard Alister as capable of vivisection. On one occasion when the brothers were boys, Alister, having lost his temper in the pursuit of a runaway pony, fell upon it with his fists the moment he caught it. Ian put himself between, and received, without word or motion, more than one blow meant for the pony. "Donal was only in fun," he said, as soon as Alister's anger had spent itself. "Father would never have punished him like that." Alister was ashamed, and never again was guilty of such an outbreak. From that moment he began this serious endeavour to subjugate the pig, tiger, mule, or whatever animal he found in himself. There remained, however, this difference between them, that Alister punished without compunction, while Ian was sorely troubled at having to cause any suffering. End of Volume 1, Chapter 10. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fir-Grove. As the ladies went up the ridge, regarded in the neighbourhood as the chief's pleasure ground, where nobody went except to call upon the chief, they must, having mounted it lower down than where they descended, pass the cottage. The grove of birch, mountain ash, and fir which surrounded it was planted quite irregularly, and a narrow footpath went winding through it to the door. Against one of the firs was a rough bench turned to the west, and seated upon it they saw Ian, smoking a formless mass of much defiled sea foam, otherwise meerschaum. He rose uncovered and sat down again. But Christina, who regarded it as a praiseworthy kindness to address anyone beneath her, not only returned his salutation, but stopped and said, "Good morning. We have been learning how they plough in Scotland, but I fear we annoyed the ploughman." "Fergus does sometimes look surly," said Ian, rising again and going to her. "He has a bad rheumatism, poor fellow, and then he can't speak a word of English, and is ashamed of it." "The man we saw spoke English very well. Is Fergus your brother's name?" "No, my brother's name is Alister. That is Gaelic for Alexander." "He was ploughing with two wild little oxen, and could hardly manage them." "Then it must have been Alister. Only, excuse me, he could manage them perfectly. Alister could break a pair of buffaloes." "He seemed rather vexed, and I thought it might be that we made the creatures troublesome. I do not mean he was rude, only a little rough to us." Ian smiled, and waited for more. "He did not like to be told he was hard on the animals. I only said the poor little things did not know better." "Ah, I see. He understands animals so well, he doesn't like to be meddled with in his management of them. I dare say he told you that, if they didn't know better, he had to teach them better. They are troublesome little wretches. Yes, I confess he is a little touchy about animals." Somehow Christina felt herself rebuked, and did not like it. He had almost told her that, if she had quarrelled with his ploughman brother, the fault must be hers. "But indeed, Captain Macruadh," she said, for the people called him captain, "I am not ignorant about animals. We have horses of our own, and know all about them. Don't we, Mercy?" "Yes," said Mercy. "They take apples and sugar from our hands." "And you would have the chief's bulls tamed with apples and sugar," returned Ian, laughing. "But the horses were tamed before ever you saw them. If you had taken them wild, or even when they were foals, and taught them everything, then you would know a little about them. An acquaintance is not a friendship. My brother loves animals, and understands them almost like human beings. He understands them better than some human beings, for the most cunning of the animals are yet simple. He knows what they are thinking when I cannot read a word of their faces. I remember one terrible night winters ago. There had been a blinding drift on and off during the day, and my father and mother were getting anxious about him. How he came staggering in, and fell on the floor, and a great lump in his plaid on his back began to wallow about, and forth crept his big collie. They had been to the hills to look after a few sheep, and the poor dog was exhausted, and Alister carried him home at the risk of his life. "A valuable animal, I don't doubt," said Christina. He had been, but was no more what the world calls valuable. He was an old dog almost past work, but the wisest creature. Poor fellow, he never recovered that day on the hills. A week or so after we buried him, in the hope of a blessed resurrection, answered Ian with a smile. The girls looked at each other as much as to say, "Good heavens!" He caught the look, but said nothing, for he saw they had no understanding. The brothers believed most devoutly that the God who is present at the deathbed of the sparrow does not forget the sparrow when he is dead, for they had been taught that he is an unchanging God. And, argued Ian, what God remembers, he thinks of, and what he thinks of is. But Ian knew that what misses the heart falls under the feet. A man is bound to share his best, not to tumble his seed pearls into the feeding trough, to break the teeth of them that are there at meat. He had but lifted a corner to give them a glimpse of the life eternal, and the girls thought him ridiculous. The human caterpillar that has not yet even begun to sicken with the growth of her psyche wings is among the poorest of the human animals. But Christina was not going to give in. Her one idea of the glory of life was the subjugation of men. As if moved by a sudden impulse, she went up close to him. "Do not be angry with me," she said, almost coaxingly, but with a visible mingling of boldness and shyness, neither of them quite assumed. For though conscious of her boldness, she was not frightened, and there was something in the eagle face that made it easy to look shy. "I did not mean to be rude. I am sorry." "You mistake me," he said gently. "I only wanted you to know you misjudged my brother." "Then, if you have forgiven me, you will let me sit for a few minutes? I am so tired with walking in the sticky earth." "Do, pray, sit down," responded Ian heartily, and led the way. But she sank gracefully at the foot of the next fir, while Mercy sat down on the bench. "Do go on with your pipe," she said, looking up as she arranged her dress. "I am quite used to smoke. Papa would smoke in church if he dared." "Chrissy! You know he never smokes in the drawing room!" cried Mercy, scandalized. "I have seen him when mamma was away." Ian began to be a little more interested in the plain one. But what must his mother think to see them sitting there together? He could not help it. If ladies chose to sit down, it was not for him to forbid them. And there was a glimmer of conscience in the younger. Most men believe only what they find or imagine possible to themselves. They may be sure of this, that there are men so different from them that no judgment they pass upon them is worth a straw, simply because it does not apply to them. I assert of Ian that neither beauty nor intellect attracted him. Imagination would entice him, but the least lack of principle would arrest its influence. The simplest manifestation of a live conscience would draw him more than anything else. I do not mean the conscience that proposes questions, but the conscience that loves right and turns from wrong. Notwithstanding the damsel's invitation, he did not resume his pipe. He was simple, but not free and easy, too sensitive to the relations of life to be familiar upon invitation with any girl. If she was not one with whom to hold real converse, it was impossible to blow dandelions with her, and talk must confine itself to the commonplace. After gentlest assays to know what was possible, the result might be that he grew courteously playful, or drew back and confined himself to the formal. In the conversation that followed, he soon found the younger capable of being interested, and having seen much in many parts of the world, had plenty to tell her. Christina smiled sweetly, taking everything with over-gentle politeness, but looking as if all that pleased her was that there they were talking about it. Provoked at last by her persistent lack of genuine reception,
Ian was tempted to try her with something different. Perhaps she might be moved to horror. Any feeling would be a find. He thought he would tell them an adventure he had read in a book of travels. In Persia, alone in a fine moonlit night, the traveller had fallen asleep on his horse, but woke suddenly, roused by something frightful, he did not know what. The evil odour all about him explained, however, his bewilderment and terror. Presently he was bumped on this side, then bumped on that. First one knee, then the other would be struck. Now the calf of one leg was caught, now the calf of the other, then both would be caught at once, and he shoved nearly over his pommel. His horse was very uneasy, but could ill help himself in the midst of a moving mass of uncertain objects. The traveller for a moment imagined himself in a boat on the sea, with a huge quantity of wrecked cargo floating around him, whence came the frequent collisions he was undergoing. But he soon perceived that the vague shapes were boxes, pannier-wise on the backs of mules, moving in caravan along the desert. Of not a few the lids were broken, of some gone altogether, revealing their contents, the bodies of good Mussulmans on their way to the consecrated soil of Mecca for burial. Carelessly shambled the mules along, stumbling as they jogged over the uneven ground, their boxes tilting from side to side, sorely shaken, some of them, in frustration of dying hopes, scattering their contents over the track, for here and there a mule carried but a wreck of his coffins. On and on over the rough gravelly waste, under the dead cold moon, weltered the slow stream of death. You may be sure, concluded Ian, he made haste out of the ruck, but it was with difficulty he got clear, happily to windward, then for an hour sat motionless on his horse, watching through the moonlight the long dark shadow flitting toward its far-off goal. When at length he could no longer descry it, he put his horse to his speed, but not to overtake it. As he spoke, Mercy's eyes grew larger and larger, never leaving his face. She had at least imagination enough for that. Christina curled her pretty lip and looked disgusted. The one at a horrible tale was horrified, the other merely disgusted. The one showed herself capable of some reception, the other did not. Something might be done with that girl, thought Ian. Did he see their faces? Drawled Christina. Mercy was silent, but her eyes remained fixed on him. It was Ian's telling more than the story that impressed her. I don't think he mentions them, answered Ian. But shall I tell you, he went on, what seems to me the most unpleasant thing about the business? Do, said Christina. It is that the poor ghosts should see such a disagreeable fuss made with their old clothes. Christina smiled. Do you think ghosts see what goes on after they are dead? Asked Mercy. The ghosts are not dead, said Ian, and I can't tell. But I am inclined to think some ghosts have to stay a while and look on. What would be the good of that? Returned Mercy. Perhaps to teach them the little good they were in or got out of the world, he answered. To have to stick to a thing after it is dead is terrible, but may teach much. I don't understand you, said Mercy. The world is not dead. Better and better, thought Ian with himself. The girl can understand. A thing is always dead to you when you have done with it, he answered her. Suppose you had a ball dress crumpled and unsightly, the roses on it withered, and the tinsel shining hideously through them. Would it not be a dead dress? Yes, indeed. Then suppose, for something you had done, or for something you would not stop being, you had to wear that ball dress till something came about, you would be like the ghosts that cannot get away. Suppose, when you were old and wrinkled— You are very amusing, Captain Macruadh, said Christina with a bell-like laugh. But Ian went on. Some stories tell us of ghosts with the same old wrinkled faces in which they died. The world and its uses over, they are compelled to haunt it still, seeing how things go, but taking no share in them.
beholding the relief their death is to all, feeling they have lost their chance of beauty, and are fixed in ugliness, having wasted being itself. They are like a man in a miserable dream, in which he can do nothing, but in which he must stay and go dreaming, dreaming on without hope of release. To be in a world and have nothing to do with it must be awful. A little more imagination would do some people good. "No, please! No more for me!" said Christina, laughing as she rose. Mercy was silent. Though she had never really thought about anything herself, she did not doubt that certain people were in earnest about something. She knew that she ought to be good, and she knew she was not good. How to be good she did not know, for she had never set herself to be good. She sometimes wished she were good, but there are thousands of wandering ghosts who would be good if they might without taking trouble. The kind of goodness they desire would not be worth a life to hold it. Fear is a wholesome element in the human economy. They are merely silly who would banish it from all association with religion. True, there is no religion in fear. Religion is love, and love casts out fear. But until a man has love, it is well he should have fear. So long as there are wild beasts about, it is better to be afraid than secure. The vague awe ready to assail every soul that has not found rest in its source, readier the more honest the soul, had for the first time laid hold of Mercy. The earnest face of the speaker had most to do with it. She had never heard anybody talk like that. The lady of the house appeared, asking, with kind dignity, if they would not take some refreshment. To a Highlander, hospitality is a law where not a passion. Christina declined the offer. "Thanks, we were only a little tired, and are quite rested now," she said. "How beautifully sheltered your house is!" "On the side of the sea, yes," answered Mrs. Macruadh, "but not much on the east, where we want it most. The trees are growing, however." When the sisters were out of sight of the cottage, "Well," remarked Christina, "he's a nice young man too, is he not? Exceedingly well bred. And what taste he has! He knows how to amuse ladies." Mercy did not answer. "I never heard anything so disgusting," pursued Christina. "But," suggested Mercy, "you like to read horrid stories, Chrissy. You said so only yesterday, and there was nothing in what he told us that oughtn't to be spoken about." "What, not those hideous coffins, and the bodies dropping out of them, all crawling, no doubt? That is your own, Chrissy. You know he did not go so far as that. If Colonel Webberley had told you the story, you would have called it charming, in fun, of course, I mean. But Christina never liked the argumentum ad feminam. "I would not, you know I would not!" she exclaimed. "I do believe the girl has fallen in love with the horrid man. Of the two, I declare I like the ploughman better. I am sorry I happened to vex him. He is a good stupid sort of fellow. I can't bear this man. How horribly he fixed his eyes on you when he was talking that rubbish about the ball dress. He was anxious to make himself understood. I know he made me think I must mind what I was about." "Oh, nonsense! We didn't come into this wilderness to be preached to by a late John the Baptist. He is an ill-bred fellow." She would not have said so much against him had not Mercy taken his part. Mercy rarely contradicted her sister, but even this brief passage with a real man had roused the justice in her. "I don't agree with you, Chrissy," she said. "He seems to me very much of a gentleman." She did not venture to say all she felt, not choosing to be at absolute variance, and the threatened quarrel blew over like a shower in spring. But some sort of impression remained from the words of Ian on the mind of Mercy, for the next morning she read a chapter in the book of Genesis, and said a prayer her mother had taught her. End of Volume 1, Chapter 11. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 12 of What's Mine's Mine, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Among the Hills. When Mr. and Mrs. Palmer reached Inverness, they found they could spend a few days there, one way and another, to good purpose, for they had friends to visit as well as shopping to do. Mr. Palmer's affairs calling him to the south were not immediately pressing, and their sojourn extended itself to a full week of 8 days, during which the girls were under no rule but their own. Their parents regarded them as perfectly to be trusted, nor were the girls themselves aware of any reason why they should not be so regarded. The window of Christina's bedroom overlooked a part of the road between the new house and the old castle, and she could see from it all the ridge as far as the grove that concealed the cottage. If now they saw more of the young men their neighbours, and were led farther into the wilds, thickets, or pasturage of their acquaintance, I cannot say she had no hand in it. She was depressed by a sense of failure. The boor, as she called him, was much too thick-skinned for any society but that of his bulls, and she had made no progress with the Valentine any more than with the Orson. He was better pleased with her ugly sister than with her beautiful self. She would have given neither of the men another thought, but that there was no one else with whom to do any of that huckster business called flirting, which to her had just harm enough in it to make it interesting to her. She was one of those who can imagine beauty nor enjoyment in a thing altogether right. She took it for granted that bad and beautiful were often one, that the pleasures of the world owed their delight to a touch, a wash, a tincture of the wicked in them. Such have so many crooked lines in themselves that they fancy nature laid down on lines of crookedness. They think the obliquity the beauty of the campanile, the blurring the charm of the sketch. I tread on delicate ground which, alas, many girls tread boldly, scattering much feather bloom from the wings of poor Psyche, gathering for her hordes of unlovely memories, and sowing the seed of many a wish that they had done differently. They cannot pass over such ground, and escape having their nature more or less vulgarized. I do not speak of anything counted wicked, it is only gambling with the precious and lovely things of the deepest human relation. If a girl with such an experience marry a man she loves, with what power of loving may be left such a one, will she not now and then remember something it would be joy to discover she had but dreamed? Will she be able always to forget certain cabinets in her brain which it would not do to throw open to the husband who thinks her simple as well as innocent? Honesty and truth, God's essentials, are perhaps more lacking in ordinary intercourse between young men and women than anywhere else. Greed and selfishness are as busy there as in money-making and ambition. Thousands on both sides are constantly seeking more than their share, more also than they even intend to return value for. Thousands of girls have been made sad for life by the speeches of a man careful all the time to say nothing that amounted to a pledge. I do not forget that many a woman, who would otherwise have been worth little, has for her sorrow found such consolation that she has become rich before God. These words hold nevertheless. It must needs be that offences come, but woe to that man by whom the offence cometh. On a morning 2 days later, Christina called Mercy, rather imperiously, to get ready at once for their usual walk. She obeyed, and they set out. Christina declared she was perishing with cold, and they walked fast. By and by they saw on the road before them the 2 brothers walking slow. One was reading, the other listening. When they came nearer, they descried in Alister's hand a manuscript volume. Ian carried an old-fashioned fowling-piece. It was a hard frost, which was perhaps the cause of Alister's leisure so early in the day. Hearing the light steps of the girls behind them, the men turned. The laird was the first to speak. The plough and the fierce bulls not there to bewilder their judgment, the young women immediately discovered their perception in the matter of breeding to be less fallible than they had imagined it. No well-bred woman could for a moment doubt the man before them a gentleman, though his carriage was more courteous and more natural than is often seen in a Mayfair drawing-room, and his English a little old-fashioned. Ian was at once more like and more unlike other people. His manner was equally courteous, but notably stiffer. He was as much at his ease, but more reserved. To use a figure, he did not step out so far to meet them. They walked on together. "You are a little earlier than usual this morning, ladies," remarked the chief. "How do you know that, Mr. Macruadh?" rejoined Christina. "I often see you pass, until now always at the same hour." "And yet we have never met before." "The busy and the—" he hesitated a moment.
Unbusy, seldom meet, said the chief. Why don't you say the idle? Suggested Christina. Because that would be rude. Why would it be rude? Most people, I suppose, are more idle than busy. Idle is a word of blame. I had no right to use it. I should have taken you for one of those who always speak their minds. I hope I do when it is required, and I have any to speak. You prefer judging with closed doors? The chief was silent. He did not understand her. Did she want him to say he did not think them idle? Or if they were, that they were quite right? I think it hard, resumed Christina, with a tone of injury, almost of suffering in her voice, that we should be friendly and open with people, and they all the time thinking of us in a way it would be rude to tell us. It is enough to make one vow never to speak to anybody again. Alister turned and looked at her. What could she mean? You can't think it hard, he said, that people should not tell you what they think of you the moment they first see you. They might at least tell us what they mean by calling us idle. I said not busy. Is everybody to blame that is idle? Persisted Christina. Perhaps my brother will answer you that question, said Alister. If my brother and I tell you honestly what we thought of you when first we saw you, said Ian, will you tell us honestly what you thought of us? The girls cast an involuntary glance at each other, and when their eyes met could not keep them from looking conscious. A twitching also at the corners of Mercy's mouth showed that they had been saying more than they would care to be cross-questioned upon. Ah, you betray yourselves, ladies, Ian said. It is all very well to challenge us, but you are not prepared to lead the way. Girls are never allowed to lead, said Christina. The men are down on them the moment they dare. I am not that way inclined, answered Ian. If man or woman lead to anything, success will justify the leader. I will propose another thing. What is it? Asked Christina. To agree that, when we are about to part, with no probability of meeting again in this world, we shall speak out plainly what we think of each other. But that will be such a time, said Christina. In a world that turns quite round every 24 hours, it may be a very short time. We shall be coming every summer, though I hope not to stay through another winter. Changes come when they are least expected. We cannot know, said Alister, that we shall never meet again. There the probability will be enough. But how can we come to a better, a fairer opinion of each other when we meet so seldom? Asked Mercy innocently. This is only the second time we have met, and already we are not quite strangers, said Christina. On the other hand, said Alister, we have been within call for more than 2 months, and this is our second meeting. Well, who has not called? Said Christina. The young men were silent. They did not care to discuss the question as to which mother was to blame in the matter. They were now in the bottom of the valley, had left the road, and were going up the side of the burn, often in single file, Alister leading, and Ian bringing up the rear, for the valley was thickly strewn with lumps of grey rock of all shapes and sizes. They seemed to have rolled down the hill on the other side of the burn, but there was no sign of their origin. The hill was covered with grass below, and with heather above. Such was the winding of the way among the stones, for path there was none, that again and again no one of them could see another. The girls felt the strangeness of it, and began to experience, without knowing it, a little of the power of solitary places. After walking thus for some distance, they found their leader halted. Here we have to cross the burn, he said, and go a long way up the other side. You want to be rid of us, said Christina. By no means, said Alister. We are delighted to have you with us, but we must not let you get tired before turning to go back. If you really do not mind, we should like to go a good deal farther. I want to see round the turn there, where another hill comes from behind and closes up the view. We haven't anybody to go with us, and have seen nothing of the country. The men won't take us shooting, and mamma is always so afraid we lose ourselves, or fall down a few precipices, or get into a bog, or be eaten by wild beasts. If this frost lasts, we shall have time to show you something of the country. I see you can walk. We can walk well enough, and should so like to get to the top of a mountain. For the crossing, then, said Alister, and turning to the burn, jumped and re-jumped it, as if to let them see how to do it. The bed of the stream was at the spot narrowed by 2 rocks, so that, though there was little of it, the water went through with a roar and a force to take a man off his legs. It was too wide for the ladies, and they stood eyeing it with dismay, fearing an end to their walk and the pleasant companionship. "Do not be frightened, ladies," said Alister. "It is not too wide for you." "You have the advantage of us in your dress," said Christina. "I will get you over quite safe," returned the chief. Christina looked as if she could not trust herself to him. "I will try," said Mercy. "Jump high," answered Alister, as he sprang again to the other side, and held out his hand across the chasm. "I can neither jump high nor far," said Mercy. "Don't be in a hurry. I will take you. No, not by the hand, that might slip, but by the wrist. Do not think how far you can jump. All you have to do is jump. Only jump as high as you can." Mercy could not help feeling frightened. The water rushed so fast and loud below. "Are you sure you can get me over?" she asked. "Yes." "Then I will jump." She sprang, and Alister, with a strong pull on her arm, landed her easily. "It is your turn now," he said, addressing Christina. She was rather white, but tried to laugh. I don't think I can," she said. "It is really nothing," persuaded the chief. "I'm sorry to be a coward, but I fear I was born one." "Some feelings nobody can help," said Ian, "but nobody need give way to them. One of the bravest men I ever knew would always start aside if the meanest little cur in the street came barking at him, and yet, on one occasion, when the people were running in all directions, he took a mad dog by the throat, and held him. Come, Alister, you take her by one arm, and I will take her by the other." The chief sprang to her side, and the moment she felt the grasp of the 2 men, she had the needful courage. The 3 jumped together, and all were presently walking merrily along the other bank, over the same kind of ground, in single file, Ian bringing up the rear. The ladies were startled by a gun going off close behind them. "I beg your pardon," said Ian, "but I could not let the rascal go." "What have you killed?" his brother asked. "Only one of my own family, a red-haired fellow," answered Ian, who had left the path and was going up the hill. The girls looked, but saw nothing, and following him a few yards, came to him behind a stone. "Goodness gracious!" exclaimed Christina, with horror in her tone. "It's a fox! Is it possible you have shot a fox?" The men laughed. "And why not?" asked Alister, as if he had no idea what she could mean. "Is the fox a sacred animal in the south?" "It's worse than poaching!" she cried. "Hardly," returned Alister. "No doubt you may get a good deal of fun out of Reynard, but you can't make game of him. Why, you look as if you had lost a friend." "I admire his intellect, but we can't afford to feed it on chickens and lambs." "But to shoot him!" "Why not? We do not respect him here. He is a rascal, to be sure, but then he has no money, and consequently no friends." "He has many friends. What would Christian or Mr. Sercombe say to shooting, actually shooting a fox?" "You treat him as if he were red gold," said the chief. "We build temples neither to Reynard nor Mammon here. We leave the men of the south to worship them." "They don't worship them," said Mercy. "Do they not respect the rich man because he is rich, and look down on the poor man because he is poor?" said Ian. "Though the rich be a wretch, they think him grand. Though the poor man be like Jesus Christ, they pity him." "And shouldn't the poor be pitied?" said Christina. "Not except they need pity." "Is it not pitiable to be poor?" "By no means. It is pitiable to be wretched, and that, I venture to suspect, the rich are oftener than the poor. But as to Master Reynard there, instead of shooting him, what would you have had us do with him?" "Hunt him, to be sure." "Would he like that better?" "What he would like is not the question. The sport is the thing." "That will show you why he is not sacred here. We do not hunt him. It would be impossible to hunt this country. You could not ride the ground. Besides, there are such multitudes of holes, the hounds would scarcely have a chance. No, the only dog to send after the fellow is a leaden one." "There's another!" exclaimed the chief. "There, sneaking away! And your gun not loaded, Ian!" "I am so glad!" said Christina. "He at least will escape you." "And some poor lamb in the spring won't escape him," returned Alister. "Lambs are meant to be eaten," said Christina. "Yes, but a lamb might think it hard to feed such a creature." "If the fox is of no good in the world," said Mercy, "why was he made?" "He can't be of no good," answered the chief. "What if some things are just that we may get rid of them?" "Could they be made just to be got rid of?" "I said that we might get rid of them. There is all the difference in that. The very first thing men had to do in the world was to fight beasts." "I think I see what you mean," said Mercy. "If there had been no wild beasts to fight with, men would never have grown able for much." "That is it," said Alister. "They were awful beasts, and they had poor weapons to fight them with, neither guns nor knives." "And who knows," suggested Ian, "what good it may be to the fox himself, to make the best of a greedy life?" "But what is the good to us of talking about such things?" said Christina. "They're not interesting." The remark silenced the brothers, where indeed could be use without interest. But Mercy, though she could hardly have said she found the conversation very interesting, felt there was something in the men that cared to talk about such things, that must be interesting if she could only get at it. They were not like any other men she had met. Christina's whole interest in men was the admiration she looked for, and was sure of receiving from them. Mercy had hitherto found their company stupid. End of chapter 12. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 13 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lake. Silence lasted until they reached the shoulder of the hill that closed the view up the valley. As they rounded it, the sun went behind a cloud, and a chill wind, as if from a land where dwelt no life, met them. The hills stood back, and they were on the shore of a small lake, out of which ran the burn. They were very desolate-looking hills, with little heather, and that bloomless to hide their hard grey bones. Their heads were mostly white with frost and snow. Their shapes had little beauty. They looked worn and helpless, ugly and sad, and so cold. The water below was slaty grey in response to the grey sky above. There seemed no life in either. The hearts of the girls sank within them, and all at once they felt tired. In the air was just one sign of life. High above the lake wheeled a large fish-hawk. "Look," said Alister, pointing. "There's the osprey that lives here with his wife. He is just going to catch a fish." He had hardly spoken when the bird, with headlong descent, shot into the water, making it foam up all about. He reappeared with a fish in his claws, and flew off to find his mate. "Do you know the very bird?" asked Mercy. "I know him well. He and his wife have built on that conical rock you see there in the middle of the water many years." "Why have you never shot him? He would look well stuffed," said Christina. She little knew the effect of her words. The chief hated causeless killing, and to hear a lady talk of shooting a high soaring creature of the air as coolly as of putting on her gloves was nauseous to him. Ian gave him praise afterwards for his unusual self-restraint, but it was a moment or two ere he had himself in hand. "Do you not think he looks much better going about God's business?" he said. "Perhaps, but he is not yours. You have not got him." "Why should I have him? He seems indeed the more mine the higher he goes. A dead stuffed thing, how could that be mine at all? Alive, he seems to soar in the very heaven of my soul." "You showed the fox no such pity," remarked Mercy. "I never killed a fox to have him," answered Alister. "The osprey does no harm. He eats only fish, and they are very plentiful. He never kills birds or hares or any creature on the land. I do not see how anyone could wish to kill the bird, except from mere love of destruction. Why should I make a life less in the world?" "There would be more lives of fish, would there not?" said Mercy. "I don't want you to shoot the poor bird. I only want to hear your argument." The chief could not reply immediately. Ian came to his rescue. "There are qualities in life," he said. "One cannot think the fish life so fine, so full of delight as the bird life." "No, but," said Mercy, "have the fishes not as good a right to their life as the birds?" "Both have the right given them by the maker of them. The osprey was made to eat the fish, and the fish, I hope, gets some good out of being eaten by the osprey." "Excuse me, Captain Macruadh, but that seems to me simple nonsense," said Christina. I hope it is true. I don't know about being true, but it must be nonsense. It must seem so to most people. Then why do you say it? Because I hope it is true. Why should you wish nonsense to be true? What is true cannot be nonsense. It looks nonsense only to those that take no interest in the matter. Would it be nonsense to the fishes? It does seem hard, said Mercy, that the poor harmless things should be gobbled up by a creature pouncing down upon them from another element. As the poor are gobbled up everywhere by the rich. I don't believe that. The rich are very kind to the poor. I beg your pardon, said Ian, but if you know no more about the rich than you do about the fish, I can hardly take your testimony. The fish are the most carnivorous creatures in the world. Do they eat each other? Hardly that. Only the cats of Kilkenny can do that. I used a common phrase. You did, and I am rude. The phrase must bear the blame for both of us. But the fish are even cannibals, eating the young of their own species. They are the most destructive of creatures to other lives. I suppose, said Mercy, to make one kind of creature live on another kind is the way to get the greatest good for the greatest number. That doctrine, which seems to content most people, appears to me a poverty-stricken and selfish one. I can admit nothing but the greatest good to every individual creature. Don't you think we had better be going, Mercy? It has got quite cold. I'm afraid it will rain, said Christina, drawing her cloak round her with a little shiver. I am ready, answered Mercy. The brothers looked at each other. They had come out to spend the day together, but they could not leave the ladies to go home alone. Having brought them across the burn, they were bound to see them over it again. An imperceptible sign passed between them, and Alister turned to the girls. Come then, he said, we will go back. But you are not going home yet, said Mercy. Would you have us leave you in this wild place? We shall find our way well enough. The burn will guide us. Yes, but it will not jump over you. It will leave you to jump over it. I forgot the burn, said Christina. Which way were you going? Said Mercy, looking all around for a road or pathway over the encircling upheaved wilderness. This way, answered Ian. Good-bye. Then you are not coming? No, my brother will take care of you. He went straight as an arrow up the hill. They stood and watched him go. At what seemed the top, he turned and waved his cap, then vanished. Christina felt disappointed. She did not much care for either of the very peculiar young men, but any company was better than none, a man was better than a woman, and two men were better than one. If these were not equal to admiring her as she deserved, what more remunerative labour than teaching them to do so? The thing that chiefly disappointed her in them was that they had so little small talk. It was so stupid to be always speaking sense, always polite, always courteous. 2 Sir Charles Grandisons, she said, are too many. And indeed, the history of Sir Charles Grandison had its place in the small library free to them from childhood, but Christina knew nothing of him except by hearsay. The young men had been brought up in a solemn school, had learned to take life as a serious and lovely and imperative thing. Not the less, upon occasions of merrymaking, would they frolic like young colts even yet, and that without the least reaction or sense of folly afterwards. At the same time, although Ian had in the village from childhood the character, especially in the workshops of the carpenter, weaver, and shoemaker, of being full of humour, he was in himself always rather sad, being perplexed with many things. His humour was but the foam of his troubled sea. Christina was annoyed besides that Mercy seemed not indifferent to the opinion of the men. It was from pure inexperience of the man-world, she said to herself, that the silly child could see anything interesting in them. Gentlemen she must allow them, but of such an old-fashioned type as to be gentlemen but by courtesy, not gentlemen in the world's count. She was of the world, they of the north of Scotland. All day Mercy had been on their side and against her. It might be from sheer perversity, but she had never been like that before. She must take care she did not make a fool of herself. It might end in some unhappiness to the young goose. Assuredly neither her father nor mother would countenance the thing. She must throw herself into the breach. But which of them was she taking a fancy to? She was not so anxious about her sister, however, as piqued that she had not herself gathered one expression of homage, surprised one look of admiration, seen one sign of incipient worship in either. Of the two she liked better the ploughman. The other was more a man of the world, but he was not of her world. With him she was a stranger in a very strange land. Christina's world was a very small one, and in its temple stood her own image. Ian belonged to the universe. He was a gentleman of the high court. Wherever he might go throughout God's worlds, he would be at home. How could there be much attraction between Christina and him? Alister was more talkative on the way back than he had been all day. Christina thought the change caused by having them, or rather her, to himself alone, but in reality it sprang from the prospect of soon rejoining his brother without them. Some of the things he said Mercy found well worth hearing, and an old Scotch ballad which he repeated, having learned it of a lowland nurse, appeared to her as beautiful as it was wild and strange. For Christina, she despised the Scotch language. It was vulgar. Had Alister informed her that Beowulf, the most important of all the relics of the pagan Anglo-Saxon, is written in undeniable Scotch, the English of the period, it would have made no difference to Christina. Why should it? She had never yet cared for any book beyond the novels of a certain lady, which, to speak with due restraint, do not tend to profitable thought. At the same time, it was not for the worst in them that she liked them. She did not understand them well enough to see it, but there was ground to fear that, when she came to understand, shocked at first, she would speedily get accustomed to it, and at length like them all the better for it. In Mercy's unawakened soul echoed now and then a faint thrill of response to some of the things Alister said, and oftener to some of the verses he repeated, and she would look up at him when he was silent with an unconscious seeking glance, as if dimly aware of a beneficent presence. Alister was drawn by the honest gaze of her yet undeveloped and homely countenance, with its childlike look in process of sublimation, whence the woman would glance out and vanish again, leaving the child to give disappointing answers. There was something in it of the look a dog casts up out of his beautiful brown eyes into the mystery of his master's countenance. She was on the edge of coming awake. All was darkness about her, but something was pulling at her. She had never before known that a lady might be lovely in a ballad as well as in a beautiful gown. Finding himself so listened to, though the listener was little more than a child, the heart of the chief began to swell in his great bosom. Like a child, he was pleased. The grey day about him grew sweet. Its very greyness was sweet, and of a silvery sheen. When they arrived at the burn, and easily enough from that side he had handed them across, he was not quite so glad to turn from them as he had expected to be. "Are you going?" said Christina, with genuine surprise, for she had not understood his intention. "The way is easy now," he answered. "I am sorry to leave you, but I have to join Ian, and the twilight will be flickering down before I reach the place." "And there will be no moon," said Mercy. "How will you get home through the darkness?" "We do not mean to come home tonight." "Oh, then you are going to friends?" "No, we shall be with each other. Not a soul besides." "There can't surely be a hotel up there?" Alister laughed as he answered, "There are more ways than one of spending the night on the hills. If you look from a window in that direction," he said, pointing, "the last thing before you go to bed, you will see that at least we shall not perish with cold." He sprang again over the burn, and with a wave of his bonnet went, like Ian, straight up the hill. The girls stood for some time watching him climb as if he had been going up a flight of stairs, until he stood clear against the sky, when, with another wave of his bonnet, he too disappeared. Mercy did not forget to look from her window in the direction Alister had indicated. There was no room to mistake what he meant, for through the dark ran a great opening to the side of a hill somewhere in the night, where glowed and flamed, reddening the air, a huge crescent of fire, slowly climbing, like a column of attack, up toward the invisible crest. "What does it mean?" she said to herself. "Why do they make such a bonfire, with nobody but themselves to enjoy it? What strange men, out by themselves in the dark night, on the cold hill? What can they be doing it for? I hope they have something to eat. I should like to hear them talk. I wonder what they are saying about us. I am certain we bored them." The brothers did speak of them, and readily agreed in some notion of their characters, but they soon turned to other things, and there passed a good deal that Mercy could not have followed. What would she, for instance, have made of Alister's challenge to his brother to explain the metaphysical necessity for the sine, tangent, and secant of an angle belonging to its supplement as well? When the ladies overtook them in the morning, Alister was reading from an old manuscript volume of his brother's, which he had found in a chest, a certain very early attempt at humour, and now they disputed concerning it as they watched the fire. It had abundance of faults, and in especial lacked suture, but will serve to show something of Ian's youthful ingenium. To a vagrant. Gentle vagrant, stumping over several verdant fields of clover, subject of unnumbered knockings, tattered coat and ragged stockings, slouching hat and roving eye, tell of settled vagrancy. Wretched wanderer, can it be the poor laws have leaguered thee? Hear'st thou in thy thorny den tramp of rural policemen, inly fancying in thy rear coats of blue and buttons clear, while to meet thee in the van stalks some vengeful alderman, each separate sense bringing a notion of forms that teach thee locomotion, beat and battered all together by fellow men, by wind and weather, hounded on through fens and bogs, chased by men and bit by dogs, and in thy weakly way of judging, so kindly taught the art of trudging, or with a moment's happier lot, pitied, pensioned, and forgot. Cutty pipe thy regium donum, poverty thy summum bonum, thy frigid couch a sandstone stratum, a colder grave thy ultimatum, circumventing, circumvented, in short, excessively tormented. Everything combines to scare charity's dear pensioner. Say, vagrant, canst thou grant to me a slice of thy philosophy? Haply in thy many trudgings, having found unchallenged lodgings, thy thoughts, unused to saddle-crupper, ambling no farther than thy supper, thou, by the light of heaven-lit taper, mendest thy prospective paper. Then, jolly pauper, stitch till day, let not thy roses drop away, lest, begrimed with muddy matter, thy body peep from every tatter, and men, a charitable dose, should physic thee with food and clothes. Nursling of adversity, 'tis thy glory thus to be sinking fund of raggery, thus to scrape a nation's dishes, and fatten on a few good wishes, or on some venial treason bent, frame thyself a government, for thy crest a brimless hat, poverty's aristocrat. Nonne habeam te tristem, planet of the human system? Comet lank and melancholic, orbit shocking parabolic, seen for a little in the sky of the world of sympathy, seldom failing when predicted, coming most when most restricted, dragging a nebulous tale with thee of hypothetic vagrancy. Of vagrants large and vagrants small, vagrants scarce visible at all, matchless oracle of woe, anarchy in embryo, strange antipodes of bliss, parody on happiness, brag house of the great creation, subject meet for strangulation, by practice tutored to condense the cautious inquiry for pence, and skilful with averted eye to hide thy latent roguery. Lo, on thy hopes I clap a stopper. Vagrant, thou shalt have no copper. Gather thy stumps and get thee hence, unwise solicitor of pence. Alister, who all but worshipped Ian, and cherished every scrap from his pen, had not until quite lately seen this foolish production, as Ian counted it, and was delighted with it, as he would have been had it been much worse. Ian was vexed that he should like it, and now spent the greater part of an hour trying to show him how very bad in parts, even senseless, it was. Profusion of epithets, without applicability, want of continuity, purposelessness, silliness, heartlessness, were but a few of his denunciations. Alister argued it was but a bit of fun, and that anybody that knew Ian knew perfectly he would never amuse himself with a fellow without giving him something. But it was in vain. Ian was bent on showing it altogether unworthy. So, not to waste the night, they dropped the dispute, and by the light of the blazing heather, turned to a chapter of Boethius. End of Volume 1, Chapter 13. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 14 of What's Mine's Mine, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wolves. My readers may remember that Ian was on the point of acquainting his mother with an important event in his spiritual history, when they were interrupted by the involuntary call of the girls from the new house. The mother, as will readily be believed, remained desirous of listening to her son's story, though dreading it would not be of a kind to give her much satisfaction. But partly from preventions, favoured, it must be confessed, by Ian, and yet more from direct avoidance on his part, the days passed without her hearing any more of it. Ian had in truth almost repented his offer of the narrative. A certain vague assurance that it would not be satisfactory to her had grown upon him until he felt it unkind to lay before her an experience whose narration would seem to ask a sympathy she could not give. But the mother was unable to let the thing rest. More than by interest, she was urged by anxiety. In spite of her ungodlike theories of God, it was impossible she could be in despair about her noble Ian. Still, her hope was at best founded on the uncovenanted mercies of God, not on the security of his bond. She did not believe that God was doing and would do his best for every man. Therefore she had no assurance that he would bring down the pride of Ian, and compel his acceptance of terms worthy of an old Roman father, half law-circumventing lawyer, half heartless tyrant. But her longing to hear what her son had proposed telling her was chiefly inspired by the hope of getting nearer to him, of closer sympathy becoming possible between them through her learning more clearly what his views were. She constantly felt as if walking along the side of a thick hedge, with occasional thinnesses through which now and then she gained a ghostly glimpse of her heart's treasure, gliding along the other side, close to her, yet so far that when they spoke, they seemed calling across a gulf of dividing darkness. Therefore, the night after that spent by her sons on the hill, all having retired some 2 hours before, the mother, finding herself unable to sleep, rose as she had often done ere now, and stole to the door of the little room under the thatch where Ian lay. Listening and judging him awake, she went softly in and sat down by his bedside. There had been such occasions on which, though son as well as mother was wide awake, neither spoke a word. But this time the mother could not be silent. "You never told me, Ian, the story you began about something that made you pray." Ian saw he could not now draw back without causing her more trouble than with the narration. "Are you sure you will not take cold, mother dear?" he said. "I am warmly clad, my son, and my heart, more than I can tell you, is longing to hear all about it." "I am afraid you will not find my story so interesting as you expect, mother." "What concerns you is more interesting to me than anything else in the world, Ian." "Not more than God, mother," said Ian. The mother was silent. She was as honest as her sons. The question, dim-lucent, showed her, if but in shadow, something of the truth concerning herself, not so that she could grasp it, for she saw it as in a glimmer, a fluctuating, vanishing flash, namely, that she cared more about salvation than about God, that, if she could but keep her boy out of hell, she would be content to live on without any nearer approach to him in whom she had her being. God was to her an awe, not a ceaseless growing delight. There are centuries of paganism yet in many lovely Christian souls, paganism so deep, therefore so little recognized, that their earnest endeavour is to plant that paganism ineradicably in the hearts of those dearest to them. As she did not answer, Ian was afraid she was hurt, and thought it better to begin his story at once. "It was one night in the middle of winter, last winter, near Moscow," he began, "and the frost was very bitter, the worst night for cold I have ever known. I had gone with a companion into the depth of a great pine forest. On our way, the cold grew so intense that we took refuge at a little public house, frequented by peasants and persons of the lowest ranks.
On entering, I saw a scene which surpassed all for interest I had ever before witnessed. The little lonely house was crammed with Russian soldiers, fierce-looking fellows, and I dare say their number formed our protection from violence. Many of them were among the finest-looking fellows I have ever seen. They were half drunk, and were dancing and singing with the wildest gesticulations and grimaces, but such singing for strange wildness and harmony combined I had never before listened to. One would keep up a solo for some minutes, when the whole company would join in a sort of chorus, dancing frantically about, but with the most perfect regularity of movement. One of them came up to me, and with a low bow begged me in the name of the rest to give them some money. I accordingly gave them a silver rouble, upon which the whole party set up a shout, surrounded me, and in a moment a score of brawny fellows had lifted me in the air, where I was borne along in triumph. I took off my cap and gave 3 hip hurrahs as loud as my lungs could bawl, whereupon, with the profoundest expressions of gratitude, I was lowered from my elevation. One of them then, who seemed to be the spokesman of the rest, seized me in his arms and gave me a hearty kiss on the cheek, on which I took my departure amid universal acclamation. But all that's not worth telling you about. It was not for that I began, only the scene came up so clear before me that it drew me aside. "I don't need to tell you, Ian," said his mother, with shining eyes, "that if it were only what you had to eat on the most ordinary day of your life, it would be interesting to me. Thank you, mother dear. I seem to know that without being told, but I could never talk to you about anything that was not interesting to myself." Here he paused. He would rather have stopped. Go on, Ian. I am longing to hear." "Well, where was I? We left at the inn our carriage and horses, and went with our guns far into the forest, all of straight tall pines, up and up, and the little island-like tops of them, which if there be a breath of wind are sure to be swaying about like the motion of a dream, were as still as the big frosty stars in the deep blue overhead. "What did you want in such a lonely place at that time of the night?" asked the mother. She sat with firm closed lips and wide night-filled eyes looking at her son, the fear of love in her beautiful face, a face more beautiful than any other that son had yet seen, fit window for a heart so full of refuge to look out of. And he knew how she looked, though the darkness was between them. "Wolves, mother," he answered. She shuddered. She was a great reader in the long winter nights, and had read terrible stories of wolves, the last of which in Scotland had been killed not far from where they sat. "What did you want with the wolves, Ian?" she faltered. "To kill them, mother. I never liked killing animals any more than Alister, but even he destroys the hooded crow, and wolves are yet fairer game. They are the out-of-door devils of that country, and I fancy devils do go into them sometimes, as they did once into the poor swine. They are the terror of all who live near the forests." There was no moon, only starlight, but whenever we came to any opener space, there was light enough from the snow to see all about. There was light indeed from the snow all through the forest, but the trees were thick and dark. Far away, somewhere in the mystery of the black wood, we could now and then hear a faint howling. It came from the red throats of the wolves. "You are frightening me, Ian," said the mother, as if they had been 2 children telling each other tales. "Indeed, mother, they are very horrible when they hunt in droves, ravenous with hunger. To kill one of them, if it be but one, is to do something for your kind. And just at that time I was oppressed with the feeling that I had done and was doing nothing for my people, my own humans, and not knowing anything else I could at the moment attempt, I resolved to go and kill a wolf or 2. They had killed a poor woman only 2 nights before. As soon as we could, after hearing the noise of them, we got up into 2 trees. It took us some time to discover 2 that were fit for our purpose, and we did not get them so near each other as we should have liked. It was rather anxious work, too, until we found them, for if we encountered on foot a pack of those demons, we could be but a moment or 2 alive. Killing one, 10 would be upon us, and 100 more on the backs of those. But we hoped they would smell us up in the trees and search for us, when we should be able to give account of a few of them at least. We had double-barreled guns, and plenty of powder and ball. But how could you endure the cold, at night, and without food? No, mother, we did not try that. We had plenty to eat in our pockets. My companion had a bottle of vodka, and— "What is that?" asked the mother with suspicion. "A sort of raw spirit. Horrible stuff. More like spirits of wine. They say it does not hurt in such cold." "But, Ian!" cried the mother, and seemed unable to say more. "Don't be frightened, mother," said Ian with a merry laugh. "Surely you could not imagine I would drink such stuff. True, I had my bottle, but it was full of tea. The Russians drink enormous quantities of tea, though not so strong as you make it." "Go on, then, Ian, go on." We sat a long time, and there was no sign of the wolves coming near us. It was very cold, but our furs kept in our warmth. By and by I fell asleep, which was not dangerous so long as I kept warm, and I thought the cold must wake me before it began to numb me. And as I slept, I dreamed. But my dream did not change the place, the forest, the tree I was in. All my surroundings were the same. I even dreamed that I came awake, and saw everything about me just as it was. I seemed to open my eyes and look about me on the dazzling snow from my perch. I was in a small tree on the border of a little clearing. Suddenly, out of the wood to my left issued something, running fast, but with soundless feet over the snow. I doubted in my dream whether the object were a live thing or only a shadow. It came nearer, and I saw it was a child, a little girl, running as if for her life. She came straight to the tree I sat in, and when close to it, but without a moment's halt, looked up, and I saw a sweet little face, white with terror, which somehow seemed, however, not for herself, but for me. I called out after her to stop, and I would take her into the tree beside me, where the wolves could not reach her, but she only shook her head, and ran on over the clearing into the forest. Among the boles I watched the fleeting shape appear and disappear, and appear again, until I saw it no more. Then first I heard another kind of howl from the wolves, that of pursuit. It strengthened and swelled, growing nearer and nearer, till at last, through the stillness of the night and the moveless forest and the dead snow, came to my ear a kind of soft rushing sound. I don't know how to describe it. The rustle of dry leaves is too sharp. It was like a very soft, heavy rain on a window, a small, dull padding. It was the feet of the wolves. They came nearer, and grew louder and louder, but the noise was still muffled and soft. Their howling, however, was now loud and horrid. I suppose they cannot help howling. If they could, they would have too much power over poor creatures, coming upon them all together at unawares. But as it is, they tell, whether they will or no, that they are upon the way. At length, dark as a torrent of pitch, out of the forest flowed a multitude of obscure things, and streamed away, black over the snow, in the direction the child had taken. They passed close to the foot of my tree, but did not even look up, flitting by like a shadow whose substance was unseen. Where the child had vanished, they also disappeared. Plainly, they were after her. "It was only a dream, mother. Don't be so frightened," interrupted Ian, for here his mother gave a little cry, almost forgetting what the narration was. "Then first," he went on, "I seemed to recover my self-possession. I saw that, though I must certainly be devoured by the wolves, and the child could not escape, I had no choice but go down and follow, do what I could, and die with her. Down I was the same instant, running as I had never run before, even in a dream, along the track of the wolves. As I ran, I heard their howling, but it seemed so far off that I could not hope to be in time to kill one of them ere they were upon her. Still, by their howling, it did not appear they had reached her, and I ran on. Their noise grew louder and louder, but I seemed to run miles and miles, wondering what spell was upon me that I could not come up with them. All at once the clamour grew hideous, and I saw them. They were gathered round a tree, in a clearing just like that I had left, and were madly leaping against it, but ever falling back baffled. I looked up. In the top of the tree sat the little girl, her white face looking down upon them with a smile. All the terror had vanished from it. It was still white as the snow, but like the snow was radiating a white light through the dark foliage of the fir. I see it often, mother, so clear that I could paint it. I was enchanted at the sight, but she was not in safety yet, and I rushed into the heap of wolves, striking and stabbing with my hunting knife. I got to the tree and was by her in a moment. But as I took the child in my arms, I woke, and knew that it was a dream. I sat in my own tree, and up against the stem of it broke a howling, surging black wave of wolves. They leaped at the tree bole as a rock-checked billow would leap. My gun was to my shoulder in a moment, and blazed among them. Howls of death arose. Their companions fell upon the wounded and ate them up, and the tearing and yelling at the foot of the tree was like the tumult of devils full of hate and malice and greed. Then for the first time I thought whether such creatures might not be the open haunts of demons. I do not imagine that, when those our Lord drove out of the man asked permission to go into the swine, they desired anything unheard of before in the demon world. I think they were not in the way of going into tame animals, but as they must go out of the man, as they greatly dreaded the abyss of the disembodied, and as no ferocious animals fit to harbour them were near, they begged leave to go into such as were accessible, though unsuitable, whereupon the natural consequence followed. Their presence made the poor swine miserable even to madness, and with the instinct of so many maniacs that in death alone lies their deliverance, they rushed straight into the loch. It may be so, Ian, but I want to hear how you got away from the wolves. I fired and fired, and still they kept rushing on the tree bole, heaping themselves against it, those behind struggling up on the backs of those next to it, in a storm of rage and hunger and jealousy. Not a few who had just helped to eat some of their fellows were themselves eaten in turn, and not a scrap of them left. But it was a large pack, and it would have taken a long time to kill enough to satisfy those that remained. I killed and killed until my ammunition was gone, and then there was nothing for it but await the light. When the morning began to dawn, they answered its light with silence, and turning away swept like a shadow back into the wood. Strange to tell, I heard afterwards that a child had been killed by them in the earlier part of that same night. But even now sometimes as I lie awake I grow almost doubtful whether the whole was not a hideous dream. Not the less for that was what I went through between the time my powder came to an end and the dawn of the morning, a real spiritual fact. In the midst of the howling, I grew so sleepy that the horrible noise itself seemed to lull me, while it kept me awake, and I fell into a kind of reverie with which my dream came back and mingled. I seemed to be sitting in the tree with the little shining girl, and she was my own soul, and all the wrong things I had in me, and all the wrong things I had done, with all the weaknesses and evil tendencies of my nature, whether mine by fault or by inheritance, had taken shape, and in the persons of the howling wolves below were besieging me, to get at me and devour me. Suddenly my soul was gone. Above were the still, bright stars, shining unmoved. Beneath was the white, betraying snow, and the howling wolves. Away through the forest was fleeting, ever fleeting, my poor soul in the likeness of a white-faced child. All at once came a great stillness, as of a desert place, where breathed nor life of man, nor life of beast. I was alone, frightfully alone, alone as I had never been before. The creatures at the foot of the tree were still howling, but their cry sounded far away and small. They were in some story I had been reading about, not anywhere in my life. I was left and lost. Left by whom? Lost by whom? in the waste of my own being without stay or comfort. I looked up to the sky. It was infinite, yet only a part of myself, and much too near to afford me any refuge from the desert of my lost self. It came down nearer. The limitless space came down and clasped me, and held me. It came close to me, as if I had been a shape off which all nature was taking a mould. I was at once everything and nothing. I cannot tell you how frightful it was. In agony I cried to God with a cry of utter despair. I cannot say whether I may believe that he answered me. I know this, that a great quiet fell upon me, but a quiet as of utter defeat and helplessness. Then again, I cannot tell how, the quiet and the helplessness melted away into a sense of God, a feeling as if a great space all about me was God and not emptiness. Wolf nor sin could touch me. I was a wide peace, my very being, peace. And in my mind, whether an echo from the Bible I do not know, were the words, I, even I, am he that comforteth thee. I am God, thy Saviour. Whereas I had seemed all alone, I was with God, the only withness a man can really share. I lifted my eyes. Morning was in the east, and the wolves were slinking away over the snow. How to receive this strange experience, the mother did not know. She ought to say something, for she sorely questioned it. Not a word had he spoken belonging to the religion in which she had brought him up, except two, sin and God. There was nothing in it about the atonement. She did not see that it was a dream, say rather a vision, of the atonement itself. To Ian her interpretation of the atonement seemed an everlasting and hopeless severance. The patience of God must surely be far more tried by those who would interpret him than by those who deny him. The latter speak lies against him, the former speak lies for him. Yet all the time the mother felt as in the presence of some creature of a higher world, one above the ordinary race of men, whom the powers of evil had indeed misled, but perhaps not finely snared. She little thought how near she was to imagining that good may come out of evil, that there is good which is not of God. She did not yet understand that salvation lies in being one with Christ, even as the branch is one with the vine, that any salvation short of knowing God is no salvation at all. What moment a man feels that he belongs to God utterly, the atonement is there, the Son of God is reaping his harvest. The good mother was not, however, one of those conceited, stiff-necked, power-loving souls who have been the curse and ruin of the church in all ages. She was but one of those in whom reverence for its passing form dulls the perception of unchangeable truth. They shut up God's precious light in the horn-lantern of human theory, and the lantern casts such shadows on the path to the kingdom as seem to dim eyes insurmountable obstructions. For the sake of what they count revealed, they refuse all further revelation, and what satisfies them is merest famine to the next generation of the children of the kingdom. Instead of God's truth, they offer man's theory, and accuse of rebellion against God such as cannot live on the husks they call food. But, home-hungry soul, thy God is not the elder brother of the parable, but the father with the best robe and the ring, a God high above all thy longing, even as the heavens are high above the earth. End of Volume 1, Chapter 14. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 15 of What's Mine's Mine, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gulf That Divided. When Ian ceased, a silence deep as the darkness around fell upon them. To Ian,
The silence seemed the very voice of God, clear in the darkness. To the mother it was a darkness interpenetrating the darkness. It was a great gulf between her and her boy. She must cry to him aloud. But what should she cry? If she did not, an opportunity, perhaps the last, on which hung eternal issues, would be gone for ever. Each moment's delay was a disobedience to her conscience, a yielding to love's sinful reluctance. With sick assay she heaved at the weight on her heart, but not a word would come. If Ian would but speak again, and break the spell of the terrible stillness! She must die in eternal wrong if she did not speak. But no word would come. Something in her would not move. It was not in her brain, or her lips, or her tongue, for she knew all the time she could speak if she would. The caitiff will was not all on the side of duty. She was not for the truth. Could she then be of the truth? She did not suspect a divine reluctance to urge that which was not good. Not always, when the will works, may we lay hold of it in the act. Somehow, she knew not how, she heard herself speaking. "Are you sure it was God, Ian?" she said. The voice she heard was weak and broken, reedy and strained, like the voice of one all but dead. "No, mother," answered Ian, "but I hope it was." "Hopes, my dear boy, are not to be trusted." "That is true, mother, and yet we are saved by hope." "We are saved by faith." "I do not doubt it." "You rejoice my heart, but faith in what?" "Faith in God, mother." "That will not save you." "No, but God will." "The devils believe in God and tremble." "I believe in the Father of Jesus Christ, and do not tremble." "You ought to tremble before an unreconciled God." "Like the devils, mother?" "Like a sinful child of Adam. Whatever your fancies, Ian, God will not hear you, except you pray to him in the name of his Son." "Mother, would you take my God from me? Would you blot him out of the deeps of the universe?" "Ian, are you mad? What frightful things you would lay to my charge!" "Mother, I would gladly, oh, how gladly, perish for ever to save God from being the kind of God you would have me believe him. I love God, and will not think him other than good. Rather than believe he does not hear every creature that cries to him, whether he knows Jesus Christ or not, I would believe there was no God and go mourning to my grave." "That is not the doctrine of the gospel." "It is, mother. Jesus himself says, 'Every one that hath heard and learned of the Father cometh unto me.'" "Why then do you not come to him, Ian?" "I do come to him. I come to him every day. I believe in nobody but him. He only makes the universe worth being, or any life worth living." "Ian, I cannot understand you. If you believe like that about him—" "I don't believe about him, mother. I believe in him. He is my life." "We will not dispute about words. The question is, do you place your faith for salvation in the sufferings of Christ for you?" "I do not, mother. My faith is in Jesus himself, not in his sufferings." "Then the anger of God is not turned away from you." "Mother, I say again, I love God, and will not believe such things of him as you say. I love him so that I would rather lose him than believe so of him." "Then you do not accept the Bible as your guide?" "I do, mother, for it tells me of Jesus Christ. There is no such teaching as you say in the Bible." "How little you know your New Testament!" "I don't know my New Testament. It is the only book I do know. I read it constantly. It is the only thing I could not live without. No, I do not mean that. I could do without my Testament. Christ would be all the same." "Oh, Ian,
Ian, and yet you will not give Christ the glorious, satisfying, divine justice by his suffering for your sins. Mother, to say that the justice of God is satisfied with suffering is a piece of the darkness of hell. God is willing to suffer and ready to inflict suffering to save from sin, but no suffering is satisfaction to him or his justice. What do you mean by his justice, then? That he gives you and me and everybody fair play. The homeliness of the phrase offended the moral ear of the mother. "How dare you speak lightly of him in my hearing?" she cried. "Because I will speak for God even to the face of my mother," answered Ian. "He is more to me than you, mother, 10 times more." "You speak against God, Ian," she rejoined, calmed by the feeling she had roused. "No, mother. He speaks against God who says he does things that are not good. It does not make a thing good to call it good. I speak for him when I say he cannot but give fair play. He knows he put me where I was sure to sin. He will not condemn me because I have sinned. He leaves me to do that myself. He will condemn me only if I do not turn away from sin, for he has made me able to turn from it, and I do." "He will forgive sin only for Christ's sake." "He forgives it for his own name's sake, for his own love's sake. There is no word such as 'for Christ's sake' in the New Testament, except where Paul prays for us for Christ's sake to be reconciled to God. It is in the English New Testament, but not in the Greek." "Then you do not believe that the justice of God demands the satisfaction of the sinner's endless punishment?" "I do not. Nothing can satisfy the justice of God but justice in his creature. The justice of God is the love of what is right, and the doing of what is right. Eternal misery in the name of justice could satisfy none but a demon whose bad laws had been broken." "I grant you that no amount of suffering on the part of the wicked could satisfy justice, but it is the Holy One who suffers for our sins." "Oh, mother, justice do wrong for its own satisfaction. Did Jesus deserve punishment? If not, then to punish him was to wrong him." "But he was willing. He consented." "He yielded to injustice, but the injustice was man's, not God's. If justice insisted on punishment, it would at least insist on the guilty, not the innocent, being punished. It would revolt from the idea of the innocent being punished for the guilty. Mind, I say, being punished, not suffering. That is another thing altogether. It is an eternal satisfaction of love to suffer for the guilty, but not to justice that innocence should be punished for the guilty. The whole idea of such atonement is the merest subterfuge, a figment of the paltry human intellect, to reconcile difficulties of its own invention. Once, when Alister had done something wrong, my father said he must be punished, except someone will be punished for him. I offered to take his place, partly that it seemed expected of me, partly that I was moved by vanity, and partly that I foresaw what would follow." "And what did follow?" asked the mother, to whom the least word out of the past concerning her husband was like news from the world beyond. At the same time it seemed almost an offence that one of his sons should know anything about him she did not know. "He scarcely touched me, mother," answered Ian. "The thing taught me something very different from what he had meant to teach by it. That he failed to carry out his idea of justice helped me afterwards to see that God could not have done it either, for that it was not justice. Some perception of this must have lain at the root of the heresy that Jesus did not suffer, but a cloud phantom took his place on the cross. Wherever people speculate instead of obeying, they fall into endless error." "You graceless boy! Do you dare to say your father speculated instead of obeying?" cried the mother, hot with indignation. "No, mother. It was not my father who invented that way of accounting for the death of our Lord." "He believed it?" "He accepted it, saturated with the tradition of the elders before, he could not think for himself. He does not believe it now." "But why then should Christ have suffered?" "It is the one fact that explains to me everything," said Ian. "But I am not going to talk about it. So long as your theory satisfies you, mother, why should I show you mine? When it no longer satisfies you, when it troubles you as it has troubled me, and as I pray God it may trouble you, when you feel it stand between you and the best love you could give God, then I will share my very soul with you, tell you the thoughts which seem to sublimate my very being in adoration. I do not see what other meaning you can put upon the statement that he was a sacrifice for our sins. Had we not sinned, he would never have died, and he died to deliver us from our sins. He against whom was the sin became the sacrifice for it. The Father suffered in the Son, for they are one. But if I could see no other explanation than yours, I would not, could not accept it. For God's sake I would not. How can you say you believe in Christ, when you do not believe in the atonement? It is not so, mother. I do not believe what you mean by the atonement. What God means by it, I desire to accept. But we are never told to believe in the atonement. We are told to believe in Christ. And, mother, in the name of the great Father who hears me speak, I do believe in him. How can you, when you do not believe what God says about him? I do. God does not say those things about him you think he says. They are mere traditions, not the teaching of those who understood him. But I might believe all about him quite correctly, and yet not believe in him. What do you call believing in him, then? Obeying him, mother, to say it as shortly as I can. I try to obey him in the smallest things he says, only there are no small things he says, and so does Alister. I strive to be what he would have me, nor do I hold anything else worth my care. Let a man trust in his atonement to absolute assurance. If he does not do the things he tells him, the very things he said, he does not believe in him. He may be a good man, but he has not yet heard enough and learned enough of the Father to be sent to Jesus to learn more. Then I do not believe in him, said the mother, with a strange, sad gentleness, for his words awoke an old anxiety never quite at rest. Ian was silent. The darkness seemed to deepen around them, and the silence grew keen. The mother began to tremble. God knows, said Ian at length, and again the broken silence closed around them. It was between God and his mother now. Unwise counsellors will persuade the half-crazy doubter in his own faith to believe that he does believe. How much better to convince him that his faith is a poor thing, that he must rise and go and do the thing that Jesus tells him, and so believe indeed. When will men understand that it is neither thought nor talk, neither sorrow for sin nor love of holiness that is required of them, but obedience? To be and to obey are one. A cold hand grasping her heart, the mother rose and went from the room. The gulf seemed now at last utterly, hopelessly impassable. She had only feared it before. She knew it now. She did not see that, while she believed evil things of God, and none the less that she called them good, oneness was impossible between her and any being in God's creation. The poor mother thought herself broken-hearted, and lay down too sick to know that she was trembling from head to foot. Such was the hold, such the authority of traditional human dogma on her soul, a soul that scorned the notion of priestly interposition between God and his creature, that instead of glorifying God that she had given birth to such a man, she wept bitterly because he was on the broad road to eternal condemnation. But as she lay, now weeping, now still and cold with despair, she found that for some time she had not been thinking. But she had not been asleep. Whence then was this quiet that was upon her? Something had happened, though she knew of nothing. There was in her, as it were, a moonlight of peace. Can it be God? She said to herself. No more than Ian could she tell whether it was God or not, but from that night she had an idea in her soul by which to reach after the peace of God. She lifted up her heart in such prayer as she had never prayed before,
and slowly, imperceptibly awoke in her the feeling that, if she was not believing aright, God would not therefore cast her off, but would help her to believe as she ought to believe. Was she not willing? Therewith she began to feel as if the gulf betwixt her and Ian were not so wide as she had supposed, and that if it were, she would yet hope in the Son of Man. Doubtless he was in rebellion against God, seeing he would question his ways, and refuse to believe the word he had spoken, but surely something might be done for him. The possibility had not yet dawned upon her that there could be anything in the New Testament but those doctrines against which the best in him revolted. She little suspected the glory of sky and earth and sea eternal that would one day burst upon her, that she would one day see God not only good, but infinitely good, infinitely better than she had dared to think him, fearing to image him better than he was. Mortal, she dreaded being more just than God, more pure than her Maker. "I will go away tomorrow," said Ian to himself. "I am only a pain to her. She will come to see things better without me. I cannot live in her sight any longer now. I will go and come again." His heart broke forth in prayer. "O God, let my mother see that thou art indeed true-hearted, that thou dost not give us life by parings and subterfuges, but abundantly, that thou dost not make men in order to assert thy dominion over them, but that they may partake of thy life. O God, have pity when I cannot understand, and teach me as thou wouldst the little one whom, if thou wert an earthly father amongst us as thy son was an earthly son, thou wouldst carry about in thy arms. When pride rises in me, and I feel as if I ought to be free and walk without thy hand, when it looks as if man should be great in himself, nor need help from God, then think of me, and I shall know that I cannot live or think without the self-willing life, that thou art because thou art, I am because thou art, that I am deeper in thee than my life, thou more to my being than that being to itself. Was that not Satan's temptation, Father? Did he not take self for the root of self in him, when God only is the root of all self? And he has not repented yet. Is it his thought coming up in me, flung from the hollow darkness of his soul into mine? Thou knowest, when it comes I am wretched, I love it not. I would have thee Lord, and love over all. But I cannot understand how it comes to look sometimes as if independence must be the greater. A lie cannot be greater than the truth. I do not understand, but thou dost. I cannot see my foundations. I cannot dig up the roots of my being. That would be to understand creation. Will the adversary ever come to see that thou only art grand and beautiful? How came he to think to be greater by setting up for himself? How was it that it looked so to him? How is it that, not being true, it should ever look so? There must be an independence that thou lovest, of which this temptation is the shadow. That must be how Satan fell, for the sake of not being a slave, that he might be a free being. Ah, Lord, I see how it all comes. It is because we are not near enough to thee to partake of thy liberty that we want a liberty of our own, different from thine. We do not see that we are one with thee, that thy glory is our glory, that we can have none but in thee, that we are of thy family, thy home, thy heart, and what is great for thee is great for us. That man's meanness is to want to be great out of his Father. Without thy eternity in us, we are so small that we think ourselves great, and are thus miserably abject and contemptible. Thou only art true. Thou only art noble. Thou wantest no glory for selfishness. Thou doest, thou art, what thou requirest of thy children.
I know it, for I see it in Jesus, who casts the contempt of obedience upon the baseness of pride, who cares only for thee and for us, never thinking of himself, save as a gift to give us. Oh, lovely, perfect Christ! With my very life I worship thee. Oh, pray, Christ, make me and my brother strong to be the very thing thou wouldst have us, as thy brothers, the children of thy Father. Thou art our perfect brother, perfect in love, in courage, in tenderness. Amen, Lord. Good night. I am thine. He was silent for a few moments, then resumed. Lord, thou knowest whither my thoughts turn the moment I cease praying to thee. I dared not think of her but that I know thee. But for thee my heart would be as water within me. Oh, take care of her, come near to her. Thou didst send her where she could not learn fast, but she did learn. And now, God, I do not know where she is. Thou only of all in this world knowest, for to thee she lives, though gone from my sight and knowledge, in the dark to me. Pray, Father, let her know that thou art near her, and that I love her. Thou hast made me love her by taking her from me. Thou wilt give her to me again. In this hope I will live all my days, until thou takest me also. For to hope mightily is to believe well in thee. I will hope in thee infinitely. Amen, Father. End of Volume 1, Chapter 15. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 16 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Clan Christmas. By slow degrees, with infinite subdivisions and apparent reversals of change, the autumn had passed into winter indeed. Cloud above, mire below, mist and rain all between made up many days. Only, like the dreariest life, they were broken through and parted, lest they should seem the universe itself, by such heavenly manifestations, such gleams and glimpses of better, as come into all lives, all winters, all evil weathers. What is loosed on earth is loosed first in heaven. We have often shared of heaven when we thought it but a softening of the earth's hardness. Every relief is a promise, a pledge as well as a passing meal. The frost at length had brought with it brightness and persuasion and rousing. In the fields it was swelling and breaking the clods, and for the heart of man it did something to break up that clod too. A sense of friendly pleasure filled all the human creatures. The children ran about like wild things, the air seemed to intoxicate them. The mother went out walking with the girls, and they talked of their father and Christian and Mr. Sercombe, who were all coming together. For some time they saw nothing of their next neighbours. They had made some attempts at acquaintance with the people of the glen, but unhappily were nowise courteous enough for their ideas of good breeding, and offended both their pride and their sense of propriety. The manners and address of these northern peasants were blameless, nearly perfect indeed, like those of the Irish, and in their own houses beyond criticism. Those of the ladies conventional were not rudely condescending. If Mistress Conal was an exception to the rest of the clan, even she would be more civil to a stranger than to her chief whom she loved, until the stranger gave her offence. And if then she passed to imprecation, she would not curse like an ordinary woman, but like a poetess, gaining rather than losing dignity. She would rise to the evil occasion, no hag, but a largely offended sibyl, whom nothing thereafter should ever appease. To forgive was a virtue unknown to Mistress Conal. Its more than ordinary difficulty in forgiving is indeed
a special fault of the Celtic character. This must not, however, be confounded with a desire for revenge. The latter is by no means a specially Celtic characteristic. Resentment and vengeance are far from inseparable. The heart that surpasses in courtesy, except indeed that courtesy be rooted in love divine, must, when treated with discourtesy, experience the worse revulsion, feel the bitterer indignation. But many a Celt would forgive, and forgive thoroughly and heartily, with his enemy in his power, who, so long as he remained beyond his reach, could not even imagine circumstances in which they might be reconciled. To a Celt, the summit of wrong is a slight, but apology is correspondingly potent with him. Mistress Conal, however, had not the excuse of a specially courteous nature. Christina and Mercy, calling upon her one morning, were not ungraciously received, but had the misfortune to remark, trusting to her supposed ignorance of English, upon the dirtiness of her floor, they themselves having imported not a little of the moisture that had turned its surface into a muddy paste. She said nothing, but to the general grudge she bore the possessors of property once belonging to her clan, she now added a personal one. The offence lay cherished and smouldering. Had the chief offended her, she would have found a score of ways to prove to herself that he meant nothing, but she desired no mitigation of the trespass of strangers. The people at the new house did not get on very well with any of the clan. In the first place, they were regarded not merely as interlopers, but almost as thieves of the property, though in truth it had passed to them through other hands. In the second place, a rumour had got about that they did not behave with sufficient respect to the chief's family, in the point of whose honour the clan was the more exacting because of their common poverty. Hence the inhabitants of the glen, though they were of course polite, showed but little friendliness. But the main obstacle to the reception was in themselves. The human was not much developed in them. They understood nothing of their own beings. They had never had any difficulty with themselves. How could they understand others, especially in circumstances and with histories so different from their own? They had not a notion how poor people feel, still less poor people poorer than before, or how they regard the rich who have what they have lost. They did not understand any human feeling, not even the silliness they called love, a godless, mindless affair, fit only for the dull histories invented by children. They had a feeling, or a feeling had them, till another feeling came and took its place. When a feeling was there, they felt as if it would never go. When it was gone, they felt as if it had never been. When it returned, they felt as if it had never gone. They seldom came so near anything as to think about it, never put a question to themselves as to how a thing affected them, or concerning the phenomena of its passage through their consciousness. There is a child eternity of soul that needs to ask nothing, because it understands everything. The ways of the spirit are open to it. But where a soul does not understand, and has to learn, how is it to do so without thinking? They knew nothing of labour, nothing of danger, nothing of hunger, nothing of cold, nothing of sickness, nothing of loneliness. The realities of life, in their lowest forms as in their highest, were far from them. If they had nearly gone through life instead of having but entered upon it, they would have had some ground for thinking themselves unfairly dealt with. For to be made, and then left to be worthless, unfit even for damnation, might be suspected for hard lines. But there is one who takes a perfect interest in his lowliest creature, and will not so spare it. They were girls notwithstanding, who could make themselves agreeable, and passed for clever. Christina because she could give a sharp answer, and sing a drawing-room song; Mercy because as yet she mostly held her tongue. That there was, at the same time, in each of them, the possibility of being developed into something of inestimable value, is merely to say that they were human. The days passed, and Christmas drew near. The gentleman arrived. There was family delight and a bustling reception. It is amazing, it shows indeed how deep and divine, how much beyond the individual self are the family affections, that such gladness breaks forth in the meeting of persons who, within an hour or so of the joyous welcome, self getting the better of the divine, will begin to feel bored, and will each lay the blame of the disappointment on the other. Coats were pulled off, mufflers were unwound, pretty hands were helping, strong hands were lifting and carrying. Every room was bright with a great fire. Tea was refused and dinner welcomed. After dinner came the unpacking of great boxes, and in the midst of the resultant pleasure, the proposal came to be made, none but Christina knew how, that the inhabitants of the cottage should be invited to dinner on Christmas Eve. It was carried at once, and the next afternoon a formal invitation was sent. At the cottage it caused conference, no discussion. The lady of the new house had not called with her girls, it was true, but then neither had the lady of the castle, for that was the clanspeople's name for the whole ridge on which the cottage stood, called on the newcomers. If there was offence, it was mutual. The unceremonious invitation might indicate that it was not thought necessary to treat them as persons who knew the ways of society. On the other hand, if it meant that they were ready to throw aside formalities and behave heartily, it would be wrong not to meet them halfway. They resolved therefore to make a counter-proposal, and if the invitation came of neighbourliness and not of imagined patronage, they would certainly meet it in a friendly spirit. Answer was returned, sealed with no mere crest, but with a coat of arms, to the effect that it had been the custom since time forgotten for the chief to welcome his people and friends without distinction on Christmas Eve, and the custom could not be broken. But if the ladies and gentlemen of the new house would favour them with their company on the occasion, to dine and dance, the chief and his family would gratefully accept any later offer of hospitality Mr. and Mrs. Peregrine Palmer might do them the honour to send. This reply gave occasion to a good deal of talk at the new house, but not entirely of a sort which the friends of the chief would have enjoyed hearing. Frequent were the bursts of laughter from the men at the assumption of the title of chief by a man with no more land than he could just manage to live upon. The village, they said, and said truly, in which the greater number of his people lived, was not his at all, not a foot of the ground on which it stood, not a stone or sod of which it was built, but belonged to a certain Canadian who was about to turn all his territory around and adjacent into a deer forest. They could not see that, if there had ever been anything genuine in the patriarchal relation, the mere loss of the clan property could no more cause the chieftainship to cease than could the loss of the silver-hilted Andrew Ferrara handed down from father to son for so many generations. There are dull people, and just as many clever people who look upon customs of society as on laws of nature, and judge the worth of others by their knowledge or ignorance of the same. So doing, they disable themselves from understanding the essential, which is, like love, the fulfilling of the law. A certain Englishman gave great offence in an Arab tent by striding across the food placed for the company on the ground. Would any Celt, Irish or Welsh, have been guilty of such a blunder? But there was not any overt offence on the present occasion. They called it indeed a cool proposal that they should put off their Christmas party for that of a ploughman in shabby kilt and hobnailed shoes. But on their amused indignation supervened the thought that they were in a wild part of the country, where it would be absurd to expect the savoir-vivre of the south, and it would be amusing to see the customs of the land. By suggestion and seeming response, the clever Christina, unsuspected even of mercy, was the motive power to bring about the acceptance of the chief's invitation. A friendly answer was returned. They would not go to dinner, they said, as it was their custom also to dine at home on Christmas Eve, but they would dine early and spend the evening with them. To the laird the presence of the lowland girls promised a great addition to the merry-making. During the last 30 years all the gentlemen farmers of the clan, and most of the humbler tacksmen as well, had vanished, and there was a wide intellectual space between all those left and the family of the chief. Often when Ian was away would Alister, notwithstanding his love to his people and their entire response, have felt lonely but for labour. There being in the cottage no room equal to the reception of a large company, and the laird receiving all the members of the clan, poor, I was going to say, and rich, but there were no rich, as well as any neighbour or traveller who chose to appear, the father of the present chief had had good regard to the necessities of entertainment in the construction of a new barn. Companionship, large feasting and dancing had been even more considered than the storing and threshing of his corn. There are in these days many who will mock, but for my part I am proud of a race whose social relations are the last upon which they will retrench, whose latest yielded pleasure is their hospitality. It is a common feeling that only the well-to-do have a right to be hospitable. The ideal flower of hospitality is almost unknown to the rich. It can hardly be grown save in the gardens of the poor. It is one of their beatitudes. Means in Glenruadh had been shrinking for many years, but the heart of the chief never shrank. His dwelling dwindled from a castle to a house, from a house to a cottage, but the hospitality did not dwindle. As the money vanished, the show diminished. The place of entertainment from a hall became a kitchen, from a kitchen changed to a barn, but the heart of the chief was the same. The entertainment was but little altered, the hospitality not in the least. When things grow hard, the first saving is generally off others. The Macruadh's was off himself. The land was not his, save as steward of the grace of God. Let it not be supposed he ran in debt, with his mother at the head, or rather the heart of affairs. That could not be. She was not one to regard as hospitality a readiness to share what you have not. Little did good Dr. Johnson suspect the shifts to which some of the Highland families he visited were driven, not to feed, but to house him. And housing in certain conditions of society is the large half of hospitality. Where he did not find his quarters comfortable, he did not know what crowding had to be devised, what inconveniences endured by the family, that he might have what ease and freedom were possible. Be it in stone hall or thatched cottage, the chief must entertain the stranger as well as befriend his own. This was the fulfilling of his office, none the less that it had descended upon him in evil times. That seldom, if ever, had a chief been Christian enough or strong enough to fill to the full the relation of father to his people, was nothing against the ideal fact in the existent relation. It was rather for it, now that the chieftainship had come to a man with a large notion of what it required of him, he was the more, not the less, ready to aim at the mark of the ideal. He was not the more easily to be turned aside from a true attempt to live up to his calling, that many had yielded and were swept along bound slaves in the triumph of mammon. He looked on his calling as entirely enough to fill full the life that would fulfill the calling. It was ambition enough for him to be the head of his family, with the highest of earthly relations to realize toward its members. As to the vulgar notion of a man's obligation to himself, he had learned to despise it. Rubbish, Ian would say. I owe myself nothing. What has myself ever done for me but lead me wrong? What but it has come between me and my duty, between me and my very Father in heaven, between me and my fellow man? The fools of greed would persuade that a man has no right to waste himself in the low content of making and sharing a humble living. He ought to make money, make a figure in the world, forsooth, be somebody. Dwell among the people, such would say. Bah! Let them look after themselves. If they cannot pay their rents, others will. What is it to you if the rents are paid? Send them about their business, turn the land into a deer forest or a sheep farm, and clear it out. They have no rights. A man is bound to the children of his body begotten. The people are nothing to him. A man is not his brother's keeper, except when he has got him in prison. And so on, in the name of the great devil. Whether there was enough in Alister to have met and overcome the spirit of the world, had he been brought up at Oxford or Cambridge, I have not to determine. There was that in him, at least, which would have come to repent bitterly had he yielded. But brought up as he was not only able to entertain the exalted idea presented to him, but to receive and make it his. With joy he recognized the higher dignity of the shepherd of a few poor, lean, wool-torn human sheep, than of the man who stands for himself, however spacious in the possession of dirt. He who holds dead land a possession, and living souls none of his, needs wake no curse, for he is in the very pit of creation, a live outrage on the human family. If Alister Macruadh was not in the highest grade of Christianity, he was on his way thither, for he was doing the work that was given him to do, which is the first condition of all advancement. He had much to learn yet, but he was one who, from every point his feet touched, was on the start to go further. The day of the Holy Eve rose clear and bright. Snow was on the hills and frost in the valley. There had been a time when at this season great games were played between neighbour districts or clans, but here there were no games now, because there were so few men. The more active part fell to the women. Mistress Macruadh was busy all day with her helpers, preparing a dinner of mutton, and beef, and fowls, and red deer ham, and the men soon gave the barn something of the aspect of the old patriarchal hall for which it was no very poor substitute. A long table covered with the finest linen was laid for all comers, and when the guests took their places, they needed no arranging, all knew their standing, and seated themselves according to knowledge. 2 or 3 small farmers took modestly the upper places once occupied by immediate relatives of the chief, for of the old gentry of the clan there were none. But all were happy, for their chief was with them still. Their reverence was none the less that they were at home with him. They knew his worth, and the roughest among them would mind what the Macruadh said. They knew that he feared nothing, that he was strong as the red stag after which the clan was named, that, with genuine respect for every man, he would at the least insolence knock the fellow down, that he was the best shot, the best sailor, the best ploughman in the clan. I would have said the best swordsman, but that, except Ian, there was not another left to it. Not many of them, however, understood how much he believed that he had to give an account of his people. He was far from considering such responsibility the clergyman's only. Again and again he had expostulated with some to save them from the slow gaping hell of drink, and in one case, he had reason to hope, with success. As they sat at dinner, it seemed to the young fellow who, with his help, had so far been victorious, that the chief scarcely took his eyes off him. One might think there was small danger where the hostess allowed nothing beyond water and milk but small ale. The chief, however, was in dread lest he should taste even that, and caught one moment the longing look he threw at the jug as it passed. He rose and went down the table, speaking to this one and that, but stopped behind the lad, and putting his arm round his shoulders, whispered in his ear. The youth looked up in his face with a solemn smile. Had not the chief embraced him before them all? He was only a shepherd lad, but his chief cared for him. In the afternoon the extemporized tables were cleared away, candles were fixed in rough sconces along the walls, not without precaution against fire, and the floor was rubbed clean, for the barn was floored throughout with pine, in parts polished with use. The walls were already covered with the plaids of the men and women, each kept in place by a stone or two on top of the wall where the rafters rested. In one end was a great heap of yellow oat straw, which, partly levelled, made a most delightful divan. What with the straw, the plaids, the dresses, the shining of silver ornaments, and the flash of here and there a cairngorm or an amethyst, there was not a little colour in the barn. Some of the guests were poorly, but all were decently attired, and the shabbiest behaved as ladies and gentlemen. The party from the new house walked through the still, star-watched air, with the motionless mountains looking down on them, and a silence around, which they never suspected as a presence. The little girls were of the company, and there was much merriment. Foolish compliments were not wanting, offered chiefly on the part of Mr. Sercombe, and accepted on that of Christina. The ladies, under their furs and hoods, were in their best, with all the jewels they could wear at once, for they had heard that Highlanders have a passion for colour, and that poor people are always best pleased when you go to them in your finery. The souls of these Sassenachs were full of things. They made a fine show as they emerged from the darkness of their wraps into the light of the numerous candles, nor did the approach of the widowed chieftainess to receive them on the arm of Alister, with Ian on her other side, fail in dignity. The mother was dressed in a rich, matronly black silk. The chief was in the full dress of his clan, the old-fashioned coat of the French court, with its silver buttons and ruffles of fine lace, the kilt of Macruadh tartan in which red predominated, the silver-mounted sporran of the skin and adorned with the head of an otter caught with the bare hands of one of his people, and a silver-mounted dirk of unusual length, famed for the beauty of both hilt and blade. Ian was similarly, though less showily clad. When she saw the stately dame advancing between her sons, one at least of her visitors felt a doubt whether their condescension would be fully appreciated. As soon as their reception was over, the piper, to the discomfort of Mr. Sercombe's English ears, began his invitation to the dance, and in a few moments the floor was in a tumult of reels. The girls, unacquainted with their own country's dances, preferred looking on, and after watching reel and strathspey for some time, altogether declined attempting either. But by and by it was the turn of the clanspeople to look on while the lady of the house and her sons danced a quadrille or two with their visitors, after which the chief and his brother, pairing with the two elder girls, the ladies were astonished to find them the best they had ever waltzed with, although they did not dance quite in the London way. Ian's dancing, Christina said, was French. Mercy said all she knew was that the chief took the work and left her only the motion. She felt as in a dream of flying. Before the evening was over, the young men had so far gained on Christina that Mr. Sercombe looked a little commonplace. End of Volume 1, Chapter 16. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 1, Chapter 17 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Between dancing and supper. The dancing began about 6 o'clock, and at 10 it was time for supper. It was ready, but there was no room for it except the barn, and dancing therefore had to cease for a while, that the table might again be covered. The ladies put on their furs and furry boots and gloves, and went out into the night with the rest. The laird and Christina started together, but far from keeping at her side, Alister went and came, now talking to this couple, now to that, and adding to the general pleasure with every word he spoke. Ian and Mercy walked together, and, as often as the chief left her side, Christina joined them. Mrs. Palmer stayed with their hostess. Her husband took the younger children by the hand. Mr. Sercombe and Christian sauntered along in the company, talking now to one, now to another of the village girls. All through the evening, Christina and Mercy noted how instantly the word of the chief was followed in the smallest matter, and the fact made its impression on them, for undeveloped natures in the presence of a force revere it as power, understanding by power not the strength to create, to harmonize, to redeem, to discover the true, to suffer with patience, but the faculty of having things one's own vulgar, self-adoring way. Ian had not proposed to Mercy that they should walk together, but when the issuing crowd had broken into twos and threes, they found themselves side by side. The company took its way along the ridge and the road eastward. The night was clear, and like a great sapphire frosted with topazes, reminding Ian that, solid as is the world under our feet, it hangs in the will of God. Mercy and he walked for some time in silence. It was a sudden change from the low barn, the dull candles, and the excitement of the dance, to the awful space, the clear, pure, far-off lights, and the great stillness. Both felt it, though differently. There was in both of them the quest after peace. It is not the banished demon only that wanders seeking rest, but souls upon souls, and in ever-growing numbers. The world and Hades swarm with them. They long after a repose that is not mere cessation of labour. There is a positive and active rest. Mercy was only beginning to seek it, and that without knowing what it was she needed. Ian sought it in silence with God. She in crepitant discourse with her kind. Naturally ready to fall into gloom, but healthy enough to avoid it, she would rush at anything to do, not to keep herself from thinking, for she had hardly begun to think, but to escape that heavy sense of non-existence, that weary and restless want which is the only form life can take to the yet unliving, those who have not yet awakened and arisen from the dead. She was a human chicken that had begun to be aware of herself, but had not yet attacked the shell that enclosed her. Because it was transparent, and she could see life about her, she did not know that she was in a shell, or that, if she did not put forth the might of her own life, she was sealing herself up, a life in death in her antenatal coffin. Many who think themselves free have never yet even seen the shell that imprisons them, know nothing of the liberty wherewith the Lord of our life would set them free. Men fight many a phantom when they ought to be chipping at their shells. "Thou art the dreamer," they cry to him who would wake them. "See how diligent we are to get on in the world. We labour as if we should never go out of it." What they call the world is but their shell, which is all the time killing the infant Christ that houses with them. Ian looked up to the sky and breathed a deep breath. Mercy looked up in his face and saw his strangely beautiful smile. "What are you thinking of, Captain Macruadh?" she said. "I was thinking," he answered, "that perhaps up there," he waved his arm wide over his head, "might be something like room. But I doubt it. I doubt it." Naturally, Mercy was puzzled. The speech sounded quite mad, and yet he could not be mad, he had danced so well. She took comfort that her father was close behind. "Do you never feel," he resumed, "as if you could not anyhow get room enough?" "No," answered Mercy, "never." Ian fell a-thinking how to wake in her a feeling of what he meant. He had perceived that one of the first elements in human education is the sense of space, of which sense, probably, the star-dwelt heaven is the first awakener. He believed that without the heavens we could not have learned the largeness in things below them, could not, for instance, have felt the mystery of the high ascending Gothic roof, for without the greater we cannot interpret the less. And he thought that to have the sense of largeness developed might be to come a little nearer to the truth of things, to the recognition of spiritual relations. "Did you ever see anything very big?" he asked. "I suppose London is as big as most things," she answered after a moment. "Did you ever see London?" he asked. "We generally live there half the year." "Pardon me, I did not ask if you had ever been to London," said Ian. "I asked if you had ever seen London." "I know the West End pretty well." "Did it ever strike you as very large?" "Perhaps not, but the West End is only a part of London." "Did you ever see London from the top of St. Paul's?" "No." "Did you ever see it from the top of Hampstead Heath?" "I have been there several times, but I don't remember seeing London from it. We don't go to London for the sights." "Then you have not seen London." Mercy was annoyed. Ian did not notice that she was, else perhaps he would not have gone on, which would have been a pity, for a little annoyance would do her no harm. At the same time the mood was not favourable to receiving any impression from the region of the things that are not seen. A pause followed. "It is so delightful," said Ian at length, "to come out of the motion and the heat and the narrowness into the still, cold greatness. You seemed to be enjoying yourself pretty well, notwithstanding, Captain Macruadh." "What made you think so?" he asked, turning to her with a smile. "You were so merry. Not with me, you will think me only a stupid lowland girl, but the other young persons you danced with laughed very much at things you said to them." "You are right. I did enjoy myself. As often as one comes near a simple human heart, one's own heart finds a little room." Ere she knew, Mercy had said, "And you didn't find any room with me?" With the sound of her words her face grew very hot, as with a furnace blast, even in the frosty night air. She would have covered what she had said, but only stammered. Ian turned, and looking at her, said with a gentle gravity, "You must not be offended with me. I must answer you truly. You do not give me room. Have you not just told me you never longed for any yourself?" "One ought to be independent," said Mercy, a little nettled. "Are you sure of that? What is called independence may really be want of sympathy. That would indicate a kind of loneliness, anything but good. I wish you would find a less disagreeable companion then, one that would at least be as good as nobody. I am sorry I don't know how to give you room. I would if I could. Tell me how." Again Ian turned to her. Was it possible there were tears in her voice? But her black eyes were flashing in the starlight. "Did you ever read Zanoni?" he asked. I never heard of it. What is it? A romance of Bulwer's. My father won't let us read anything of Bulwer's. Does he write very wicked books? The one I speak of, said Ian, is not wicked, though it is full of rubbish, and its religion is very false. Whether Mercy meant to take her revenge on him with consciously bad logic, I am in doubt. Captain Macruadh, you astonish me. A Scotchman speaks so of religion. I spoke of the religion in that book. I said it was false, which is the same as saying it was not religion. Then religion is not all true. All true religion is true, said Ian, inclined to laugh like one that thought to catch an angel, and had clutched a bat. I was going on to say that, though the religion and philosophy of the book were rubbish, the story was fundamentally a grand conception. It puzzles me to think how a man could start with such an idea and work it out so well, and yet be so lacking both in insight and logic. It is wonderful how much of one portion of our nature may be developed along with so little of another. What is the story about? Asked Mercy. What I may call the canvas of it, speaking as if it were a picture, is the idea that the whole of space is full of life, that, as the smallest drop of water is crowded with monsters of hideous forms and dispositions, so is what we call space full of living creatures. How horrible! Not all monsters, however. There are among them creatures not altogether differing from us, but differing much from each other, as much as you and I. Some of them lovely and friendly, others frightful in their beauty and malignity. What nonsense! Why do you call it nonsense? How could anything beautiful be frightful? I ought not to have said beautiful, but the frightfulest face I ever saw ought to have been the finest. When the lady that owned it spoke to me, I shivered. But anyhow, the whole thing is nonsense. How is it nonsense? Because there are no such creatures. How do you know that? Another may have seen them, though you and I never did. You are making game of me. You think to make me believe anything you choose. Will you tell me something you do believe? That you may prove immediately that I do not believe it, she retorted, with more insight than he had expected. You are not very entertaining. Would you like me to tell you a story, then? Will it be nonsense? No. I should like a little nonsense. You are an angel of goodness, and as wise as you are lovely, said Ian. She turned upon him, and opened wide at him her great black eyes, in which were mingled defiance and question. Your reasoning is worthy of your intellect. When you dance, he went on, looking very solemn, your foot would not bend the neck of a daisy asleep in its rosy crown. The west wind of May haunts you with its twilight odours, and when you waltz, so have I seen the waterspout gyrate on the blue floor of the Mediterranean. Your voice is as the harp of Selma, and when you look out of your welkin eyes— no, there I am wrong. Allow me. Ah, I thought so. Dark as Erebus. But what? For Mercy, perceiving at last that he was treating her like the silliest of small girls, lost her patience, and burst into tears. You are dreadfully rude, she sobbed. Ian was vexed with himself. You asked me to talk nonsense to you, Miss Mercy. I attempted to obey you, and have done it stupidly. But at least it was absolute nonsense. Shall I make up for it by telling you a pretty story? Anything to put away that, answered Mercy, trying to smile. He began at once, and told her a wonderful tale, told first after this fashion by Rob of the Angels at a winter night gathering of the women, as they carded and spun their wool and reeled their yarn together. It was one well known in the country, but Rob had filled it after his fancy with imaginative turns and spiritual hints, unappreciable by the tall child of 17 walking by Ian's side. There was not among the maidens of the poor village one who would not have understood it better than she. It took her fancy notwithstanding, partly, perhaps, from its unlikeness to any story she had ever heard before. Her childhood had been starved on the husks of new fairy tales, all invention and no imagination, than which more unnourishing food was never offered to God's children. The story Ian told her under that sky full of stars was as Rob of the Angels had dressed it for the clan matrons and maidens, only altered a very little for the ears of the lowland girl. End of Volume 1, Chapter 17. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story told by Ian. There was once a woman whose husband was well-to-do, but he died and left her, and then she sank into poverty. She did her best, but she had a large family, and work was hard to find, and hard to do when it was found, and hardly paid when it was done. Only hearts of grace can understand the struggles of the poor, with everything but God against them. But she trusted in God, and said whatever he pleased must be right, whether he sent it with his own hand or not. Now, whether it was that she could not find them enough to eat, or that she could not keep them warm enough, I do not know. I do not think it was that they had not gladness enough, which is as necessary for young things as food and air and sun, for it is wonderful on how little a child can be happy. But whatever was the cause, they began to die. One after the other, sickened and lay down, and did not rise again, and for a time her life was just a waiting upon death. She would have wanted to die herself, but that there was always another to die first. She had to see them all safe home before she dared wish to go herself. But at length the last of them was gone, and then, when she had no more to provide for, the heart of work went out of her. Where was the good of working for herself? There was no interest in it. But she knew it was the will of God she should work and eat until he chose to take her back to himself. So she worked on for her living, while she would much rather have worked for her dying, and comforted herself that every day brought death a day nearer. Then she fell ill herself, and could work no more, and thought God was going to let her die, for, able to win her bread no longer, surely she was free to lie down and wait for death. But just as she was going to her bed for the last time, she bethought herself that she was bound to give her neighbour the chance of doing a good deed, and felt that any creature dying at her door without letting her know he was in want would do her a great wrong. She saw it was the will of God that she should beg, so put on her clothes again, and went out to beg. It was sore work, and she said so to the priest. But the priest told her she need not mind, for our Lord himself lived by the kindness of the women who went about with him. They knew he could not make a living for his own body, and a living for the souls of so many as well, and the least they could do was to keep him alive who was making them alive. She said that was very true, but he was all the time doing everything for everybody, and she was doing nothing for anybody. The priest was a wise man, and did not tell her how she had, ever since he knew her, been doing the work of God in his heart, helping him to believe and trust in God, so that in fact, when he was preaching, she was preaching. He did not tell her that, I say, for he was jealous over her beauty, and would have Christ's beloved sheep enter his holy kingdom, with her wool white, however torn it might be. So he left her to think she was nobody at all, and told her that, whether she was worth keeping alive or not, whether she was worth begging for or not, whether it was a disgrace or an honour to beg, all was one, for it was the will of God that she should beg, and there was no word more to be said, and no thought more to be thought about it. To this she heartily agreed, and did beg, enough to keep her alive, and no more. But at last she saw she must leave that part of the country, and go back to the place her husband took her from, for the people about her were very poor, and she thought it hard on them to have to help a stranger like her. Also, her own people would want her to bury. For you must know that in the clans, marriage was thought to be dissolved by death, so far at least as the body was concerned. Therefore the body of a dead wife was generally carried back to the burial place of her own people, there to be gathered to her fathers. So the woman set out for her own country, begging her way thither. Nor had she any difficulty, for there were not a few poor people on her way, and the poor are the readiest to help the poor, also to know whether a person is one that ought to be helped or not. One night she came to a farmhouse where a rich miserly farmer dwelt. She knew about him, and had not meant to stop there, but she was weary, and the sun went down as she reached his gate, and she felt as if she could go no farther. So she went up to the door and knocked, and asked if she could have a night's lodging. The woman who opened to her went and asked the farmer. Now the old man did not like hospitality, and in particular to such as stood most in need of it. He did not enjoy throwing away money. At the same time, however, he was very fond of hearing all the country rumours, and he thought with himself he would buy her news with a scrap of what was going, and a shakedown at the foot of the wall. So he told his servant to bring her in. He received her not unkindly, for he wanted her to talk, and he let her have a share of the supper, such as it was. But not until he had asked every question about everybody he could think of, and drawn her own history from her as well, would he allow her to have the rest she so much needed. Now it was a poor house, like most in the country, and nearly without partitions. The old man had his warm box bed, and slept on feathers where no draught could reach him, and the poor woman had her bed of short rumpled straw on the earthen floor at the foot of the wall, in the coldest corner. Yet the heart of the man had been moved by her story, for without dwelling on her sufferings, she had been honest in telling it. He had indeed, ere he went to sleep, thanked God that he was so much better off than she. For if he did not think it the duty of the rich man to share with his neighbours, he at least thought it his duty to thank God for his being richer than they. Now it may well seem strange that such a man should be privileged to see a vision. But we do read in the Bible of a prophet who did not even know his duty to an ass, so that the ass had to teach it to him. And the man alone saw the vision. The woman saw nothing of it. But she did not require to see any vision, for she had truth in the inward parts, which is better than all visions. The vision was on this wise. In the middle of the night the man came wide awake, and looking out of his bed saw the door open, and a light come in, burning like a star, of a faint rosy colour, unlike any light he had ever before seen. Another and another came in, and more yet, until he counted 6 of them. They moved near the floor, but he could not see clearly what sort of little creatures they were that were carrying them. They went up to the woman's bed, and walked slowly round it in a hovering kind of way, stopping and moving up and down, and going on again. And when they had done this 3 times, they went slowly out of the door again, stopping for a moment several times as they went. He fell asleep, and waking not very early, was surprised to see his guest still on her hard couch, as quiet as any rich woman, he said to himself, on her feather bed. He woke her, told her he wondered she should sleep so far into the morning, and narrated the curious vision he had had. "Does not that explain to you," she said, "how it is that I have slept so long? Those were my dead children you saw come to me. They died young without any sin, and God lets them come and comfort their poor sinful mother. I often see them in my dreams. If, when I am gone, you will look at my bed, you will find every straw laid straight and smooth. That is what they were doing last night." Then she gave him thanks for good fare and good rest, and took her way to her own, leaving the farmer better pleased with himself than he had been for a long time, partly because there had been granted him a vision from heaven. At last the woman died, and was carried by angels into Abraham's bosom. She was now with her own people indeed, that is, with God and all the good. The old farmer did not know of her death till a long time after, but it was upon the night she died, as near as he could then make out, that he dreamed a wonderful dream. He never told it to any but the priest from whom he sought comfort when he lay dying, and the priest did not tell it till after everybody belonging to the old man was gone. This was the dream. He was lying awake in his own bed, as he thought, in the dark night, when the poor woman came in at the door, having in her hand a wax candle, but not a light. He said to her, "You extravagant woman, where did you get that candle?" She answered, "It was put into my hand when I died, with the word that I was to wander till I found a fire at which to light it." "There," said he, "there's the rested fire. Blow and get a light, poor thing. It shall never be said I refused a body a light." She went to the hearth, and began to blow at the smouldering peat, but for all she kept trying, she could not light her candle. The old man thought it was because she was dead, not because he was dead in sin, and losing his patience, cried, "You foolish woman! Haven't you wit enough left to light a candle? It's small wonder you came to beggary." Still she went on trying, but the more she tried, the blacker grew the peat she was blowing at. It would indeed blaze up at her breath, but the moment she brought the candle near it to catch the flame, it grew black, and each time blacker than before. "Tut! Give me the candle," cried the farmer, springing out of bed. "I will light it for you." But as he stretched out his hand to take it, the woman disappeared, and he saw that the fire was dead out. "Here's a fine business," he said. "How am I to get a light?" For he was miles from the next house. And with that he turned to go back to his bed. When he came near it, he saw somebody lying in it. "What! Has the carline got into my very bed?" he cried, and went to drive her out of the bed and out of the house. But when he came close, he saw it was himself lying there, and knew that at least he was out of the body, if not downright dead. The next moment he found himself on the moor, following the woman, some distance before him, with her unlighted candle still in her hand. He walked as fast as he could to get up with her, but could not. He called after her, but she did not seem to hear. When first he set out, he knew every step of the ground, but by and by he ceased to know it. The moor stretched out endlessly, and the woman walked on and on. Without a thought of turning back, he followed. At length he saw a gate, seemingly in the side of a hill. The woman knocked, and by the time it opened, he was near enough to hear what passed. It was a grave and stately, but very happy-looking man that opened it, and he knew at once it was St. Peter. When he saw the woman, he stooped and kissed her. The same moment a light shone from her, and the old man thought her candle was lighted at last. But presently he saw it was her head that gave out the shining, and he heard her say, "I pray you, St. Peter, remember the rich tenant of Balmacoy. He gave me shelter one whole night, and would have let me light my candle, but I could not." St. Peter answered, "His fire was not fire enough to light your candle, and the bed he gave you was of short straw." "True, St. Peter," said the woman, "but he gave me some supper, and it is hard for a rich man to be generous. You may say the supper was not very good, but at least it was more than a cup of cold water." "Yes, verily," answered the saint, "but he did not give it you because you loved God, or because you were in need of it, but because he wanted to hear your news." Then the woman was sad, for she could not think of anything more to say for the poor old rich man. And St. Peter saw that she was sad, and said, "But if he die tonight, he shall have a place inside the gate, because you pray for him. He shall lie there." And he pointed to just such a bed of short crumpled straw as she had lain upon in his house. But she said, "St. Peter, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Is that the kind of welcome to give a poor new dead man? Where then would he have lain if I had not prayed for him?" "In the dog kennel, outside there," answered St. Peter. "Oh, then, please, let me go back and warn him what comes of loving money," she pleaded. "That is not necessary," he replied. "The man is hearing every word you and I are at this moment saying to each other." "Oh, I'm so glad," rejoined the woman. "It will make him repent." "He will not be a straw the better for it," answered the saint. "He thinks now that he will do differently, and perhaps when he wakes will think so still, but in a day or two he will mock at it as a foolish dream. To gather money will seem to him common sense, and to lay up treasure in heaven nonsense. A bird in the hand will be to him worth 10 in the heavenly bush, and the end will be that he will not get the straw inside the gate, and there will be many worse places than the dog kennel too good for him." With that he woke. "What an odd dream," he said to himself. "I had better mind what I am about." So he was better that day, eating and drinking more freely, and giving more to his people. But the rest of the week he was worse than ever, trying to save what he had that day spent, and so he went on growing worse. When he found himself dying, the terror of his dream came upon him, and he told all to the priest, but the priest could not comfort him. By the time the story was over, to which Mercy had listened without a word, they were alone in the great starry night, on the side of a hill, with the snow high above them, and the heavens above the snow, and the stars above the heavens, and God above and below everything. Only Ian felt his presence. Mercy had not missed him yet. She did not see much in the tale. How could she? It was very odd, she thought, but not very interesting. She had expected a tale of clan feud or a love story, yet the seriousness of her companion in its narration had made some impression upon her. "They told me you were an officer," she said, "but I see you are a clergyman. Do you tell stories like that from the pulpit?" "I am a soldier," answered Ian, "not a clergyman. But I have heard my father tell such a story from the pulpit." Ian imagined himself foiled in his attempt to interest the maiden. If he was, it would not be surprising. He had not the least desire to commend himself to the girl, and he would not talk rubbish even to a child. There is sensible and senseless nonsense, good absurdity and bad. As Mercy recounted to her sister the story Ian had told her, it certainly was silly enough. She had retained but the withered stalk and leaves. The strange flower was gone. Christina judged it hardly a story for a gentleman to tell a lady. They returned almost in silence to find the table laid, a plentiful supper spread, and the company seated. After supper came singing of songs, saying of ballads, and telling of tales. I know with what incredulity many Highlanders will read of a merry-making in their own country, at which no horn went round, no punch-bowl was filled and emptied without stint. But the clearer the brain, the better justice is done to the more ethereal wine of the soul. Of several of the old songs Christina begged the tunes, but was disappointed to find that, as she could not take them down, so the singers of them could not set them down. In the tales she found no interest. The hostess sang to her harp, and made to revering listeners eloquent music, for her high, clear tones had not yet lost their sweetness, and she had some art to come in aid of her much feeling. Loud murmurs of delight, in the soft, strange tongue of the songs themselves, followed the profound silence with which they were heard. But Christina wondered what there was to applaud. She could not herself sing without accompaniment, and when she left, it was with a regretful feeling that she had not distinguished herself. Naturally, as they went home, the guests from the new house had much fun over the queer fashions and poverty-stricken company, the harp and the bagpipes, the horrible haggis, the wild minor songs, and the unintelligible stories and jokes. But the ladies agreed that the Macruadh was a splendid fellow. End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rob of the Angels. Among the peasantry assembled at the feast were two that had neither danced nor seated themselves at the long table where all were welcome. Mercy wondered what might be the reason of their separation. Her first thought was that they must be somehow, she could not well imagine how, in lower position than any of the rest, had perhaps offended against the law, perhaps been in prison, and so the rest would not keep company with them. Or perhaps they were beggars who did not belong to the clan, and therefore, although fed, were not allowed to eat with it. But she soon saw she must be wrong in each conjecture, for if there was any avoiding, it was on the part of the two. Everyone, it was clear, was almost on the alert to wait upon them. They seemed indeed rather persons of distinction than outcasts, for it was with something like homage, except for a certain coaxing tone in the speech of the ministrants, that they were attended. They had to help themselves to nothing. Everything was carried to them. Now one, now another, where all were guests and all were servants, would rise from the table to offer them something, or see what they would choose or might be in want of, while they partook with the same dignity and self-restraint that was to be noted in all. The elder was a man about 55, tall and lean, with a wiry frame, dark grizzled hair, and a shaven face. His dress, which was in the style of the country, was very poor, but decent, only his plaid was large and thick, and bright compared with the rest of his apparel. It was a present he had had from his clan, some giving the wool, and others the labour in carding, dyeing, and weaving it. He carried himself like a soldier, which he had never been, though his father had. His eyes were remarkably clear and keen, and the way he used them could hardly fail to attract attention. Every now and then they would suddenly fix themselves with a gaze of earnest inquiry, which would either grow to perception, or presently melt away and let his glance go gently roving, ready to receive, but looking for nothing. His face was very brown and healthy, with marked and handsome features. Its expression seemed at first a little severe, but soon to reading eyes disclosed patience and tenderness. At the same time there was in it something indescribably unlike the other faces present, and indeed his whole person and carriage were similarly peculiar. Had Mercy, however, spent on him a little more attention, the peculiarity would have explained itself. She would have seen that, although everybody spoke to him, he never spoke in reply, only made signs, sometimes with his lips, oftener with hand or head. The man was deaf and dumb. But such was the keenness of his observation that he understood everything said to him by one he knew, and much from the lips of a stranger. His companion was a youth whose age it would have been difficult to guess. He looked a lad, and was not far from 30. His clothing was much like his father's, poor enough, yet with the air of being a better suit than that worn every day. He was very pale and curiously freckled, with great grey eyes like his father's, which had, however, an altogether different expression. They looked dreamy, and seemed almost careless of what passed before them, though now and then a certain quick, sharp turn of the head showed him not devoid of attention. The relation between the two was strangely interesting. Day and night they were inseparable. Because the father was deaf, the son gave all his attention to the sounds of the world. His soul sat in his ears, ever awake, ever listening, while such was his confidence in his father's sight, that he scarcely troubled himself to look where he set his feet. His expression also was peculiar, partly from this cause, mainly from a deeper. It was a far-away look, which a common glance would have taken to indicate that he was not all there. In a lowland parish he would have been regarded as little better than a gifted idiot. In the mountains he was looked upon as a seer, one in communion with higher powers. Whether his people were of this opinion from being all fools together, and therefore unable to know a fool, or the lowland authorities would have been right in taking charge of him, let him who pleases judge or misjudge for himself. What his own thought of him came out in the name they gave him. Rob of the Angels, they called him. He was nearly a foot shorter than his father, and very thin. Some said he looked always cold, but I think that came of the wonderful peace on his face, like the quiet of a lake over which lies a thin mist. Never was stronger or fuller devotion manifested by son to father than by Rob of the Angels to Hector of the Stags. His filial love and faith were perfect. While they were together, he was in his own calm Elysium. While they were apart, which was seldom for more than a few minutes, his spirit seemed always waiting. I believe his notions of God his father and Hector his father were strangely mingled, the more perhaps that the two fathers were equally silent. It would have been a valuable revelation to some theologians to see in those two what love might mean. So gentle was Rob of the Angels, that all the women, down to the youngest maid child, gave him a compassionate, mother-like love. He had lost his mother when he was an infant. The father had brought him up with his own hand, and from the moment of his mother's departure had scarce let him out of his sight. But the whole woman remnant of the clan was as a mother to the boy. And from the first they had so talked to him of his mother, greatly no doubt through the feeling that from his father he could learn nothing of her, that now his mother seemed to him everywhere. He could not see God. Why should not his mother be there, though he could not see her? No wonder the man was peaceful. Many would be inclined to call the two but poachers and vagabonds, vagabonds because they lived in houses not quite made with hands, for they had several dwellings that were mostly caves, which yet they contrived to make warm and comfortable, and poachers because they lived by the creatures which God scatters on his hills for his humans. Let those who inherit or purchase avenge the breach of law, but let them not wonder when those who are disinherited and sold cry out against the breach of higher law. The land here had never, partly from the troubles besetting its owners, but more from their regard for the poor of the clan, been with any care preserved. Little notice was ever taken of what game was killed or who killed it. At the same time, any wish of the chief with regard to the deer, of which Rob's father for one knew every antlered head, was rigidly respected. As to the parts which became the property of others, the boundaries between were not very definite, and sale could ill change habits, especially where owners were but beginning to bestir themselves about the deer, or any of the wild animals called game. Hector and Rob led their life with untroubled conscience and easy mind. In a world of the devil, where the justification of existence lay in money on the one side and work for money on the other, there could be no justification of the existence of these men. But this world does not belong to the devil, though it may often seem as if it did, and father and son lived and enjoyed life, as in a manner so to a degree unintelligible to him who, without his money and its consolations, would know himself in the hell he has not yet recognized. Neither of them could read or write, neither of them had a penny laid by for wet weather, neither of them would leave any memory beyond their generation, the will of neither would be laid up in Doctors' Commons, neither of the two would leave on record a single fact concerning one of the animals whose ways and habits they knew better than any other man in the Highlands. That they were nothing and worth nothing to anybody, even to themselves, would have been the judgment of most strangers concerning them. But God knew what a life of unspeakable pleasures it was he had given them, a life the change from which to the life beyond would scarce be distracting. Neither would find himself much out of doors when he died. To Rob of the Angels, how could Abraham's bosom feel strange, accustomed to lie night after night, star-melted and soft-breathing, or snow-ghastly and howling, with his head on the bosom of Hector of the Stags, and Abraham who could as ill do without his Isaac as his Isaac without him? The father trusted his son's hearing as implicitly as his own sight. When he saw a certain look come on his face, he would drop down on the instant, and crouch as still as if he had ears and knew what the noise was, watching Rob's face for news of some sound wandering through the vast of the night. It seemed at times, however, as if either he was not quite deaf, or he had some gift that went toward compensation. To all motion about him he was sensitive as no other man. I am afraid to say from how far off the solid earth would convey to him the vibration of a stag's footstep. Rob sometimes thought his cheek must feel the wind of a sound to which his ear was irresponsive. Beyond a doubt he was occasionally aware of the proximity of an animal, and knew what animal it was, of which Rob had no intimation. His being, corporeal and spiritual, seemed to the ceaseless vibrations of the great globe a very seismograph. Often he would make his sign to Rob to lay his ear on the ground and listen, when no indication had reached the latter. I suspect the exceptional development in him of some sense rudimentary in us all. He had the keenest eyes in Glenruadh, and was a dead shot. Even the chief was not his equal, yet he never stalked a deer, never killed anything for mere sport. I'm not certain he never had, but for Rob of the Angels he had the deep-rooted feeling of his chief in regard to the animals. What they wanted for food they would kill, but it was not much they needed, for seldom can two men have lived on less, and they had positively not a greed of any kind between them. If their necessity was meal or potatoes, they would carry grouse or hares down the glen, or arrange with some farmer's wife, perhaps Mrs. Macruadh herself, for the haunches of a doe. But they never killed from pleasure in killing. Of creatures destructive to game they killed enough to do far more than make up for all the game they took, and for the skins of ermine and stoat and fox and otter they could always get money's worth. Money itself they never sought or had. If the little birds be regarded as earning the fruit and seed they devour by the grubs and slugs they destroy, then Hector of the Stags and Rob of the Angels also thoroughly earned their food. When a trustworthy messenger was wanted, and Rob was within reach, he was sure to be employed. But not even then were his father and he quite parted. Hector would shoulder his gun and follow in the track of his fleet-footed son till he met him returning. For what was life to Hector but to be with Rob? Was his Mary's son to go about the world unattended? He had a yet stronger feeling than any of the clan that his son was not of the common race of mortals. To Hector also, after their own fashion, would Rob of the Angels tell the tales that suggested the name his clanspeople gave him, wonderful tales of the high mountain nights, the actors in them for the most part angels. Whether Rob believed he had intercourse with such beings, heard them speak, and saw them do the things he reported, I cannot tell. It may be that, like any other poet of good things, he but saw and believed the things his tales meant, the things with which he represented the angels as dealing, and concerning which he told their sayings. To the eyes of those who knew him, Rob seemed just the sort of person with whom the angels might well be pleased to hold converse. Was he not simplicity itself, truth, generosity, helpfulness? Did he not, when a child, all but lose his life in the rescue of an idiot from the swollen burn? Did he not, when a boy, fight a great golden eagle on its nest, thinking to deliver the lamb it had carried away? Knowing his father in want of a new bonnet, did not Rob with his bare hands seize an otter at the mouth of its hole, and carry it home, laughing merrily over the wounds it had given him? His voice had in it a strangely peculiar tone, making it seem not of this world. Especially after he had been talking for some time, it would appear to come from far away, not from the lips of the man looking you in the face. It was wonderful with what solemnity of speech and purity of form he would tell his tales. So much in solitude with his dumb father, his speech might well be unlike the speech of other men, but whence the impression of cultivation it produced? When the Christmas party broke up, most of the guests took the road toward the village, the chief and his brother accompanying them part of the way. Of these were Rob and his father, walking hand in hand, Hector looking straight before him, Rob gazing up into the heavens, as if holding counsel with the stars. "Are you seeing any angels, Rob?" asked a gentle girl of 10. "Well, and I'm not sure," answered Rob of the Angels. "Sure you can tell whether you see anything?" "Oh yes, I see, but it is not easy to tell what will be an angel and what will not. There's so much all blue up there. It might be full of angels and none of us see one of them." "Do tell us what you see, Rob, dear Rob," said the girl. "Well, and I will tell you. I think I see many heads close together, talking." "And can you hear what they will be saying?" "Some of it." "Tell me, do tell me, some, just a little." "Well then, they are saying, one to the other, not very plain, but I can hear, they are saying, 'I wonder when people will be good.' It would be so easy if only they would mean it, and begin when they are little. That's what they are saying as they look down on us walking along." "That would be good advice, Rob," said one of the women. "And," he resumed, "they are saying now, at least that is what it sounds to me, 'I wish women were as good as they were when they were little girls.'" "Now, I know they are not saying that," remarked the woman. "How should the angels trouble themselves about us? Rob, dear, confess you are making it up, because the child would be asking you." Rob made no answer, but some saw him smile a curious smile. Rob would never defend anything he had said, or dispute anything another said. After a moment or two he spoke again. "Shall I be telling you what I heard them saying to each other this last night of all?" he asked. "Yes, do. It was upon Dorrachbeg, and there were two of them. They were sitting together in the moon, in the corrie on the side of the hill over the village. I was lying in a bush near them, for I could not sleep, and came out, and the night was not cold. Now I would never be so bad-mannered as to listen where persons did not want me to hear." "What were they like, Rob, dear?" interrupted the girl. "That does not matter much," answered Rob, "but they were white, and their eyes not so white, but brighter, for so many sad things go in at their eyes when they come down to the earth, that it makes them dark. How could they be brighter and darker both at once? Asked the girl very pertinently. I will tell you, answered Rob. The dark things that go in at their eyes, they have to burn them in the fire of faith, and it is the fire of that burning that makes their eyes bright. It is the fire of their faith burning up the sad things they see. Oh yes, I understand now, said the girl. And what were their clothes like, Rob? When you see the angels, you don't think much about their clothes. And what were they saying? I spoke first, the moment I saw them, for I was not sure they knew I was there. I said, I am here, gentlemen. Yes, we know that, they answered. Are you far from home, gentlemen? I asked. It is all one for that, they answered. Well, said I, it is true, gentlemen, for you seem as much at home here on the side of Dorkbeg as if it was a hill in paradise. And how do you know it is not? Said they. Because I see people do upon it as they would not in paradise, I answered. Ah, said one of them, the hill may be in paradise and the people not. But you cannot understand these things. I think I do, I said. But surely, if you did let them know they were on a hill in paradise, they would not do as they do. It would be no use telling them, said he, but oh, how they spoil the house. Are the red deer, and the hares, and the birds in paradise? I asked. Certain sure, he answered. Do they know it? Said I. No, it is not necessary for them, but they will know it one day. You do not mind your little brother asking you questions? I said. Ask 100 if you will, little brother, he replied. Then tell me why you are down here tonight. My friend and I came out for a walk, and we thought we would look to see when the village down there would have to be reaped. What do you mean? I said. You cannot see what we see, they answered. But a human place is like a flower or a field of corn, and grows ripe or won't grow ripe, and then some of us up there have to sharpen our sickles. What? Said I, for great fear came upon me. They are not wicked people down there. No, not very wicked, but slow and dull. Then I could say nothing more for a while, and they did not speak either, but sat looking before them. Can you go and come as you please? I asked at length. Yes, just as we are sent, they answered. Would you not like better to go and come of yourselves, as my father and I do? No, answered both of them, and something in their one voice almost frightened me. It is better than everything to go where we are sent. If we had to go and come at our own will, we should be miserable, for we do not love our own will. Not love your own will? No, not at all. Why? Because there is one, oh, ever so much better. When you and your father are quite good, you will not be left to go and come at your own will any more than we are. And I cried out and said, Oh, dear angel, you frighten me. And he said, That is because you are only a man, and not a... Now I'm not sure of the next word he said, but I think it was Christian, and I do not quite know what the word meant. Oh, Rob, dear, everybody knows that, exclaimed the girl, but Rob said no more. While he was talking, Alister had come up behind him with Annie of the shop, and he said, Rob, my friend, I know what you mean, and I want to hear the rest of it. What did the angels say next? They said, answered Rob, Was it your will set you on this beautiful hill, with all these things to love, with such air to breathe, such a father as you've got, and such grand deer about you? No, I answered. Then, said the angel, there must be a better will than yours, for you would never have even thought of such things. How could I, when I wasn't made? Said I. There it is, he returned, and said no more. I looked up, and the moon was shining, and there were no angels on the stone, but a little way off was my father, come out to see what had become of me.
Now, did you really see and hear all that, Rob? Said Alister. Rob smiled a beautiful smile, with something in it common people would call idiotic, stopped and turned, took the chief's hand and carried it to his lips. But not a word more would he speak, and soon they came where the path of the two turned away over the hill. "Will you not come and sleep at our house?" said one of the company, but they made kindly excuse. "The hillside would miss us. We are expected home," said Rob, and away they climbed to their hut, a hollow in a limestone rock, with a front wall of turf, there to sleep side by side till the morning came, or, as Rob would have said, till the wind of the sun woke them. Rob of the Angels made songs, and would sing one sometimes, but they were in Gaelic, and the more poetic a thing, the more inadequate at least, if not stupid, is its translation. He had all the old legends of the country in his head, and many stories of ghosts and of the second sight. These stories he would tell exactly as he had heard them, showing he believed every word of them, but with such of the legends as were plainly no other than poetic inventions, he would take what liberties he pleased, and they lost nothing by it, for he not only gave them touches of fresh interest, but sent glimmering through them hints of something higher, of which ordinary natures perceived nothing, while others were dimly aware of a loftier intent. According to his listeners was their hearing. In Rob's stories, as in all the finer work of genius, a man would find as much as, and no more than, he was capable of. Ian's opinion of Rob was even higher than Alister's. "What do you think, Ian, of the stories Rob of the Angel tells us?" asked Alister as they walked home. "That the Lord has chosen the weak things of the world to confound the mighty," answered Ian. "Tut! Rob confounds nobody." "He confounds me," returned Ian. "Does he believe what he tells?" "He believes all of it that is to be believed," replied Ian. "You are as bad as he," rejoined Alister. "There is no telling sometimes what you mean." "Tell me this, Alister. Can a thing be believed that is not true?" "Yes, certainly." "I say no. Can you eat that which is not bread?" "I have seen a poor fellow gnawing a stick for hunger," answered Alister. "Yes, gnawing, but gnawing is not eating. Did the poor fellow eat the stick? That is just it. Many a man will gnaw at a lie all his life, and perish of want. I mean lie, of course, the real lie, a thing which is in its nature false. He may gnaw at it, he may even swallow it, but I deny that he can believe it. There is not that in it which can be believed. At most it can but be supposed to be true. Belief is another thing. Truth is alone the correlate of belief, just as air is for the lungs, just as form and colour are for the sight. A lie can no more be believed than carbonic acid can be breathed. It goes into the lungs, true, and a lie goes into the mind, but both kill. The one is not breathed, the other is not believed. The thing that is not true cannot find its way to the home of faith. If it could, it would be at once rejected with a loathing beyond utterance. To a pure soul, which alone can believe, nothing is so loathsome as a pretense of truth. A lie is a pretended truth. If there were no truth, there could be no lie. As the devil upon God, the very being of a lie depends on that whose opposite and enemy it is. But tell me, Alister, do you believe the parables of our Lord? With all my heart. Was there any real person in the Lord's mind when he told that one about the unjust judge? I do not suppose there was, but there were doubtless many such. Many who would listen to a poor woman because she plagued them? Well, it does not matter. What the story teaches is true, and that was what he wanted believed. Just so. The truth in the parables is what they mean, not what they say, and so it is, I think, with Rob of the Angel stories. He believes all that can be believed of them. At the same time, to a mind so simple, the Spirit of God must have freer entrance than to ours. Perhaps even teaches the man by what we call the man's own words. His words may go before his ideas, his higher ideas at least. His ideas follow after his words. As the half-thoughts passed through his mind, who can say how much generated by himself, how much directly suggested by the eternal thought in which his spirit lives and breathes, he drinks and is refreshed. I am convinced that nowhere so much as in the highest knowledge of all, what the people above count knowledge, will the fulfillment of the saying of our Lord, "Many first shall be last, and the last first," cause astonishment. That a man who has been a leader of the age's opinion may be immeasurably behind another whom he would have shut up in a madhouse. Depend upon it, things go on in the soul of that Rob of the angels which the angels, whether they come to talk with him or not, would gladly look into. Of such as he the angels may one day be pupils. A silence followed. "Do you think the young ladies of the new house would understand Rob of the Angels, Ian?" at length asked Alister. "Not a bit. I tried the younger, and she is the best. They could if they would wake up." "You might say that of anybody." "Yes, but there is in this among other differences, that some people do not wake up because they want a new brain first, such as they will get when they die, perhaps, while others do not wake up because their whole education has been a rocking of them to sleep. And there is this difference between the girls, that the one is full of herself, and the other is not. The one has a close, the other an open mind." "And yet," said Alister, "if they heard you say so, the open mind would imagine itself the close, and the close never doubt it was the open." End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the new house. The ladies of the new house were not a little surprised the next day when, as they sat waiting their guests, the door of the drawing-room opened, and they saw the young Highlanders enter in ordinary evening dress. The plough-driving laird himself looked to Christina very much like her patterns of Grosvenor Square. It was long since he had worn his dress coat, and it was certainly a little small for his more fully developed frame, but he carried himself as straight as a rush, and was nowise embarrassed with hands or feet. His hands were brown and large, but they were well shaped, and not ashamed of themselves, being as clean as his heart. Out of his hazel eyes, looking in the candlelight nearly as dark as Mercy's, went an occasional glance which an emergency might at once develop into a look of command. For Ian, he would have attracted attention anywhere, if only from his look of quiet unselfness, and the invariable grace of the movement that broke his marked repose. But his entertainers would doubtless have honoured him more, had they understood that his manner was just the same, and himself as much at home, in the grandest court of Europe. The elder ladies got on together pretty well. The widow of the chief tried to explain to her hostess the condition of the country and its people. The latter, though knowing little and caring less about relations beyond those of the family and social circle, nor feeling any purely human responsibility, was yet interested enough to be able to seem more interested than she was, while her sweet smile and sweet manners were very pleasing to one who seldom now had the opportunity of meeting a woman so much on her own level. The gentlemen, too, were tolerably comfortable together. Both Alister and Ian had plenty of talk and anecdote. The latter pleased the ladies with descriptions of northern ways and dresses and manners, perhaps yet more with what pleased the men also, tales of wolf and bear shooting. But it seemed odd that, when the talk turned upon the home shooting called sport, both Alister and Ian should sit in unsmiling silence. There was in Ian a certain playfulness, a subdued merriment, which made Mercy doubt her ears after his seriousness of the night before. Life seemed to flash from him on all sides, occasionally in a keen stroke of wit, oftener in a humorous presentation of things. His brother alone could see how he would check the witticism on his very lips lest it should hurt. It was in virtue of his tenderness toward everything that had life that he was able to give such narratives of what he had seen, such descriptions of persons he had met. When he told a story, it was with such quiet participation, manifest in the gleam of his grey eyes, in the smile that hovered like the very soul of Psyche about his lips, that his hearers enjoyed the telling more than the tale.
Even the chief listened with eagerness to every word that fell from his brother. The ladies took note that, while the manners of the laird and his mother were in a measure old-fashioned, those of Ian were of the latest. With social custom in its flow of change, he seemed at home. But his ease never for a moment degenerated into the free and easy, the dry rot of manners. There was a stateliness in him that dominated the ease, and a courtesy that would not permit friendliness to fall into premature familiarity. He was at ease with his fellows because he respected them, and courteous because he loved them. The ladies withdrew, and with their departure came the time that tests the man, whether he be in truth a gentleman. In the presence of women the polish that is not revelation but concealment preserves itself only to vanish with them. How would not some women stand aghast to hear but a specimen of the talk of their heroes at such a time? It had been remarked throughout the dinner that the Highlanders took no wine, but it was supposed they were reserving their powers. When they now passed decanter and bottle and jug without filling their glasses, it gave offence to the very soul of Mr. Peregrine Palmer. The bettered custom of the present day had not then made progress enough to affect his table. He was not only fond of a glass of good wine, but had the ambition of the cellar largely developed. He would fain be held a connoisseur in wines, and kept up a good stock of distinguished vintages, from which he had brought of such to Glenruadh as would best bear the carriage. Having no aspiration, there was room in him for any number of petty ambitions, and it vexed him not to reap the harvest of recognition. But of course, he said to himself, no Highlander understands anything but whisky. "You don't mean you're a teetotaler, Macruadh?" he said. "No," answered the chief. "I do not call myself one, but I never drink anything strong." "Not on Christmas Day? Of course you make an exception at times, and if at any time, why not on the merriest day of the year? You are under no pledge." "If that were a reason," returned Alister, laughing, "it would rather be one for becoming pledged immediately." "Well, you surprise me! And Highlanders too! I thought better of all Highlanders. They have the reputation of good men at the bottle. You make me sorry to have brought my wine where it meets no consideration. Mr. Ian, you are a man of the world. You will not refuse to pledge me?" "I must, Mr. Palmer. The fact is, my brother and I have seen so much evil come of the drinking habits of the country, which always get worse in a time of depression, that we dare not give in to them. My father, who was a clergyman of the parish before he became head of the clan, was of the same mind before us, and brought us up not to drink. Throughout a whole Siberian winter I kept the rule." "And got frostbitten for your pains?" "And found myself nothing the worse." "It is mighty good of you, no doubt," said the host, with a curl of his shaven lip. "You can hardly call that good which does not involve any self-denial," remarked Alister. "Well," said Mr. Peregrine Palmer, "what is the world coming to? All the pith is leaking out of our young men. In another generation we shall have neither soldiers nor sailors nor statesmen." "On what do you found such a sad conclusion?" inquired Ian. "On the growth of asceticism in the young men. Believe me, it is necessary to manhood that men, when they are young, should drink a little, gamble a little, and sow a few wild oats. As necessary as that a nation should found itself by the law of the strongest. How else can we look for moderation to follow with responsibilities? The vices that are more than excusable in the young are very properly denied to the married man. The law for him is not the same as for the young man. I do not plead for license, you see, but it will never do for the young men to turn ascetics. Let the clergy do as they please, they are hardly to be counted men. At least their calling is not a manly one. Depend upon it, young men who do not follow the dictates of nature, while they are young I mean, will never make any mark in the world. They dry up, like a nut, brain and all, and have neither wit, nor spirit, nor force of any kind. Nature knows best. When I was a young man— "Pray spare us confession, Mr. Palmer," said Ian. "In our case your doctrine does not enter willing ears, and I should be sorry anything we might feel compelled to say should have the appearance of personality." "Do you suppose I should heed anything you said?" cried the host, betraying the bad blood in his breeding. "Is it manners here to prevent a man from speaking his mind at his own table? I say a saint is not a man. A fellow that will neither look at a woman nor drink his glass is not cut out for a man's work in the world."
Like a sledge-hammer came the fist of the laird on the table, that the crystal danced and sang. "My God!" he exclaimed, and rose in hugest indignation. Ian laid his hand on his arm, and he sat down again. "There may be some misunderstanding, Alister," said Ian, "between us and our host. Pray, Mr. Palmer, let us understand each other. Do you believe God made women to be the slave of man? Can you believe he ever made a woman that she might be dishonoured, that a man might caress and despise her?" "I know nothing about God's intentions. All I say is, we must obey the laws of our nature." "Is conscience, then, not a law of our nature? Or is it below the level of our instincts? Must not the lower laws be subject to the higher? It is a law, for ever broken, yet eternal, that a man is his brother's keeper. Still more must he be his sister's keeper. Therein is involved all civilization, all national as well as individual growth." Mr. Peregrine Palmer smiled a contemptuous smile. The other young men exchanged glances that seemed to say, "The governor knows what's what." "Such may be the popular feeling in this out-of-the-way spot," said Mr. Peregrine Palmer, "and no doubt it is very praiseworthy, but the world is not of your opinion, gentlemen." "The world has got to come to our opinion," said the laird, at which the young men of the house broke into a laugh. "May we join the ladies?" said Ian, rising. "By all means," answered the host, with a laugh meant to be good-humoured. "They are the fittest company for you." As the brothers went up the stair, they heard their host again holding forth. But they would not have been much edified by the slight change of front he had made, to impress on the young men the necessity of moderation in their pleasures. There are two opposite classes related by a like unbelief: those who will not believe in the existence of the good, of which they have apprehended no approximate instance, and those who will not believe in the existence of similar evil. I tell the one class, there are men who would cast their very being from them rather than be such as they, and the other, that their shutting of their eyes is no potent reason for the shutting of my mouth. There are multitudes delicate as they, who are compelled to meet evil face to face, and fight with it the sternest of battles. On their side may I be found. What the Lord knew and recognized, I will know and recognize too, be shocked who may. I spare them, however, any more of the talk at that dinner table. Only let them take heed lest their refinement involve a very bad selfishness. Cursed be the evil thing, not ignored. Mrs. Palmer, sweet-smiled and clear-eyed, never showed the least indignation at her husband's doctrines. I fear she was devoid of indignation on behalf of others. Very far are such from understanding the ways of the all-pardoning, all-punishing Father. The three from the cottage were half-way home ere the gentlemen of the new house rose from their wine. Then first the mother sought an explanation of the early departure they had suggested. "Something went wrong, sons. What was it?" she said. "I don't like the men, mother. Nor does Ian," answered Alister gloomily. "Take care you are not unjust," she replied. "You would not have liked Mr. Palmer's doctrine any better than we did, mother." "What was it?" "We would rather not tell you. It was not fit for a woman to hear." "Then do not tell me. I trust you to defend women." "In God's name we will," said Alister. "There is no occasion for an oath, Alister," said his mother. "Alister meant it very solemnly," said Ian. "Yes, but it was not necessary, least of all to me. The name of our Lord God should lie a precious jewel in the cabinet of our hearts, to be taken out only at great times, and with loving awe." "I shall be careful, mother," answered Alister. "But when things make me sorry, or glad, or angry, I always think of God first." "I understand you, but I fear taking the name of God in vain." "It shall not be in vain, mother," said the laird. "Must it be a breach with our new neighbours?" asked the mother. "It will depend on them. The thing began because we would not drink with them." "You did not make any remark?" "Not until our host's remarks called for our reasons. By the way, I should like to know how the man made his money."
End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brothers. Events, then, because of the deeper things whence they came, seemed sorely against any cordial approach of the old and the new houses of Glenruadh. But there was a sacred enemy within the stronghold of Mr. Peregrine Palmer, and that enemy forbade him to break with the young Highlanders, notwithstanding the downright mode in which they had expressed their difference with him. He felt, without knowing it, ashamed of the things he had uttered. They were not such as he would wish proclaimed from the housetops, out of the midst of which rose heavenward the spire of the church he had built. Neither did the fact that he would have no man be wicked on Sundays make him feel quite right in urging young men to their swing on other days. Christian and Sercombe could not but admire the straightforwardness of the brothers. Their conventionality could not prevent them from feeling the dignity with which they acted on their convictions. The quixotic young fellows ought not to be cut for their behaviour. They could not court their society, but would treat them with consideration. Things could not well happen to bring them into much proximity. What had taken place could not definitely influence the ideas, feelings, or opinions of the young ladies. Their father would sooner have had his hand cut off than any word said over that fuliginous dessert reach the ears of his daughters. Is it not an absolute damnation of certain evil principles, that many men would be flayed alive rather than let those they love know that they hold them? But see the selfishness of such men. Each looks with scorn on the woman he has done his part to degrade, but not an impure breath must reach the ears of his children. Another man's he will send to the devil. Mr. Palmer did, however, communicate something of the conversation to his wife, and although she had neither the spirit, nor the insight, nor the active purity to tell him he was in the wrong, she did not like the young Highlanders the worse. She even thought it a pity the world should have been so made that they could not be in the right. It is wonderful how a bird of the air will carry a matter, and some vaguest impression of what had occurred alighted on the minds of the elder girls, possibly from hints supposed unintelligible passing between Mr. Sercombe and Christian. Something in the social opinions of the two Highlanders made those opinions differ much from the opinions prevailing in society. Now even Mercy had not escaped some notion of things of which the air about her was full, and she felt the glow of a conscious attraction towards men, somehow, she did not know how, like old-fashioned knights errant in their relations to women. The attachment between the brothers was unusual both in kind and degree. Alister regarded Ian as his better self, through whom to rise above himself. Ian looked up to his brother as the head of the family, uniting in himself all ancestral claims, the representative of an ordered and harmonious commonwealth. He saw in Alister virtues and powers he did not recognize in himself. His love blossomed into the deeper devotion that he only had been sent to college. He was bound to share with his elder brother what he had learned. So Alister got more through Ian than he would have got at the best college in the world. For Ian was a born teacher, and found intensest delight, not in imparting knowledge, that is a comparatively poor thing, but in leading a mind up to see what it was before incapable of seeing. It was part of the same gift that he always knew when he had not succeeded. In Alister he found a wonderful docility, crossed indeed with a great pride, against which he fought sturdily. It is not a good sign of any age that it should find it hard to believe in such simplicity and purity as that of these young men. It is perhaps even a worse sign of our own that we should find it difficult to believe in such love between men. I am sure of this, that a man incapable of loving another man with hearty devotion cannot be capable of loving a woman as a woman ought to be loved. From each other these two kept positively nothing secret. Alister had a great love of music, which however had had little development except from the study of the violin, with the assistance of a certain poor enough performer in the village, and what criticism his brother could afford him, who, not himself a player, had heard much good music. But Alister was sorely hampered by the fact that his mother could not bear the sound of it. The late chief was one of the few clergymen who played the violin, and at the first wail of the old instrument in the hands of his son, his widow was seized with such a passion of weeping, that Alister took the utmost care she should never hear it again, always carrying it to some place too remote for the farthest travelling tones to reach her. But this was not easy, for sound will travel very far among the hills. At times he would take it to the room behind Annie's shop, at times to the hut occupied by Hector of the Stags. There he would not excruciate his host at least, and Rob of the Angels would endure anything for his chief. The place which he most preferred was too distant to be often visited, but there, soon after Christmas, the brothers now resolved to have a day together, a long talk, and a conference with the violin. On a clear frosty morning in January they set out, provided for a night and 2 days. The place was upon an upland pasture ground, yet in their possession. No farm was complete without a range in some high valley for the sheep and cattle in summer. On the north of this valley stood a bare hilltop, whose crest was a limestone rock, rising from the heather about 20 feet. Every summer they had spent weeks of their boyhood with the shepherds in the society of this hill, and one day discovered in its crest a shallow cave, to which thereafter they often took their food and the book they were reading together. There they read the English Ossian, troubled by no ignorant unbelief, and there they made Gaelic songs in which Alister excelled, while Ian did better in English. When Ian was at home in the university vacations, they were fonder than ever of going to the hill. There Ian would pour out to Alister of the fullness of his gathered knowledge, and there and then they made their first acquaintance with Shakespeare. Ian had bought some dozen of his plays, in smallest compass and cleanest type, at a penny apiece, and how they revelled in them the long summer evenings! Ian had bought also, in a small thick volume, the poems of Shelley. These gave them not only large delight, but much to talk about, for they were quite capable of encountering his vague philosophy. Then they had their Euclid and Virgil, and even tried their mental teeth upon Dante, but found the Commedia without notes too hard a nut for them. Every fresh spring Ian brought with him fresh books, and these they read in their cave. But I must not forget the cave itself, which also shared in the progress of its troglodytes. The same week in which they first ate and read in it, they conceived and began to embody the idea of developing the hollow into a house. Foraging long ago in their father's library for mental pabulum, they had come upon Belzoni's quarto, and had read, with the avidity of imaginative boys, the tale of his discoveries, taking especial delight in his explorations of the tombs of the kings in the rocks of Biban el Malouk. These it was that now suggested excavation. They found serviceable tools about the place at home, and the rock was not quite of the hardest. Not a summer, for the last 17 years, had passed without a good deal being done, Alister working alone when Ian was away, and the cave had now assumed notable dimensions. It was called by the people Sin, the cave of the chief, and regarded as his country house. All around it was covered with snow throughout the winter and spring, and supplied little to the need of man beyond the blessed air, and a glorious vision of sea and land, mountain and valley, falling water, gleaming lake, and shadowy cliff. Crossing the wide space where so lately they had burned the heather that the sheep might have its young roots in the spring, the brothers stood and gazed around with delight. "There is nothing like this anywhere," said Ian. "Do you mean nothing so beautiful?" asked Alister. "No, I mean just what I say. There is nothing like it. I do not care a straw whether one scene be more or less beautiful than another. What I do care for is its individual speech to my soul. I feel towards visions of nature as towards writers. If a book or a prospect produces in my mind a mood that no other produces, then I feel it individual, original, real, therefore precious. If a scene or a song play upon the organ of my heart as no other scene or song could, why should I ask at all whether it be beautiful? A bare hill may be more to me than a garden of Damascus, but I love them both. The first question as to any work of art is whether it puts the willing soul into any mood at all peculiar. The second, what that mood is. It matters to me little by whom our Ossian was composed.
and it matters nothing, whoever may in his ignorance declare that there never was an Ossian any more than a Homer. Here is a something that has power over my heart and soul, works upon them as not anything else does. I do not ask whether its power be great or small. It is enough that it is a peculiar power, one by itself, that it puts my spiritual consciousness in a certain individual condition, such in character as nothing else can occasion. Either a man or a nation must have felt to make me so feel." They were now climbing the last slope of the hill on whose top stood their playhouse, dearer now than in their boyhood. Alister occasionally went there for a few hours' solitude, and Ian would write there for days at a time, but in general when they visited the place, it was together. Alister unlocked the door, and they entered. Unwilling to spend labour on the introductory, they had made the first chamber hardly larger than the room required for opening the door. Immediately within, another door opened into a room of about 8 feet by 12, with 2 small windows. Its hearth was a projection from the floor of the live stone, and there, all ready for lighting, was a large pile of peats. The chimney went up through the rock, and had been the most difficult part of their undertaking. They had to work it much wider than was necessary for the smoke, and then to reduce its capacity with stone and lime. Now and then it smoked, but peat smoke is sweet. The first thing after lighting the fire was to fill their kettle, for which they had to take off the snow lid of a small spring near at hand. Then they made a good meal of tea, mutton ham, oatcakes, and butter. The only seats in the room were a bench in each of 2 of the walls, and a chair on each side of the hearth, all of the live rock. From this opened 2 rooms more, one a bedroom, with a bed in the rock wall big enough for 2. Dry heather stood thick between the mattress and the stone. The third room, of which they intended making a parlour, was not yet more than half excavated, and there, when they had rested a while, they began to bore and chip at the stone. Their progress was slow, for the grain was close. Never, even when the snow above was melting, had the least moisture come through. For a time they worked and talked. Both talked better when using their hands. Then Alister stopped and played while Ian went on. Ian stopped next, and read aloud from a manuscript he had brought, while his brother again worked. But first he gave Alister the history of what he was going to read. It was suggested, he said, by that strange poem of William Mayne's, called The Dead Man's Moan, founded on the silly notion that the man himself is buried, and not merely his body. "I wish I were up to straught my banes, and drive frae my face the cauld dead air. I wish I were up, that the friendly rains micht wash the dark mould frae my tangled hair," quoted Ian, and added, "I thought I should like to follow out the idea, and see what ought to come of it. I therefore supposed a person seized by something of the cataleptic kind, from which he comes to himself still in the body, but unable to hold communication with the outer world. He thinks therefore that he is dead and buried. Recovering from his first horror, he reflects that, as he did not make himself think and feel, nor can he cease to think and feel if he would, there must be somewhere, and where but within himself, the power by which he thinks and feels, a power whose care it must be, for it can belong to no other, to look after the creature he has made. Then comes to him the prayer of Job, 'Oh, that thou wouldst hide me in the grave till thy anger with me was past. Then wouldst thou desire to see again the work of thy hands, the creature thou hast made. Then wouldst thou call, and I would answer.' So grandly is the man comforted thereby, that he breaks out in a dumb song of triumph over death and the grave. As its last tone dies in him, a kiss falls upon his lips. It is the farewell of the earth. The same moment he bursts the bonds and rises above the clouds of the body, and enters into the joy of his Lord." Having thus prepared Alister to hear without having to think as well as attend, which is not good for poetry, Ian read his verses. I will not trouble my reader with them. I am sure he would not think so well of them as did Alister. What Ian desired was sympathy, not admiration, but from Alister he had both. Few men would care to hear the talk of those 2, for they had no interest in anything that did not belong to the reality of things. To them the things most men count real were the merest phantasms. They sought what would not merely last,
but must go on growing. At strife with all their known selfishness, they were growing into strife with all the selfishness in them as yet unknown. There was for them no question of choice. They must choose what was true. They must choose life. They must not walk in the way of death. They were very near to agreeing about everything they should ask. Few men are capable of understanding such love as theirs, of understanding the love of David and Jonathan, of Shakespeare to W.H., of Tennyson and Hallam. Every such love, nevertheless, is a possession of the race. What has once been is, in possibility to come, as well as in fact that has come. A solitary instance of anything great is enough to prove it human, yea, necessary to humanity. I have wondered whether the man in whom such love is possible may not spring of an altogether happy conjunction of male and female, a father and mother who not only loved each other, but were of the same mind in high things, of the same lofty aims in life, so that their progeny came of their true man and womanhood. If any unaccountable disruption or discord of soul appear in a man, it is worth while to ask whether his father and mother were of one aspiration. Might not the fact that their marriage did not go deep enough, that father and mother were not of one mind, only of one body, serve to account for the rude results of some marriages of personable people? At the same time, we must not forget the endless and unfathomable perpetuations of ancestry. But however these things may be, these two men, brothers born, were also brothers willed. They ceased quarrying, and returned to the outer room. Ian betook himself to drawing figures on one of the walls, with the intention of carving them in dipped relief. Alister proceeded to take their bedding from before the fire, and prepare for the night. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Princess. While they were thus busied, Ian, with his face to the wall, in the dim light of the candle by which he was making his first rough sketches, began the story of his flight from Russia. Long ere he ended, Alister came close behind him, and there stood, his bosom heaving with emotion, his eyes burning with a dry fire. Ian was perfectly composed, his voice quiet and low. I will not give his tale in the first person, and will tell of it only as much as I think necessary my reader should know. Having accepted a commission of the Tsar, he was placed in a post of trust in the palace. In one apartment of it lived an imperial princess, the burden of whose rank had not even the alleviation of society. Her disclosure of a sympathy with oppressed humanity had awakened a doubt as to her politics, and she was virtually a prisoner, restricted to a corner of the huge dwelling, and allowed to see hardly any but her women. Her father had fallen into disgrace before her, and her mother was dead of grief. All around her were spies, and love was nowhere. Gladly would she have yielded every rag of her rank to breathe the air of freedom. To be a peasant girl on her father's land would be a life of rapture. She knew little of the solace books might have given her. With a mind capable of rapid development, she had been ill taught except in music, and that alone cannot do much for spiritual development. It cannot enable the longing, the aspiration it rouses, to understand itself. It cannot lead back to its own eternal source. She knew no one in whom to trust, or from whom to draw comfort. Her confessor was a man of the world, incapable of leading her to any fountain of living water. She had no one to tell her of God and his fatherhood, the only and perfect refuge from the divine miseries of loneliness. A great corridor went from end to end of one of the wings of the palace, and from this corridor another passage led toward the apartment of the princess, consisting of some 5 or 6 rooms. At certain times of the day Ian had to be at the beginning of the corridor, at the head of a huge stair with a spacious hall-like landing. Along the corridor few passed, for the attendants used a back stair and passages. As he sat in the recess of a large window, where stood a table and chair for his use, Ian one morning heard a cry, whence he never knew, and darted along the corridor, thinking assistance might be wanted. When about halfway down, he saw a lady enter near the end of it, and come slowly along. He stood aside, respectfully waiting till she should pass. Her eyes were on the ground, but as she came near she raised them. The sadness of them went to his heart, and his soul rushed into his. The princess, I imagine, had never before met such an expression, and misunderstood it. Lonely, rejected, too helpless even to hope, it seemed full of something she had all her life been longing for, a soul to be her refuge from the wind, her covert from the tempest, her shadow as of a great rock in the weary land where no one cared for her. She stood and gazed at him. Ian at once perceived who she must be, and stood waiting for some expression of her pleasure. But she appeared fascinated. Her eyes remained on his, for they seemed to her to be promising help. Her fascination fascinated him, and for some moments they stood thus, regarding each other. Ian felt he must break the spell. It was her part to speak, his to obey, but he knew the danger of the smallest suspicion. If she was a princess, and he but a soldier on guard, she was a woman, and he was a man. He was there to protect her. "How may I serve your Imperial Highness?" he asked. She was silent yet a moment, then said, "Your name?" He gave it. "Your nation?" He stated it. "When are you here?" He told her his hours. "I will see you again," she said, and turned and went back. From that moment she loved him, and thought he loved her. But though he would willingly have died for her, he did not love her as she thought. Alister wondered to hear him say so. At such a moment, and heart-free, Alister could no more have helped falling in love with her than he could help opening his eyes when the light shone on their lids. Ian, with a greater love for his kind than even Alister, and with a tenderness for womankind altogether infinite, was not ready to fall in love. Accessible indeed he was to the finest of nature's witcheries, ready for the response as of summer lightnings from opposing horizons, all aware of loveliest difference, of refuge and mysterious compliment, but he was not prone to fall in love. The princess, knowing the ways of the house, contrived to see him pretty often. He talked to her of the best he knew. He did what he could to lighten her loneliness by finding her books and music. Best of all, he persuaded her, without difficulty, to read the New Testament. In their few minutes of conference he tried to show her the Master of men as he showed himself to his friends, but their time together was always so short, and their anxiety for each other so great, seeing that discovery would be ruin to both, that they could not go far with anything. At length came an occasion when at parting they embraced. How it was, Ian could not tell. He blamed himself much, but Alister thought it might not have been his fault. The same moment he was aware that he did not love her, and that he could not turn back. He was ready to do anything, everything in honour, yet felt false, inasmuch as he had given her ground for believing that he felt towards her as he could not help seeing she felt towards him. Had it been in his power to order his heart, he would have willed to love, and so would have loved her. But the princess doubted nothing, and the change that passed upon her was wonderful. The power of human love is next to the power of God's love. Like a flower long repressed by cold, she blossomed so suddenly in the sunshine of her bliss, that Ian greatly dreaded the suspicion which the too evident alteration might arouse. The plain, ordinary-looking young woman with fine eyes began to put on the robes of beauty. A softest vapour of rose, the colour of the east when the sundown sets it dreaming of sunrise, tinged her cheek. It grew round like that of a girl, and ere 2 months were gone, she looked years younger than her age. But Ian could never be absolutely open with her, while she, poor princess, happy in her ignorance of the shows of love, and absorbed in the joy of its great deliverance, jealoused nothing of restraint, nothing of lack, either in his words or in the caresses of which he was religiously sparing. He was haunted by the dread of making her grieve who had already grieved so much, and was but just risen from the dead. One evening they met as usual in the twilight. In 5 minutes the steps of the man would be heard coming to light the lamps of the corridor. His guard would be over, and he must retire. Few words passed, but they parted with more of lingering tenderness than usual,
and the princess put a little packet in his hand. The same night, his only friend in the service entered his room hurriedly and urged immediate flight. Something had been, or was imagined to be discovered, through which his liberty, perhaps his life, was compromised. He must leave at once by a certain coach which would start in an hour. There was but just time to disguise him. He must make for a certain port on the Baltic, and there lie concealed until a chance of getting away turned up. Ian refused. He feared nothing, had done nothing to be ashamed of. What was it to him if they did take his life? He could die as well as another. Anxious about the princess, he persisted in his refusal, and the coach went without him. Every passenger in that coach was murdered. He saw afterward the signs of their fate in the snow. In the middle of the night, a company of men in masks entered his room, muffled his head, and hurried him into a carriage which drove rapidly away. When it stopped, he thought he had arrived at some prison, but soon found himself in another carriage with 2 of the police. He could have escaped had he been so minded, but he could do nothing for the princess, and did not care what became of him. At a certain town his attendants left him, with the assurance that if he did not make haste out of the country, he would find they had not lost sight of him. But instead of obeying, he disguised himself and took his way to Moscow, where he had friends. Thence he wrote to his friend at St. Petersburg. Not many letters passed ere he learned that the princess was dead. She had been placed in closer confinement, her health gave way, and by a rapid decline she had gained her freedom. All the night through, not closing their eyes till the morning, the brothers, with many intervals of thoughtful silence, lay talking. "I'm glad to think," said Alister, after one of these silences, "you do not suffer so much, Ian, as if you had been downright in love with her." "I suffer far more," answered Ian with a sigh, "and I ought to suffer more. It breaks my heart to think that she had not so much from me as she thought she had." They were once more silent. Alister was full of trouble for his brother. Ian at length spoke again. "Alister," he said, "I must tell you everything. I know the truth now. If I wronged her, she is having her revenge." By his tone, Alister seemed through the darkness to see his sad smile. He was silent, and Alister waited. "She did not know much," Ian resumed. I thought at first she had nothing but good manners and a good heart. But the moment the sun of another heart began to shine on her, the air of another's thought to breathe upon her, the room of another soul to surround her, she began to grow. And what more could God intend or man desire? As I told you, she grew beautiful, and what sign of life is equal to that?" "But I want to know what you mean by her having her revenge on you," said Alister. "Whether I loved her then or not, and I believe I did, beyond a doubt I love her now. It needed only to be out of sight of her, and see other women beside the memory of her, to know that I loved her. Alister, I love her!" repeated Ian, with a strange exultation. "Oh, Ian!" groaned Alister, "how terrible for you!" "Alister, you dear fellow," returned Ian, "can you understand no better than that? Do you not see I am happy now? My trouble was that I did not love her, not that she loved me, but that I did not love her. Now we shall love each other forever." "How do you know that, Ian?" "By knowing that I love her. If I had not come to know that, I could not have said to myself I would love her forever." "But you can't marry her, Ian. The Lord said there would be no marrying there." "Did he say there would be no loving there, Alister? Most people seem to fancy he did, for how else could they forget the dead as they do, and look so little for their resurrection? Few can be said really to believe in any hereafter worth believing in. How many go against the liking of the dead the moment they are gone, behave as if they were nowhere, and could never call them to account. Their plans do not recognize their existence. The life beyond is no factor in their life here. If God has given me a hope, altogether beyond anything I could have generated for myself, beyond all the likelihoods and fulfillments around me. What can I do but give him room to verify it? What but look onward? Some people's bodies get so tired that they long for the rest of the grave. It is my soul that gets tired, and I know the grave can give that no rest. I look for the rest of more life, more strength, more love. But God is not shut up in heaven, neither is there one law of life there and another here. I desire more life here, and shall have it, for what is needful for this world is to be had in this world. In proportion as I become one with God, I shall have it. This world never did seem my home. I have never felt quite comfortable in it. I have yet to find, and shall find, the perfect home I have not felt in this world, even my mother's bosom to be. Nature herself is not lovely enough to satisfy me, nor can it be that I am beside myself, seeing I care only for the will of God, not for my own. For what is madness but 2 or more wills in one body? Does not the Bible itself tell us that we are pilgrims and strangers in the world, that here we have no abiding city? It is but a place to which we come to be made ready for another. Yet I am sure those who regard it as their home are not half so well pleased with it as I. They are always grumbling at it. What wretched weather, they say. What accursed misfortune, they cry. What abominable luck, they protest. Health is the first thing, they say, and they cannot find it. They complain that their plans are thwarted, and when they succeed, that they do not yield the satisfaction they expected. Yet they mock at him who says he seeks a better country. But I am keeping you awake, Alister. I will talk no more. You must go to sleep. It is better than any sleep to hear you talk, Ian, returned Alister. What a way you are ahead of me! I do love this world. When I come to die, it will tear my heart to think that this cave which you and I have dug out together must pass into other hands. I love every foot of the earth that remains to us, every foot that has been taken from us. When I stand on the top of this rock, and breathe the air of this mountain, I bless God we have still a spot to call our own. It is quite a different thing from the love of mere land. I could not feel the same toward any, however beautiful, that I had but bought. This, our own old land, I feel as if I loved in something the same way as I love my mother. Often in the hot summer days, lying on my face in the grass, I have kissed the earth as if it were a live creature that could return my caresses. The long grass is a passion to me, and next to the grass I love the heather, not the growing corn. I am a fair farmer, I think, but I would rather see the land grow what it pleased than pass into the hands of another. Place is to me sacred almost as body. There is at least something akin between the love we bear to the bodies of our friends and that we bear to the place in which we were born and brought up. That is all very true, Alister. I understand your feeling perfectly. I have it myself. But we must be weaned, I say only weaned, from that kind of thing. We must not love the outside as if it were the inside. Everything comes that we may know the sender, of whom it is a symbol, that is, a far-off likeness of something in him, and to him it must lead us, the self-existent, true, original love, the making love. But I have felt all you say. I used to lie in bed and imagine the earth alive and carrying me on her back, till I fell asleep longing to see the face of my nurse. Once the fancy turned into a dream. I will try to recall a sonnet I made the same night, before the dream came. It will help you to understand it. I was then about 19, I believe. I did not care for it enough to repeat it to you, and I fear we shall find it very bad. Stopping often to recall and rearrange words and lines, Ian completed at last the following sonnet. She set me on my feet with steady hand, among the crowding marvels on her face, bidding me rise and run a strong man's race, swathed me in circumstance's swaddling band, fed me with her own self, then bade me stand, myself entire, while she was but a place, hewn for my dwelling from the midst of space. A something better than her sea or land, nay, earth. Thou bearest me upon thy back, like a rough nurse, and I can almost feel a touch of kindness in thy hands of steel, although I cannot see thy face and track an onward purpose shining through its black, instinct with prophecy of future weal. There, it is not much, is it? It is beautiful, protested Alister. It is worth nothing, said Ian, except between you and me, and that it will make you understand my dream. That I shall never forget. When a dream does us good, we don't forget it. I thought I was born on the back of something great and strong. I could not tell what. It might be an elephant, or a great eagle, or a lion. It went sweeping swiftly along, the wind of its flight roaring past me in a tempest. I began to grow frightened. Where could this creature of such awful speed be carrying me? I prayed to God to take care of me. The head of the creature turned to me, and I saw the face of a woman, grand and beautiful. Never with my open eyes have I seen such a face, and I knew it was the face of this earth, and that I had never seen it before, because she carries us upon her back. When I woke, I knew that all the strangest things in life and history must one day come together in a beautiful face of loving purpose, one of the faces of the living God. The very mother of the Lord did not for a long time understand him, and only through sorrow came to see true glory. Alister, if we were right with God, we could see the earth vanish and never heave a sigh. God, of whom it was but a shimmering revelation, would still be ours. In the morning they fell asleep, and it was daylight, late in the winter, when Alister arose. He roused the fire, asleep all through the night, and prepared the breakfast of porridge and butter, tea, oat-cake, and mutton ham. When it was nearly ready, he woke Ian, and when they had eaten, they read together a portion of the Bible, that they might not forget and start the life of the day without trust in the life-causing God. All that is not rooted in him, Ian would say, all hope or joy that does not turn its face upward, is an idolatry. Our prayers must rise that our thoughts may follow them. The portion they read contained the saying of the Lord that we must forsake all and follow him if we would be his disciples. I am sometimes almost terrified, said Ian, at the scope of the demands made upon me, at the perfection of the self-abandonment required of me. Yet outside of such absoluteness can be no salvation. In God we live every commonplace as well as most exalted moment of our being. To trust in him when no need is pressing, when things seem going right of themselves, may be harder than when things seem going wrong. At no time is there any danger except in ourselves, and the only danger is of trusting in something else than the living God, and so getting, as it were, outside of God. Oh, Alister, take care you do not love the land more than the will of God. Take care you do not love even your people more than the will of God. They spent the day on the hilltop, and as there was no sign of storm, remained till the dark night, when the moon came to light them home. Perhaps when we are dead, said Alister as they went, we may be allowed to come here again sometimes. Only we shall not be able to quarry any further, and there is pain in looking at what cannot go on. It may be a special pleasure, returned Ian, in those new conditions, to look into such a changeless cabinet of the past. When we are one with our life, so that no prayer can be denied, there will be no end to the lovely possibilities. So I have the people I love. I think I could part with all things else, even the land, said Alister. Be sure we shall not have to part with them. We shall yet walk, I think, with our father as of old, where the setting sun sent the shadows of the big horse-gowans that glowed in his red level rays, trooping eastward as if they would go round the world to meet the sun that had banished them, and die in his glory. The wind of the twilight will again breathe about us, like a thought of the living God haunting our goings, and watching to help us. The stars will yet call to us out of the great night, "Love, and be fearless." "Be independent," cries the world from its great Bible of the belly. Says the Lord of men, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." Our dependence is our eternity. We cannot live on bread alone. We need every word of God. We cannot live on air alone. We need an atmosphere of living souls. Should we be freer, Alister, if we were independent of each other? When I am out in the world, my heart is always with mother and you. We must be constantly giving ourselves away. We must dwell in houses of infinite dependence, or sit alone in the waste of a godless universe. It was a rough walk in the moonlight over the hills, but full of a rare delight. And while they walked, the mother was waiting them, with the joy of St. John, of the Saviour, of God himself in her heart, the joy of beholding how the men she loved each other. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Two Pairs. The next morning, on the way to the village, the brothers overtook Christina and Mercy, and they walked along together. The young men felt inclined to be the more friendly with the girls that the men of their own family were so unworthy of them. A man who does not respect a woman because she is a woman cannot have thorough respect for his own mother. Protest as he pleases, he is incapable of it, and cannot know his own incapacity. Alas for girls in a family where the atmosphere of vile thinking, winnowed by the carrion wings of degraded and degrading judgments, enfolds them. One of the marvels of the world is, that, with such fathers and brothers, there are so few wicked women. Type of the greater number stands Ophelia, poor, weak, and not very refined, yet honest, and in all her poverty immeasurably superior to father and brother. Christina's condescension had by this time dwindled almost to the vanishing point, and her talk was in consequence more natural. The company, conversation, and whole atmosphere of the young men tended to wake in the girls what was best and sweetest. Reality appeals at once to the real, opens the way for a soul to emerge from the fog of the commonplace, the marsh of platitude, the Sahara of lies, into the colour and air of life. The better things of humanity often need the sun of friendship to wile them out. A girl well bred, tolerably clever, and with some genius of accommodation, will appear to a man possessed of 100 faculties of which she knows nothing, but his belief will help to rouse them in her. A young man will see an angel where those who love her best see only a nice girl, but he sees not merely what she might be, but what one day she must be. Christina had been at first rather taken with the ploughman, but she turned her masked batteries now mainly on the soldier. During the dinner she had noted how entirely Ian was what she chose to call a man of the world, and it rendered him in her eyes more worthy of conquest. Besides, as elder sister, must she not protect the inexperienced Mercy? What is this passion for subjugation, this hunger for homage? Is it of hell direct, or what is there in it of good to begin with? Apparently it takes possession of such women as have set up each herself for the object of her worship. She cannot then rest from the effort to bring as many as possible to worship at the same shrine, and to this end will use means as deserving of the fire as any witchcraft. Christina stopped short with a little cry, and caught Ian's arm. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said, "but I cannot bear it a moment longer. Something in my boot hurts me so." She limped to the roadside, sat down, accepted the service of Ian to unlace her boot, and gave a sigh of relief when he pulled it off. He inverted and shook it, then searched and found a nail which must have hurt her severely. But how to get rid of the cruel projection?
Ian's slender hand could but just reach with its fingertips the haunted spot. In vain he tried to knock it down against a stone put inside. Alister could suggest nothing, but Mistress Connell's cottage was near. They might there find something to help. Only Christina could not be left behind, and how was she to walk in a silk stocking over a road frozen hard as glass? The chief would have carried her, but she would not let him. Ian therefore shod her with his Glengarry bonnet, tying it on with his handkerchief. There was much merriment over the extemporized shoe, mingled with apologetic gratitude from Christina, who, laughing at her poulticed foot, was yet not displeased at its contrast with the other. When the chief opened the door of the cottage, there was no one to be seen within. The fire was burning hot and flameless. A 3-footed pot stood half in it. Other sign of presence they saw none. As Alister stooped, searching for some implement to serve their need, in shot a black cat, jumped over his back, and disappeared. The same instant they heard a groan, and then first discovered the old woman in bed, seemingly very ill. Ian went up to her. "What is the matter with you, Mistress Connell?" he asked, addressing her in English because of the ladies. But in reply she poured out a torrent of Gaelic, which seemed to the girls only grumbling, but was something stronger. Thereupon the chief went and spoke to her, but she was short and sullen with him. He left her to resume his search. "Let alone," she cried. "When that nail leaves her brog, it will be for your heart." Ian sought to soothe her. "She will bring misery on you all," she insisted. "You have a hammer somewhere, I know," said Alister, as if he had not heard her. "She shall be finding no help in my house," answered the old woman in English. "Very well, Mistress Connell," returned the chief. "The lady cannot walk home. I shall have to carry her." "God forbid!" she cried. "Go and fetch a wheelbarrow." "Mistress Connell, there is nothing for it but to carry her home in my arms." "Give me the cursed brog, then. I will draw the nail." But the chief would not yield the boot. He went out and searched the hillside until he found a smooth stone of suitable size, with which and a pair of tongs he beat down the nail. Christina put on the boot, and they left the place. The chief stayed behind the rest for a moment, but the old woman would not even acknowledge his presence. "What a rude old thing she is! This is how she always treats us," said Christina. "Have you done anything to offend her?" asked Alister. "Not that we know of. We can't help being lowlanders." "She no doubt bears you a grudge," said Ian, "for having what once belonged to us. I'm sorry she is so unfriendly. It is not a common fault with our people." "Poor old thing! What does it matter?" said Christina. A woman's hate was to her no more than the barking of a dog. They had not gone far before the nail again asserted itself. It had been but partially subjugated. A consultation was held. It resulted in this, that Mercy and the chief went to fetch another pair of boots, while Ian remained with Christina. They seated themselves on a stone by the roadside. The sun clouded over, a keen wind blew, and Christina shivered. There was nothing for it but to go back to the cottage. The key was in the door. Ian turned it, and they went in. Certainly this time no one was there. The old woman so lately groaning on her bed had vanished. Ian made up the fire, and did what he could for his companion's comfort. She was not pleased with the tone of his attentions, but the way she accepted them made her appear more pleased than Ian cared for, and he became colder and more polite. Piqued by his indifference, she took it nevertheless with a sweetness which belonged to her nature as God made it, not as she had spoiled it. And even such a butterfly as she felt the influence of a man like Ian, and could not help being more natural in his presence. His truth elicited what there was of hers. The true being drew to the surface what there was of true in the being that was not true. The longer she was in his company, the more she was pleased with him, and the more annoyed with her failure in pleasing him. It is generally more or less awkward when a young man and maiden, between whom is no convergent rush of spiritual currents, finds themselves alone together. Ian was one of the last to feel such awkwardness, but he thought his companion felt it. He did his best, therefore, to make her forget herself and him, telling her story after story, which she could not but find the more interesting, that for the time she was quieted from self, and placed in the humbler and healthier position of receiving the influence of another. For one moment, as he was narrating a hair's breadth escape he had had from a company of Tartar soldiers by the friendliness of a young girl, the daughter of a Siberian convict, she found herself under the charm of a certain potency of which he was himself altogether unconscious, but which had carried away hearts more indifferent than hers. In the meantime, Alister and Mercy were walking toward the new house, and walking were more comfortable than those that sat waiting. Mercy indeed had not much to say, but she was capable of asking a question worth answering, and of understanding not a little. Thinking of her walk with Ian on Christmas Day, "Would you mind telling me something about your brother?" she said. "What would you like to know about him?" asked Alister. "Anything you care to tell me," she answered. Now there was nothing pleased Alister better than talking about Ian, and he talked so that Mercy could not help feeling what a brother he must be himself, while on his part Alister was delighted with the girl who took such an interest in Ian. For Ian's sake he began to love Mercy. He had never yet been what is called in love, had had little opportunity indeed of falling in love. His breeding had been that of a gentleman, and notwithstanding the sweetness and gentleness of the maidens of his clan, there were differences which had as yet proved sufficient to prevent the first approaches of love, though, once entertained, they might have added to the depth of it. At the same time, it was by no means impossible for Alister to fall in love with even an uneducated girl, so called. Neither would he, in that case, have felt any difficulty about marrying her, but the fatherly relation in which he stood towards his clan had tended rather to prevent the thing. Many a youth falls to premature love-making, from the lack in his daily history of the womanly element. Matrons in towns should be exhorted to make of their houses a refuge. Too many mothers are anxious for what they count the welfare of their own children, and care nothing for the children of other women. But can we wonder when they will wallow in meanness to save their own from poverty and health, and damn them into comfort and decay? Alister told Mercy how Ian and he used to spend their boyhood. He recounted some of their adventures in hunting, in herding, in fishing, and even in going to and from school, a distance of 5 miles, in all weathers. Then he got upon the poetry of the people, their legends, their ballads and their songs, and at last came to the poetry of the country itself, the delights of following the plough, the whispers and gleams of nature, her endless appeal through every sense. The mere smell of the earth in a spring morning, he said, always made him praise God. "Everything we have," he went on, "must be shared with God. That is the notion of the Jewish thank-offering. Ian says the greatest word in the universe is one, the next greatest, all. They are but the two ends of a word to us unknowable, God's name for himself." Mercy had read Mrs. Barbauld's hymns, and they had been something to her, but most of the little poetry she had read was only platitude sweetened with sound. She had never read, certainly never understood, a real poem. Who can tell what a nature may prove after feeding on good food for a while? The queen bee is only a better fed working bee. Who can tell what it may prove when it has been ploughed with the plough of suffering, when the rains of sorrow, the frosts of pain, and the winds of poverty have moistened and swelled and dried its fallow clods? Mercy had not such a sweet temper as her sister, but she was not so selfish. She was readier to take offence, perhaps just because she was less self-satisfied. Before long they might change places. A little dew from the eternal fountain was falling upon them. Christina was beginning to be aware that a certain man, neither rich nor distinguished nor ambitious, had yet a real charm for her. Not that for a moment she would think seriously of such a man. That would be simply idiotic. But it would be very nice to have a little innocent flirtation with him, or perhaps a platonic friendship, her phrase, not mine. What could she have to with Plato, who, when she said "I," was aware only of a neat bundle of foolish desires, not the God at her heart? Mercy, on the other hand, was being drawn to the big, strong, childlike heart of the chief. there is always, notwithstanding the gulf of unlikeness between them, an appeal from the childish to the childlike. The childish is but the shadow of the childlike, and shadows are little like the thing from which they fall. But to what save the heavenly shall the earthly appeal in its sore need, its widowhood, its orphanage? With what shall the childish take refuge but the childlike? To what shall ignorance cry but wisdom? Mercy felt no restraint with the chief as with Ian. His great, deep, yet refined and musical laugh set her at ease. Ian's smile, with its shimmering eternity, was no more than the moon on a rain pool to Mercy. The moral health of the chief made an atmosphere of conscious safety around her. By the side of no other man had she ever felt so. With him she was at home, therefore happy. She was already growing under his genial influence. Every being has such influence who is not selfish. When Christina was reshod and they were leaving the cottage, Ian, happening to look behind him, spied the black cat perched on the edge of the chimney in the smoke. "Look at her," he said, "pretending innocence, when she has been watching you all the time." Alister took up a stone. "Don't hurt her," said Ian, and he dropped it. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Recording by HannahMary. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of What's Mine's Mine by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Cabrach Mor. I have already said that the young men had not done well as hunters. They had neither experience nor trustworthy attendants. None of the chief's men would hunt with them. They looked on them as intruders, and those who did not share in their chief's dislike to useless killing, yet respected it. Neither Christian nor Sercombe had yet shot a single stag, and the time was drawing nigh when they must return, the one to Glasgow, the other to London. To have no proof of prowess to display was humbling to Sercombe. He must show a stag's head or hide his own. He resolved, therefore, one of the next moonlit nights, to stalk by himself a certain great, wide-horned stag, of whose habits he had received information. At Oxford, where Valentine made his acquaintance, Sercombe belonged to a fast set, but had distinguished himself notwithstanding as an athlete. He was a great favourite with a few, not the best of the set, and admired by many for his confidence, his stature, and his regular features. These latter wore, however, a self-assertion which of others made him much disliked. A mean thing in itself, it had the meanest origin, the ability, namely, to spend money, for he was the favourite son of a rich banker in London. He knew nothing of the first business of life, self-restraint, had never denied himself anything, and but for social influences would, in manhood as infancy, have obeyed every impulse. He was one of the merest slaves in the universe, a slave in his very essence, for he counted wrong to others freedom for himself, and the rejection of the laws of his own being liberty. The most righteous interference was insolence. His likings were his rights, and any devil that could whisper him a desire might do with him as he pleased. From such a man every true nature shrinks with involuntary recoil, and a sick sense of the inhuman. I have said more of him already than my history requires, and more than many a reader, partaking himself of his character to an unsuspected degree, will believe, for such men cannot know themselves. He had not yet in the eyes of the world disgraced himself. It takes a good many disgraceful things to bring a rich man to outward disgrace. His sole attendant when shooting was a clever vagabond lad, belonging to nowhere in particular, and living by any crook except the shepherd's. From him he heard of the great stag, and the spots which in the valley he frequented, often scraping away the snow with his feet to get at the grass. He did not inform him that the animal was a special favourite with the chief of Clanruadh, or that the clan looked upon him as their live symbol, the very stag represented as crest to the chief's coat of arms. It was the same Nancy had reported to her master as eating grass on the burnside in the moonlight. Christian and Sercombe had stalked him day after day, but without success, and now, with one poor remaining hope, the latter had determined to stalk him at night. To despoil him of his life, his glorious rush over the mountainside, his plunge into the valley, and fierce strain up the opposing hill, To see that ideal of strength, suppleness, and joyous flight lie nerveless and flaccid at his feet, to be able to call the thicket-like antlers of the splendid animal his own, was for the time the one ambition of Hilary Sercombe. For he was one of the brood of Mephistopheles, the child of darkness, whose delight lies in undoing what God has done, the nearest that any evil power can come to creating. There was, however, a reason for the failure of the young hunters beyond lack of skill in what they called their ill luck. Hector of the Stags was awake. His keen, everywhere roving eyes were upon them, seconded by the keen, all-hearkening ears of Rob of the Angels. They had discovered that the two men had set their hearts on the big stag, on Cabrach Mor, by right of excellence, and every time they were out after him, Hector too was out with his spy-glass, the gift of an old seafaring friend, searching the billowy hills. While the Southrons would be toiling along to get the wind of him unseen, for the old stag's eyes were as keen as his velvety nose, the father and son would be lying, perhaps close at hand, perhaps far away on some hillside of another valley, watching now the hunters, now the stag. For love of the Macruadhs, and for love of the stag, they had constituted themselves his guardians. Again and again, when one of them thought he was going to have a splendid chance, perhaps just as, having reached a rock to which he had been making his weary way over stones and bogs, like Satan through chaos, and raised himself with weary slowness, he peeped at last over the top, and lo, there he was, well within range, quietly feeding, not between the great pumping of his big joyous heart and the hot bullet, but the brown skin behind his left shoulder. A distant shot would forestall the nigh one, a shot for life, not death, and the stag, knowing instantly by wondrous combination of sense and judgment in what quarter lay the danger, would, without once looking round, measure straight 100 yards of hillocks and rocks between the sight-taking and the pulling of the trigger. Another time it would be no shot, but the bark of a dog, the cry of a moorfowl, or a signal from watching hind that started him. For the creatures understand each the other's cries, and when an animal sees one of any sort on the watch to warn covey or herd or flock of its own kind, it will itself keep no watch, but feed in security. To Christian and Sercombe it seemed as if all the life in the glen were in conspiracy to frustrate their heart's desire, and the latter at last grew ever the more determined to kill the great stag. He had begun to hate him. The sounds that warned the stag were by no means always what they seemed, those of other animals. They were often but imitations by Rob of the Angels. I fear the animal grew somewhat bolder and less careful from the assurance thus given him that he was watched over, and cultivated a little nonchalance. Not a moment, however, did he neglect any warning from quarter soever, but from peaceful feeder was instantaneously wild-like fleer, his great horns thrown back over his shoulders, and his forelegs just touching the ground with elastic hoof, or tucking themselves almost out of sight as he skipped rather than leaped over rock and gully, stone and bush, whatever lay betwixt him and larger room. Great joy it was to his two guardians to see him, and great game to watch the motions of his discomfited enemies. For the sake of Cabrach Mor, Hector and Rob would go hungry for hours, but they never imagined the luxurious Sassenach, incapable, as they thought, of hardship or sustained fatigue, would turn from his warm bed to stalk the lordly animal betwixt snow and moon. One night Hector of the Stags found he could not sleep. It was not for cold, for the night was for the season a mild one. The snow indeed lay deep around their dwelling, but they owed not a little of its warmth to the snow. It drifted up all about it, and kept off the terrible winds that swept along the side of the hill, like sharp, swift scythes of death. They were in the largest and most comfortable of their huts, a deepish hollow in the limestone rock, lined with turf, and with wattles filled in with heather, the tops outward, its front a thick wall of turf, with a tolerable door of deal. It was indeed so snug as to be far from airy. Here they kept what little store of anything they had, some dried fish and venison, a barrel of oatmeal seldom filled full, a few skins of wild creatures, and powder, ball, and shot. After many fruitless attempts to catch the still fleeting vapour sleep, raising himself at last on his elbow, Hector found that Rob was not by his side. He too had been unable to sleep, and at last discovered that he was uneasy about something, what he could not tell. He rose and went out. The moon was shining very clear, and as there was much snow, the night, if not so bright as day, was yet brighter than many a day. The moon, the snow, the mountains, all dreaming awake, seemed to Rob the same as usual. Presently he fancied the hillside opposite had come nearer than usual. There must be a reason for that. He searched every yard of it with keenest gaze, but saw nothing. They were high above Glenruadh, and commanded parts of it. Late though it was, Rob thought he saw some light from the new house, which itself he could not see, reflected from some shadowed evergreen in the shrubbery. He was thinking someone might be ill, and he ought to run down and see whether a messenger was wanted, when his father joined him. He had brought his telescope, and immediately began to sweep the moonlight on the opposite hill. In a moment he touched Rob on the shoulder, and handed him the telescope, pointing with it. Rob looked, and saw a dark speck on the snow, moving along the hillside. It was the big stag. Now and then he would stop to snuff and search for a mouthful, but was evidently making for one of his feeding places, most likely that by the burn on the chief's land. The light, could it imply danger? He had heard the young men were going to leave. Were they about to attempt a last assault on the glory of the glen? He pointed out to his father the dim light in the shadow of the house. Hector turned his telescope thitherward, immediately gave the glass to Rob, went into the hut, and came out again with his gun. They had not gone far when they lost sight of the stag, but they held on towards the castle. At every point whence a peep could be had in the direction of the house, they halted to reconnoitre. If enemies were abroad, they must, if possible, get and keep sight of them. They did not stop for more than a glance, however, but made for the valley as fast as they could walk. The noise of running feet would, on such a still night, be heard too far. The whole way, without sound uttered, father and son kept interchanging ideas on the matter. From thorough acquaintance with the habits of the animal, they were pretty certain he was on his way to the haunt aforementioned. If he got there he would be safe. It was the chief's ground, and no one would dare touch him. But he was not yet upon it, and was in danger. While, if he should leave the spot in any westward direction, he would almost at once be out of sanctuary. If they found him therefore at his usual feed, and danger threatening, they must scare him eastward. If no peril seemed at hand, they would watch him a while, that he might feed in safety. Swift and all but soundless on their quiet brogs they paced along. To startle the deer while the hunter was far off might be to drive him within range of his shot. They reached the root of the spur, and approached the castle. Immediately beyond that they would be in sight of the feeding ground. But they were yet behind it when Rob of the Angels bounded forward in terror at the sound of a gun. His father, however, who was in front, was off before him. Neither hearing anything nor seeing Rob, he knew that a shot had been fired, and caution being now useless, was in a moment at full speed. The smoke of the shot hung white in the moonlight over the end of the ridge. No red bulk shadowed the green pasture. No thicket of horns went shaking about over the sod. No lord of creation, but an enemy of life, stood regarding his work, a tumbled heap of death, yet saying to himself, like God when he made the world, "It is good." The noble creature lay disformed on the grass. Shot through the heart, he had leaped high in the air, fallen with his head under him, and broken his neck. Rage filled the heart of Hector of the Stags. He could not curse, but he gave a roar like a wild beast, and raised his gun, but Rob of the Angels caught it ere it reached its shoulder. He yielded it, and with another roar like a lion, bounded barehanded upon the enemy. He took the descent in 3 leaps, and the burn in 1. It was not merely that the enemy had killed on Cabrach Mor, the great stag of their love. He had killed him on the chief's own land, under the very eyes of the man whose business it was to watch over him. It was an offence unpardonable, an insult as well as a wrong to his chief. In the fierce majesty of righteous wrath he threw himself on the poacher. Sercombe met him with a blow straight from the shoulder, and he dropped. Rob of the Angels, close behind him, threw down the gun. The devil all but got into Rob of the Angels. His knife flashed pale in the moonlight, and he darted on the Sassenach. It would then have gone ill with the bigger man, for Rob was lithe as a snake, swift not only to parry and dodge, but to strike. He could not have reached the body of his antagonist, but Sercombe's arm would have had at least one terrible gash from his scandu, sharp as a razor, had not, at the moment, from the top of the ridge, come the stern voice of the chief. Rob's knife, like Excalibur from the hand of Sir Bedivere, made lightnings in the splendour of the moon, as he threw it from him, and himself down by his father. Then Hector came to himself, and rose. Rob rose also, and his father, trembling with excitement, stood grasping his arm, for he saw the stalwart form of his chief on the ridge above them. Alister had been wakened by the gun, and at the roar of his friend Hector sprang from his bed. When he saw his beloved stag dead on his pasture, he came down the ridge like an avalanche. Sercombe stood on his defence, wondering what devil was to pay, but beginning to think he might be in some wrong box. He had taken no trouble to understand the boundaries between Mr. Peregrine Palmer's land and that of the chief, and had imagined himself safe on the south side of the big burn. Alister gazed speechless for a moment on the slaughtered stag, and heaved a great sigh. "Mr. Sercombe," he said, "I would rather you had shot my best horse. Are you aware, sir, that you are a poacher?" "I had supposed the appellation inapplicable to a gentleman," answered Sercombe with entire coolness. "But by all means take me before a magistrate." "You are before a magistrate." "All I have to answer, then, is, that I should not have shot the animal had I not believed myself within my rights." "On that point, and on this very ground, I instructed you myself," said the chief. "I misunderstood you." "Say rather, you had not the courtesy to heed what I told you, had not faith enough to take the word of a gentleman, and for this my poor stag has suffered." He stood for some moments in conflict with himself, then quietly resumed. "Of course, Mr. Sercombe, I have no intention of pushing the matter," he said. "I should hope not," returned Sercombe scornfully. "I will pay whatever you choose to set on the brute." It would be hard to say which was less agreeable to the chief, to have his stag called a brute, or be offered blood money for him. "Stag Ruadh priced like a bullock," he said, with a slow smile, full of sadness. "The pride of every child in the strath. Not a gentleman in the country would have shot Clanruadh's deer." Sercombe was by this time feeling uncomfortable, and it made him angry. He muttered something about superstition. "He was taken when a calf," the chief went on, "and given to a great aunt of mine. But when he grew up he took to the hills again, and was known by his silver collar till he managed to rid himself of it. He shall be buried where he lies, and his monument shall tell how the stranger Sassenach served this stag of Clanruadh." "Why the deuce didn't you keep the precious monster in a paddock, and let people know him for a tame animal?" sneered Sercombe. "My poor Ruadh," said the chief, "he was no tame animal. He as well as I would have preferred the death you have given him to such a fate. He lived while he lived. I thank you for his immediate transit. Shot right through the heart. Had you maimed him, I should have been angrier." Sercombe felt flattered, and, attributing the chief's gentleness to a desire to please him, began to condescend. "Well, come now, Macruadh," he began, but the chief turned from him. Hector stood with his arm on Rob's shoulder, and the tears rolling down his cheeks. He would not have wept, but that the sobs of his son shook him. "Rob of the Angels," Alister said in their mother tongue, "you must make an apology to the Sassenach gentleman for drawing the knife on him. That was wrong, if he had killed all the deer on Ben Ruadh." "It was not for that, Macruadh," answered Rob of the Angels. "It was because he struck my father, and laid a better man than himself on the grass." The chief turned to the Englishman. "Did the old man strike you, Mr. Sercombe?" "No, by Jove! I took a little care of that. If he had, I would have broken every bone in his body." "Why did you strike him, then?" "Because he rushed at me." "It was his duty to capture a poacher. But you did not know he was deaf and dumb," Alister added, as some excuse. "The deaf makes no difference," protested Rob. "Hector of the Stags does not fight with his hands like a woman." "Well, what's done is done," laughed Sercombe. "It wasn't a bad shot, anyhow." "You have little to plume yourself upon, Mr. Sercombe," said the chief. "You are a good shot, but you need not have been so frightened at an old man as to knock him down." "Come, come, Macruadh, enough's enough. It's time to drop this," returned Sercombe.
I can't stand much more of it. Take 10 pounds for the head. Come." The chief made one great stride towards him, but turned away and said, "Come along, Rob. Tell your father you must not go up the hill again tonight." "No, sir," answered Rob. "There's nothing now to go up the hill for. Poor old Ruadh! God rest his soul." "Amen," responded the chief. "But say rather, God give him room to run." "Amen. It is better. But," answered Rob, "we must watch by the body. The foxes and hooded crows are gathering already. I hear them on the hills, and I saw a sea-eagle as white as silver yesterday. We cannot leave Ruadh till he is under God's blade." "Then one of you come and fetch food and fire," said the chief. "I will be with you early." Father and son communicated in silence, and Rob went with the chief. "They worship the stag, these peasants, as the old Egyptians the bull," said Sercombe to himself, walking home full of contempt. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Recording by HannahMary.